What's going on, everybody? Welcome. Happy Sunday to all of you all. It has been a whole week, oh, God, since I've been able to do anything. Can't make this up. I did do a couple videos for the second channel, but those were like, quick records I did over my phone. Y'all, it has been a crazy week between work. I was sick for a few days last week, and I hate missing out on being able to do a daily live stream or show. YouTube will push your stuff down to the bottom of the barrel if you're not active. So make sure you guys are coming in and hitting that like button so we can get these videos back up in that algorithm. And then that way, the YouTube AdSense can be what it needs to be. I appreciate all of you all. Thank you all so much. We have so much to discuss today. We're doing this marathon of the Ewok alien White Walker known as Candace Owens because it needs to be done. Candace, you keep going in on Erika Kirk because you're obsessed with her. Oh, and you're jealous of her because you'll never be her. You can't make this up. So shout out to all of you all. Make sure you guys hit that like button and drop me a red heart in the chat. Let me know that you've hit that like button. Show some love. It's free to do. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. We have 4 episodes to cover. And yes, we have some arming. We also see that there was a new video dropped on the podcast that Daily Wire still owns. So we're gonna get to the Daily Wire one, I think, midway through. So I'm gonna do 2 episodes, then we'll check out the Daily Wire video, and then the next 2 episodes, and then we'll do Ami. That way we can keep it lighthearted and laughing in between, because at this point, I told you all I stopped taking Candace on seriously. She's a clown. And she wants to sit here and obsess and attack over Erika Kirk, and yet could never face her in Phoenix when she had the opportunity to do a one-on-one in-person meeting in Phoenix. She cried wolf, ran to her husband, who's still in the closet, and didn't even want to go. Candace, you have no spine, and yet you talk all this crap, and you want people to think that you're supposed to be serious. No. You had the chance to go to Phoenix to face Erika Kirk face to face along with TPUSA. You were a coward. So cowards don't get credibility over here. You just don't. You just don't. Or aliens. We don't give credibility to an alien. For what? Bye, Felicia. I appreciate you all. How y'all doing? I missed you guys. It's been a week. Hit that like button for me. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. If you are not subscribed, we're still on the road to 50,000 supporters. I'm going to make sure I create a schedule to get back up online so that I can do a video every day. I want to get back to the point where I can do 2 live streams. I can do one for Umar because it's a lot to catch up with him. And of course, Candace. And of course, we have Scientology where I'm going to be covering this evening. Jenna Miscavige did an interview with another fantastic content creator named Anne Elise. And then she also did a video based on that thumbnail. Y'all, that thumbnail is epic. She gave somebody the middle finger. And I want to know who she was giving it to. So we're going to check that out today or this evening at 7 when we go over her interview that she did with Anne Elise. Jenna Miscavige did a separate video. She gave somebody the middle finger. It's epic. Oh, shout out to Jenna Miscavige. I'm still waiting for her to respond on Instagram. I know I'm not some 1 billion, YouTube sub member or anything, but I definitely want to, be able to help shed some light on what's going on with Scientology, and would absolutely love to interview Jenna Miscavige. I really would. And so she could tell us about her experiences, something that we may or may not be able to see or hear from the interview we'll be looking at this evening. And for her to just give us, her thoughts on everything. I think the more people come out and speak out against it and about how it's a cult, it'll help inspire more people to come out and speak out. So yeah, I would just love to do an interview with her. I reached out to her on Instagram. Still waiting for a response. Still waiting for a response. So you guys make sure if you can encourage her a little bit on Instagram. Say, hey, the Lady Luck Club would love to interview. You know, she's the queen of YouTube. You will not be disappointed. And we just want to hear your story. So shout out to her. Let's get started, y'all. Hit that like button. How y'all doing? Oh, so many of you all in here. Y'all, I have so many emails to catch up on, so don't shoot me right away. All right. I did see a couple. I got I think no reply sent me an email. Hits the thumbnail. Did y'all see the thumbnail for this video? Y'all think no reply for that thumbnail. Oh Lord have mercy, yeasties. Okay, this how's that yeast infection treating you? It must have been a burning and an itching. Every time she talks about Erika Kirk, that yeast infection just flares the hell up. I said, see, there has to be a reason why she's so irritable and starts swaying side to side. She's trying to scratch without letting us know that. I've never seen a woman obsess over another woman like this in all my life. It's gross, Candace. What you're doing. George in the closet. Listen, is there something you want to tell us, Candace? I'm serious. Candace, is there anything you want to share with us about why you keep obsessing over women? Because we already saw the photo of you hugging up on another woman and you grabbing her butt. Can't make this up. She's sitting here talking about everybody in the Epstein files, and yet, Candace, there's a photo of you grabbing another woman's butt. She's wearing wet clothes, and you were pregnant. The audacity. Yeah, that photo is disturbing. And then when you add on top of the fact that she just refuses to leave Erika Kirk alone because she's obsessed over her. Candace. I'm going to ask this question because no one else will. Candace, are you bisexual? Do you like girls? Do you like women? Because everything it's just giving off, you know, bisexual energy here. Maybe you don't like men at all. Who knows? I don't know. Are you in the closet as well, Candace? The obsession over Erika Kirk is disturbing. It's disturbing. It's not getting you anywhere. And guess what? She doesn't need to respond to you on social media. Erika Kirk, do not let this Ewok of an alien pull you into a social media war where she's trying to drag this out in her world, in her mind, in the court of public opinion, where nothing matters. No, take her to the court of law and remind her why you should not be F with. I've been saying this. Don't respond unless you have an attorney. Put a one in the chat if you all remember me saying that last 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Erika Kirk should only respond with an attorney. Now do you all see why? Sometimes when you understand your enemy, you understand how to maneuver around them. And I understood this is what Candace is all about, PR strategy. This is a public relations stunt for her. This is a way to get people to stay tuned into her content. Let me pull Erika Kirk into my social media feud with her. This fake feud that we have. Even though she still won't show us whatever video she recorded of those two meeting up with each other in Tennessee. So no one recorded that meeting. Seriously. She barely wants to disclose the details of that meeting. But yet now she wants to engage in a social media war with Erika Kirk. Why? When your cowardly ass couldn't fly out to Phoenix and face her on national television? You're bye, Felicia. Can't make this up. You and your yeast infection can kick rocks. Yeah, I'm on one today. I've missed out on a week of clowning Candace Owens. We got to get it all out. All right. Y'all ready? Let's get some comments in right quick. I appreciate you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Francisca up in here. Shout out to you, honey. I love my mods. Thank you all so much for your support and for rocking with me. Saints up in here. How you doing, Saint? What's going on? Everybody speak to everybody. Melinda's up in here. She said, what up, y'all? CC up in here. How y'all doing? Razizi channel? What's going on? I see some new people up in here. I hope I'm saying that name right. I don't want to mess it up, honey. Y'all hit that like button as you come in. Thank you all so much. Coward is right. What's going on with me, gal? Shout out to my mods. Y'all got some fantastic mods. Saints up in here. Francisco is up in here. Wyoming gal's up in here. We got fantastic mods up in here today. Wyoming gal says, "Hey, I'm heading to church. Catch you guys when I'm done." Praise the Lord, girl. Enjoy church. Coward is right. What's going on, CC? Yep. Let's see here. Edie Lowe has some good videos too. Oh, okay, cool. Let's see here. We'll be here, Wyoming. We sure will, girl. We'll be here for like 4-5 hours. Y'all know I can pull a 5-hour live stream in a minute. Lord have mercy. Mama Sage up in here. How you doing? Let's see. Patrina. Hello, everyone. Be blessed. Shout it to you, honey. Tune in. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all, we're going to get started. Story Corps, Candace for president. Candace. Y'all, let's not forget her name is Candace to many, many people. Candace. Candice. Girl. Candice. That's got a new twist to it. Candice, Candace, whatever floats your boat. All right. Yeast infection, walking boy, White Walker, the alien. You know, we have many names we call this demon. You can't make this up. What time? Because Georgie is. Exorif said Candace is on fire. Yeah, hell is still hot. I naturally expect her to be on fire down there. I do. Candace, you know you're a dumb demon. You can't make this up. Candace Owens has been right on issues. Candice. They still can't spell your name right, girl. But whatever. Candice has been right on the fact that she had a yeast infection and tried to sue someone over it. Oh man, when you enter my chat, you enter at your own peril. You hear me? What's going on, C-Star? What's happening? Yep. There's the ones in the chat, y'all, because people remember me saying it. Erika Kirk, do not respond unless you have an attorney. Let your attorney do the talking for you. I've been saying it for months. Yeah, listen. When I have to be corrected on things, I'll be corrected. But when I'm dead on spot with it, I'm on spot with it. Don't engage in her stupid social media feud. Erika Kirk, TPUSA, hopefully you've learned your lesson. Stop engaging with Candice, the yeast infections Owens. Stop engaging with her. Now we're going to respond to you in a lawsuit. We'll just put it in that complaint. We're going to send over to the court. You kick rocks, girl. Bye. Bye. That's it. It's that simple. So you guys make sure you get your popcorn and your Kool-Aid, juice, juicy juice, apple juice, orange juice. To the Candice followers, the Candice cult, make it red Kool-Aid, and we'll make sure you get that little laced up powder. She so desperately wants to send out to you people. And your cookies and your milk. Get all your stuff ready because we're going to be here for a while. Breathe deep and hard. Let's get to it. It's going to be funny. Erika Curtis. Y'all, come on, man, with the spelling. Complicit in Erika Curtis. Wow, that's a new name. We got new names coming up in here. Can't make this up. See, she's been telling the truth. Has she? Let's not weaponize the Bible for a demon. We don't do that. Weaponizing the Bible to sit here and have a demon be right. Candace has to tell the truth with facts and evidence because that's what the Bible says too. Like we can do scriptures all day because it's Sunday. But I'm not in the mood. Go back and forth with a bot. They keep saying Candice. I can't do it. Candice. Your fans are still spelling your name wrong. What's going on? I miss you too. Hey, Colleen. How you doing? Calf's gone. Oh, man. Shout out to you, Colleen. I miss you as well. I miss all of you all. Yeah, listen. Even the Candice followers, they're something else. They're priceless. Yeah, they love the banter. That's what they're here for. That's why they keep following Candice to the end of the earth and straight into hell, because she's on fire and they love the banter. They love the fact she's attacking people. I don't have to attack them. I just read what they say and I twist it up and make it funny. Because that's the only way to take it. I cannot take them seriously. You just can't. You can't take them seriously. Sent you a couple videos on X. Okay, cool. Erika Kirk wouldn't listen to you. She did. I can tell you that right now. Why do you think Candace has a cease and desist? When I say I'm queen of YouTube, girl, let me tell you something. Your fearless cult leader, Candace Owens, the White Walker, listens to me as well. She does. And I don't have to have 500,000 subscribers. No, she listens. Candice, you're still bad at this. And stop obsessing over another grown woman. It's weird. Your cult following are leaving biblical scriptures while you're obsessing over another woman. Make that make sense? Make that make sense. She's obsessing over another woman. It can't. It just how much more obvious is this going to get? Oh, Candice is in the closet, y'all, right next to George. Where the hell is Boys Club at? He still will not tell her to go make him a sandwich. George, when your wife gets sued for all the money, don't say anything then either. Keep your mouth shut as you've been doing, you coward. Just let it be. When she starts to lose like hell, tens of millions of dollars, and it starts tapping into you all's reserves, say nothing. Because you're not saying anything now, so no one expects you to say anything when she starts losing. Just say nothing. All she's doing is giving more evidence over to Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk does not need to respond to Candace over social media. Let that response fall in the lap of a judge in a court of law. That's it. Because that's where Candice doesn't want to be. You know, it's like the Wicked Witch. When water hits her, she starts melting. That's what court is to Candace. It's that water that causes her to melt. I'm melting. All rise for the judge. Stand up. You're not melting. Get your ass up, girl. Candace, just go to court. You can make this. Who's Erika Curtis? Y'all, they're giving me some creative names. I've gotten a Candace, a Candice. They got an Erika Curtis. Who knows? Oh, good has been turned into evil, and evil has been treated as good. Somebody speaking. What are you speaking? Who is Eric Cartman? She does look like a little boy in my home. Love Candace, love Trump, love America, love us. Oh, listen, Jerry got the name right. We're so proud of you. Because your other fellow followers up in here, they said Candace. Candace. Your people still misspelling your name, girl. It's a letter. It's so ridiculous. You know I'm going to say it exactly as I see it. Candace. Girl. Can't make this up. Candace wanted Charlie. Yes. Catwalk. You have no idea. And then when he realized those tentacles coming from down there, what a yeast infection was going to grab him and suck him in, he ran for the heels. He was like, hell no! Y'all, he booked it out that hotel room. He was like, nope, I need my own room and bed and everything. Nope. We can't do this anymore, Candace. I can't. Y'all, she's an alien. I guess he said what he said so she could admit to being an alien. Candace, not even smart enough to realize that Charlie got you to confess to being an alien. Okay? That's what that came down to. You can't make this up. Oh, man. What's going on, DJ? What you doing? Can't say I caught the stream. What's going on, y'all? Mama says it's an excellent grifter. Body shaming for another black woman is low. Child stopping. Candace says she's an alien. We're going with that. What does that have to do with her body shaming? You understand yeast infection has nothing to do with her body. What does that have to do with her body? She admitted in court documents that she has recurrent yeast infections because she wanted to live with black mold for 7 months and not pay rent. I'm sorry. Have you paid that judgment you owe Candace to the apartment complex? Because you owe them money. She still hasn't given back refunds on tickets to Australia for a speaking engagement in Australia. She still have not given back those refunds. So find the scripture. Let me see here. Who is this? The one that wants to be biblical. Sweet James. Pull up the scripture where the Bible states that you are to pay your debts. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give to God what belongs to God. Where in the Bible does it encourage someone to not pay their rent, to not pay their debtors, to not pay what they owe? How does she live in an apartment for 7 months and not pay rent? You condoning that? Let's not sit here and turn the Bible into one big walking hypocrisy. Are you condoning Candace not paying rent for 7 months? Not giving back refunds to people who purchased tickets in Australia? I want to see what your response is going to be biblically on that. Pull up a scripture where her withholding people's money for some tickets and not trying to get them refunds is okay with the Lord. I'll wait. I want scriptures on her not paying her rent and not giving back refunds. How does she get away with not paying her debtors that she owed money to? A promoter had to declare insolvency because of this stupid speaking engagement tour in Australia where she never secured her visa. So she failed to handle her business. I want a scripture that corroborates her being able to just walk away from this, not give back refunds, and she was ordered to pay the government's court costs. Has that been paid? When you have debts to pay, you should pay it. Jesus never said don't pay your bills. If he did, give me the scripture. I want the book of the Bible, chapter and verse. Where it say don't pay your bills? You giving me a book in the chapter. I want the verse. Matthew 6, what? Because my people going to look that up. Where it says it's okay for you to not pay your bills, not pay your debtors. No, I want a scripture where it does say that, because that's exactly what she did. See, if you're going to agree with what Candace has done, then that means you got to take the good with the bad, right? Or else you're going to have to say that she was wrong. So either she was wrong for not paying back the money that she owed, her rent, for refunds on tickets, for not paying the government's court costs in Australia. Either she's wrong for not doing those things, or you're validating it. You said she told the truth about everything. One of y'all said she told the truth about everything. She's right about everything. How is she right about those things? Give me scripture. You got to tell me. You have to tell me. Nope. You got to tell me exactly why you believe that she should be getting away with not giving back refunds on those tickets in Australia. Why she has not paid the government's court costs. Why it was okay for her to live in an apartment for 7 months with recurring yeast infections and black mold but not pay rent. Why is those things okay? We have laws. The Bible states that you ought to obey the laws of the land. Are we going to overlook that too? So is she above the rule of law? I don't think the Bible encourages that. You let me know how this is going to go. Hey, you send me scriptures, my people look it up, and they'll let me know. Yeah, no, that's not what the Bible says. I'm saying. I'm asking straight questions, straight out from court documents, straight from what's been reported in writing that you can read, straight from the news articles about her not paying back money. I've even asked people who live in Australia that purchased a ticket, have they gotten back refunds? They said no. You think it's okay for her not to give them back their money? See, when you say you support someone and that they're right about everything, that means you agree with all of the actions they've done. Before you say that, think twice about it. Be realistic. You know what? She's done a lot of wrong things. I will not agree with that. It's not gonna break you to say that. If a cult comes after you because you said, I don't agree with everything Candace does. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If perhaps you should rethink your position in that cult. But don't throw out scriptures and weaponize the Bible to justify her wrongdoing. Don't do that. Because it's an insult to other Christians. You're sitting here talking about body shaming another black woman. I don't care about the color of her skin. And neither does God. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Despite that. That's why I bless God for the beautiful support that I have. People from all over the world support the Lady Luck Club. I don't sit here and get particular down to race. It's irrelevant. You're not going to go to heaven because you're black or white. You get your soul is judged, not your skin color. So why point out something so mundane and so moot to me about her being a black woman? I don't care. God doesn't either. Surprise, surprise. Can't make this up. Can't make that up. God doesn't care about nobody being a black woman. Your race doesn't get you into heaven. Might carry you to hell, but it won't get you into heaven. So that's it is what it is. I'm just saying, do you agree with everything she's doing if you're sitting here trying to justify with Bibles, with scripture? We don't misinterpret the Bible to twist it up to support someone's wrongdoing. That's hypocrisy. And that's the quickest way to make God mad. So good luck to that, because I don't want none of that coming your way. Everybody. We don't do that. We do not do that. I don't care about her being a black woman. I don't care. What's going on? S-Files. Oh, you don't agree? Okay, cool. I'm glad you did. That's all I'm saying. Let's not throw out scriptures I'm asking where's scripture support for her to get away with not paying her bills and her debtors. No, Jesus said, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. He never even told people not to pay their taxes. Can you believe it? Even Jesus understood the art of paying taxes while he walked this earth. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give to God what belongs to God. Jesus never encouraged someone to not pay their taxes, let alone the bills. He grew up and understand it. Jesus said, I was about that life. He was the son of a carpenter. They had to work. They lived check to check. They struggled. They weren't rich. Jesus had humble beginnings. Can't imagine somebody talking about Christ as king, but you don't want to pay your rent for 7 months. How'd that go? Come on now. Everybody say, hey, man, we're going to get started. Yeah, who about to get started? I'm just saying, let's not sit here and talk about before you all go talking about her being so right, trying to validate her and no. Nope. We don't do that. I don't care about her being black. I don't care about that. None of that. That's irrelevant. Oh, man. Amen. Amen. All right, y'all. Y'all ready? This is what episode from 5 days ago. Girl. Baal? She's talking about a pagan god. Y'all, I have not seen this crap. Because I can't watch it without you all. So, for the ones quoting scriptures, how do you feel about this title? The only time I see the word Baal is in the Bible, and it was a pagan god. You can't make this up. Why is she talking about stuff like this? Ugh. This is just, Candace, you are one disturbed person. You and your yeast infection. Can't make this up. And George in the closet. Candace obsessing over another woman and everybody gets in a frenzy. No one wants to ask the hard question. Candace, are you bisexual? Period. You like Erika Kirk in that way? Because otherwise, why are you obsessing over this woman? Oh, no. Do they need me to show the photo of her actually leaning up against another woman grabbing her butt? Do they need to see that? Because that's gross. Candace, why were you here touching that woman like that? I'm sure she did not welcome that in that photo. It's so crazy. She was pregnant. Y'all, she was pregnant doing this. And the woman was wet. Clothes wet, all this other stuff. You leaning up against her, grabbing her butt for a photo opportunity. Get out of here. This is a real picture. You can't make this up. Perhaps they need to see the picture. They can see, oh, she's not so perfect after all. No, she's not. She does things that's absolutely disturbing. That was disturbing to see that. It's disturbing. George, bring your behind out the closet. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that picture up so y'all can see. Because you can't make this stuff up. It's so weird. Hold on, I got it. I showed that at least 3 times. Taking a photo, leaned up against some woman. Here it is. Oh, Candace. Just so y'all can understand. Because you want to quote the Bible. I hope you quote the Bible in her chat as well. On her posts on Twitter X. I hope you're giving her biblical scriptures. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Make sure you're telling her all these things as well. Otherwise, it is hypocritical. Don't just comment in everybody else's chats throwing out scriptures, and you cannot do that with her. Forget the code. Throw them scriptures in her live streams. When she's premiering her videos, put them same scriptures in there and make the same points to her. Because last time I checked, she's a mere alien that is not perfect. She's not God. So make sure you're saying all these things you're saying to me in my chat. Go say them to her in her chat. I want to see you comment like this in her videos. That's all I'm saying. Don't be hypocritical. Explain this. Can anyone explain this? Explain this. Why is she doing this? Candace. Why you got your hand on this woman's behind? What's the scripture to condone this? Stop mocking the Bible. Make it God man. Where's the scripture to support this? Where is it? Tell me in the Bible. Where is this being supported? No. She's so perfect, right? You know, Christ is king and all. What is this? You think Jesus would approve of this photo? I want a scripture to support this picture. Come on. Where the Christians at? It's Sunday. Come on. They said she's so perfect and she's for president. This is what you want for president? Is this your leader? Is this your leader? What is this? Y'all see this? She's pregnant, leaned up against this woman, grabbing her butt. While this woman is drenched, wet clothes and all. Where is the Bible to support this photo? She did this on her own. No one told her to do this. Candace was in the mood. So she grabbed her butt and took this photo. I want to see a scripture to support this. No. Sweet James, I've seen comments in my chats where people, the bots, I guess the bots or the cult members, whatever, they're coming in here saying Candace for president because they still can't spell her name right. Now, I've seen at least 3 comments on that. I want to know where's the scripture to support this? Because they act like she's perfect. They treat her like she's a god. I'm just trying to figure out where's Jesus standing around in this photo where he's happy about this? And yet she obsesses over Erika Kirk. Yeah, make this make sense. See, I just go where the concrete evidence leads me. Here's a photo, and then we're about to see 4 videos of her obsessed over this same woman. Over an Erika Kirk, not that woman in the photo. So she's either grabbing women by the butt or obsessing over them. Either way, how do you not find that to be disgusting? Unless she goes that way. If she does, then Candace come out the closet too. You and George. I'll come out the closet, hold the hands. Oh my goodness. You can't make this out. Her husband is Catholic, so she became Catholic. Before that, what was Candace? Before she became Catholic, what was she? Candace goes where the wind blows. Right now, she's blowing in the same direction of her wealthy husband. Let's say he had a regular job. Would she be Catholic? Yeah, he's worth what 244 million. And thankfully they got a prenup. Good afternoon, son. I'm just saying here. I want to know where is God pleased with this? Y'all see that yellow arrow? She got a whole handful of butt there. She grabbed a chunk of butt. A chunk of butt in her hand right here. Y'all see this? This is not a joke. This is real. Take the comments off for a second. Y'all can see the full photo. She grabbed a hand. It was not a sleight of the hand. No, she went in and grabbed a hand chunk full of butt and said, yeah, and took the photo. Yeah, she's talking about, yeah. Yeah, look at that face. That face is like, yeah. Oh, good God. She was like, I'm not playing around with this. Let me grab as much as I can. You know, we're going to take this photo. We have to do it the right way. Bend over. Yeah, this is insane. What the? Yeah. Candace. Oh, man. Oh, it's funny what laughter can do for the soul, y'all. Sometimes you just got to laugh at things. Why get argumentative? I'm just going to laugh at it. Did y'all know that laughing helps to reverse the aging process? Y'all better get to laughing. Stop being so serious in life. It's Sunday. It's beautiful outside where I am. Laugh. Laugh a little. Get some giggles out. You know? But if you're married, go walk up to your spouse and just grab that butt and say, yeah. Go to your husbands and your wives right now and walk up to them and grab a chunk of butt. And say, yeah. Oh, Lord have mercy. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, all right. It's priceless. What time? Listen, we got to start laughing because, you know, we're about to go into Candace. Ugh. The White Walker has done 4 videos this week, and we're going to check them all out. In succession, we're going from the latest, the oldest to the most recent. All right. And in between, we'll check out the Daily Wire new video. And then at the end, we will check out Ami so we can keep this laughter rolling. Ugh. Y'all put a 1 in the chat when you're ready. I've got to speed this video up because Candace, you say a bunch of dumb things and it's ridiculous. I don't need to hear you say it in slow-mo. Okay, I just don't. You guys know where her channel is. If it's going too fast for you, I get it. But I'm here to listen and react, give my commentary. That's what I do. I being the queen of YouTube. I'm not here to kiss Candace's ass. I'm not gonna do it. Nor will I ever put my ass in the way for her to grab it. Just be careful if you walk past her. If you got a chunk of butt, she might just reach out and touch. Yeah. All right, let's get started, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's go.
Good evening, my fellow Goyam. How's that? God. I've decided that when you guys actually move to elect me the dictator of the United States, or maybe the dictator of the world, that's how I will greet you guys every night and bring you the news. I don't know how your weekend went, but I was marked safe.
Careful. You would have to beat me, and I'm queen of YouTube. Girl, bye, Felicia. She keeps talking about this dictatorship thing. Candace, we will beat your ass before you think you're going to be dictator of this country. Why don't you go buy your own land, move there, and then you could go be dictator, queen, president for life, however that goes, of your own commune with your cult. Take all your cult members with you. Now, are they like? Is there some land she can go purchase, like in Africa, in the continent of Africa? Because it's a continent, not a country. Is there any land there? Should we give her coordinates to help out? George, please leave the United States of America. We do not condone a dictatorship here. Your alien of a wife keeps talking about being a dictator. Not of this one. George, I have you know, we will beat the shit out of you and her before we sit here and let you think or her think y'all finna be a dictator. Excuse my profanity, I had to say it once. Beat the crap out of them. We're not gonna let them sit here and think they're gonna be dictators. What? Bye. Candace come to our planet trying to take over our country. Are you kidding? Candace, we're not in the mood for aliens to take over. We're just not.
From being in the Epstein files. Me, Yay, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, we were marked safe. Boy, oh boy, were we right. We were so right. This podcast, can I just say that it's actually aging like fine wine? Because this was me on like Thursday of last week. Take a listen. This is the synagogue of Satan. I do not go halfway with defending pedophiles. Goodbye. Are you out of your minds? I hate all of you. I think you guys are all a part of the same demonic entity. Your God is Satan. You guys are Baal worshippers. You will continue to kill and sacrifice children until you feel that demon rewards you. And I stand against
Candace,
you.
You're intense.
Yeah, this is how I feel about these people.
Intense.
They are satanic right and left at the top. I'm kind of feeling like I actually didn't go hard enough. Anyway, today we are going max like always. Welcome back to Candace.
Yeah, bye.
Start with the obligatory question. Are we still talking about the Epstein files? Are we still talking about those Epstein files? Yes, actually, we are, Trump. We are, man. I can't believe you're tangled up in this, that you would keep this a secret to protect the elites knowing what you know, what you most definitely know that they are up to. Because if we know, how could you not know? You know who was not surprised at all while reading through the Epstein files? Any person that's been watching the show. And of course, the people, especially the people that are in my book club. Shout out to the people that are in the book club. Because the book that we are currently reading is so on time right now. Quite literally, we're completing this book on Friday, Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. After having read previously The Assault on Truth, those people were not surprised at all because I took you through it. What Sigmund Freud and his B'nai B'rith Freemason boys actually believe about you, what they believe, how they have accomplished things as false dialectic, their means to accomplish running Western society, breaking apart Christian empires. Yes, he hated Christians. It's a fact. He wrote about it extensively. He hated Catholics. And yes, they perform rituals. That is not an imagination. It's not a conspiracy. The only conspiracy are those that are colluding to hide those facts. And now we can really stick our noses down at them. And no, I want to be clear. This is not Judaism. This isn't your grandma's Judaism. It's a cult mysticism. That's the way that it's able to move through seemingly all the faiths, right? Aleister Crowley. Well, how could you have the Star of David once upon a time? What was it, before 1914? That was the flag of Morocco. That's weird. That's not a Jewish nation. What does it actually symbolize? Occult mysticism. That's why it's on the cover of Aleister Crowley's books. If you're going to perform magic and rituals.
She's saying this as is a matter of a fact. And yet she has not even put up a photo of this or showed exactly how it is actually related to that. Well, this is cult of mysticism. The same cult that she's running, by the way. Candace is a cult leader. You know, it's funny how hit dogs would holler every time. Or aliens. A hit alien would holler every time. Especially White Walkers. Candace, you're a cult leader. We understand that you know a lot about how cults operate because you are a cult leader. But where's the proof on this? Are you making up terms? Is she just making up stuff? Cult of mysticism.
And yes, sorry guys, gotta wake up. It's Monday. We gotta get you there. They deem children to be a necessary part of their initiation rituals. This I'm going to read from you is actually a direct quotation from Sigmund Freud. Okay. The person that was hailed as a hero. We were in high school and middle school, and he's the father of modern psychology. Yeah, guys, that's kind of the problem. That is kind of the problem, actually.
Exactly.
Anyway, to contextualize this, he's writing a letter to his best friend, also the person he was having a gay affair with, who mentored him, Wilhelm Fleece. Now, I should skip to the part and tell you Wilhelm Fleece also molested his own son, Robert Fleece. Robert Fleece spoke about that when he got older. But Sigmund Freud is writing to Wilhelm Fleece after he gets initiated because they wait until you're 36 to initiate you into the occult mystic Kabbalah. Okay, I'm going to read you what he writes. He's referring to a patient.
Candace, you didn't even look up what the Star of David is. That's why I was like, what star is she talking about? I've never seen that on that flag from Morocco. What's she talking about? It's, S-File says, I put up a photo and she's wrong. That's not the star he used. What is she getting this stuff from? But she's not showing anybody anything as she talks. But, her coat. Like, yeah. They taking it all in and they're just grabbing butts and saying, yeah. Oh, it's the buffoonery of it all. They refuse to fact check her. I want that whoever's dropping all the scriptures in that, I want to make sure I see you drop scriptures on all her posts in X. In Twitter X. Yeah, drop those same scriptures over there on her. Let's be consistent about that. Because I truly believe that God does not believe in one-sidedness. Amen. Candace, you're ridiculous.
Who he previously hadn't understood before his initiation, who came in and she spoke to him about what she experienced when she was a child. He writes, imagine I obtained a scene, which means a patient was speaking to him about this, about the circumcision of a girl, the cutting of a piece of her labia, sucking up the blood, following which the child was given a piece of the skin to eat. He then fast forwards and he says, I dream, therefore, of a primeval devil religion whose rites are carried out. You gotta be aware of this is all real. It's not imagined. These are not kooky people on the internet that are telling you this. Quite the opposite. And then this guy, Jason Musso, who writes this book, writes that Freud is implying here that the Sabbaths were real events, part of a ritualized religion in which sexual perversions were acted out. So he was aware that this was happening. And in case you are not aware,
we don't even know who that is.
The background story there is wild, right? He was once an outcast in the very tight-knit, perverted psychology club in Vienna because he told the truth. He went to the morgue. He examined children who had died after they were horrifically murdered and sexually assaulted. And then he also saw patients who were children who were still alive.
You're gonna get these videos.
Get out of here. You can't be with us. You can't publish his paper. Oh no, what would the goyim think? He actually did publish his findings. And like I said, the pervert turned on him.
Now, Candace got sponsors, okay? So whether her video gets monetized on YouTube or not is irrelevant, even though I'm sure they are. But they don't, content creators with 30,000 supporters, they don't care about my videos. So her saying these trigger words like that, it doesn't help. It's as if she just acronym it, SA. Good grief, Candace, you're bad at this. You can't even read a book. SA. Why is she talking about this? Like she obsesses over the most disturbing things.
Then remarkably, at the age of 36, he partakes in a ritual during which he's welcomed into the club and he changes his mind and he writes to Wilhelm Fleece that he now understands. Okay, so that's what I just read to you. Like he now understands what is happening. And that is why you need to wake up and recognize that this is what is happening.
Well, y'all can go read that nasty ass sounding book. I can't have that read on my video. No, girl, bye.
Our world. And what he's referring to are ancient pagan festivals and ceremonies that center around the earth's cycles of death and rebirth. And so to make this extra clear to you, we are not in a war between monotheistic faiths. The people that we are fighting are effectively pagan gypsies who have been wearing the cloak of Judaism, I would say, since the fall of the missing Khazarian Empire. Khazars were a nomadic Turkic tribe who adopted Judaism in the 8th century. Now, Freud, this part is important. We're going to get to what's in Epstein's emails because, man, if I didn't tell you guys the truth, Freud himself was a racist, okay? He was a part, like I said, of the Freemason group in Iberith, which had, if you don't know what an Iberith is, you got to wake up, especially if you're in America, okay? That lodge.
No. You don't want to be American, remember? You're trying to be a dictator and you talking about you'd rather be Russian. When the hell are you moving to Russia? Because I literally will come help you pack if it means you going to Russia and never coming back. Candace, when are you leaving this country and going to Russia? Take all your followers with you. Bye, y'all. To all the candy ass cult supporters, bye. Enjoy your tenure in Russia. Wherever your cult leader goes, go with her. Do not stay behind. We don't have time for it. Go to Russia. And enjoy that free speech they have limited over there.
It's Jewish supremacists. They had everything to do with the Civil War in America. Yeah. They excel at creating the false dialectic, the North versus the South, the left versus the right. Ulysses S. Grant notoriously expelled Jews from his military district, Tennessee, Mississippi, Kentucky. You think he was just like what, another white supremacist? Everyone's just a white supremacist. I mean, they would have called him a white supremacist, or he was anti-Semitic. Everybody's just anti-Semitic. No, this had everything to do with what they were cooking up at these lodges, B'nai B'rith. That then subsequently became the ADL. After the ritualistic murder of a Catholic girl named Mary Fagan. There was no hiding that anymore. I don't care if Dennis Prager's going to write another letter and say, that's not true. This case is not real. It's happened so many times during the same dates, the same holiday season, all throughout history, that it is getting ridiculous to not acknowledge that this is true and this is real. And the Epstein files create an opportunity for us to discuss this, to hear the way they speak about us behind closed doors, exactly how Sigmund Freud spoke. It happened
so many times, but
it's racist.
Where's the evidence on that then? Bring up that documentation. You saying it happened is irrelevant. It means nothing. Your cult members will buy it, but not the rest of humanity that knows how to read. Look here, you dumb alien White Walker of a miscreant. Stop throwing out information when you cannot put up facts. Why didn't you put up a photo of this Star of David on this flag? So we can all see what you're talking about. Oh, it's because it doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist. Because, you would think she would just put up the photo while she's talking. Candace, you are bad at this. You can't make this up.
Right? I want to make it clear that this is, for them, a religious philosophy, a racist perspective that we are goyim, meaning cattle, that are meant to be herded and ruled over. I said this at the end of last year. I said this is how I am being treated because I don't listen to them. Hence their psychotic, obsessive, and frankly, their evil manner in which they have confronted me simply trying to move on in my life after realizing I don't want to work for Zionist psychopaths. I just don't want to do that if that's cool. To them, that's akin to a buck that won't break. How dare you? They feel as maybe you or I would feel if an animal beat us at a game of chess. That's what it feels like when Candace is just like, peace out, and her life is not subsequently ruined and over. And they will keep publishing things and calling me names. Everything she's saying is an anti-Semitic conspiracy until the emails drop. And Jeffrey Epstein, who worked on behalf of the Rothschilds, according to him, wrote that in an email, the Rothschilds, who credit themselves with having created which nation state? Oh, right, Israel, the same nation state that is having a bunch of women say that they were ritualistically abused in a forest by rabbis. That's happening in the Knesset right now, that nation state, saying that they were 3-4 years old when this happened. He's saying, those are my bosses, the Rothschilds. And here is a brief, but by no means an extensive coverage video that was put together by, I assume this guy must be Goy, right? Goy? Is he Goy? TikToker Contrarian put this together. Take a listen.
Israel is mentioned twice as much as Donald Trump in the new documents. Here he is discussing with Roger Schenck, a Jewish-American academic and hedge fund worker, saying Jews create vast fortunes by manipulating markets and creating financial speculation and exploiting labor. He says, let the Goyim deal in the real world. In a discussion with the Rothschild family, Epstein says if they overthrew the Ukrainian government, there would be great opportunities. The Rothschild family paid Epstein $25 million for certain algorithms. While talking to Peggy Seigel, August 7th of 2010, she asks if an event is going to be 100% Jewish. He says, no, they'll have Goyim in abundance. But don't worry, they're just brilliant wasps from JP Morgan. Joshua Finkelstein, BlackRock's Larry Finkelstein's son, is accused of not having any respect for non-Jews, seeing them as not human. This is from his ex-girlfriend, Svetlana. He pressures her to have an abortion. In 2017, Epstein has a conversation talking about if you want to hire the best people, you have to hire only Jews. Only hire those who can prove they are genetically Jewish. Maria Farmer, one of the first victims to come out and name Epstein.
I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Deland and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's.
Said that their operation was motivated by Jewish supremacy.
Anybody gonna say that that's not real anymore? Hey, really bad time, Rob McCoy, who wrote a public letter accusing me of being anti-Semite. Can you get some of that energy towards Israel, your masters? Because
I've never, ever had someone come up to me and say, you can't come in here because you're not Jewish. Has anyone ever gone to a restaurant or to a store, a movie, anywhere, and were denied service because you were not Jewish? When has that ever happened? And be honest, that has never happened to me. And I'm an African-American woman. Has anyone ever walked into an establishment in this chat? I'm curious. And you sat down, at a let's just start with a restaurant. You went to a restaurant and they serve a lot of food that Jewish people eat or something. Or you could tell Jewish people work there. And you were denied service because you were not Jewish. Has anyone ever experienced that? That's never happened to me. And I love a good gyro. I don't eat meat. I don't eat beef or pork, but I love lamb meat. I do eat some meat, but now I don't eat beef or pork. But I love a good lamb meat. I love a good gyro with lamb meat cooked. And I mean, like, oh, grilled lamb meat with just the right amount of, tzatziki sauce, mint. Oh, my good Lord. With some fresh lettuce and tomatoes. It just, in a pita bread. Wrap it up and toast it for mama. Are you kidding me? I have never been denied service. And I'm African American. I'm black. I've never been denied service. Anybody has gone through that, please let me know. Because I'm curious. If you've been denied service because you weren't Jewish, I promise you, I will set a segment aside and give you the floor and let you talk about your experience. Because I've never heard of that in my life. Have you been denied service? I don't have to explain what they choose to do if they want to have a business. We can have black daycares. Have you been denied service? That's what I want to know. I want to know if it's happened to you directly. Has anyone in here ever been denied any service because they were not Jewish? It's either a yes or no. Either you've gone through that or you haven't. Yeah, this is so crazy.
Don't have them be mine. I can't. I recognize it for what it is. It's using money, finances to whip people into shape, so to speak. I know, like I said, the true history of the slave trade, and the amazing ability to write themselves out every time is really special. It's super unique. And like I said, you want to know what happened to America, you have to start to trace the lineage of the B'nai B'rith lodges. Look at, probably books, obviously, that you would never, ever be able to read in high school. You have to start to conduct research independently.
Candace,
Ben Shapiro's family, ancestors, B'nai B'rith, okay? Barry Weiss, B'nai B'rith. That's why when you see these differences and amongst Jewish people, they want you to make the mistake of thinking that this is what all Jews are doing. And it's not true. Okay. There's such a fundamental difference between a Dave Smith and a Ben Shapiro. I have a suspicion that I could quit working. Like if I just texted Dave Smith and I said, I don't want to be friends or ever work together in any capacity ever again, I got to feel like he would just let me move on in my life. I got this suspicion that he wouldn't. But you could see that there's like something else brewing when it comes to people like Barry Weiss and Ben Shapiro. They can't let these things go because they view themselves as supposed to.
You're the only one obsessing over TPUSA, Erika Kirk, Charlie Kirk. No one's obsessing over that, but you. We're just laughing at you, Candace. She said she knows the history of the slave trade. Candace, no, you don't. You literally said that Jewish people were the ones that had us in slavery. Jewish people. That's her knowledge of the slave trade. That's what she said with no evidence. No evidence. Every slave master that ever existed in the United States of America, Candace is claiming they were all Jewish. Every single one of them were Jewish. Never mind the fact that Jewish people were also being ostracized and being harmed and killed during civil rights movement for helping black people during Jim Crow. They were shot, killed, they were essayed, they experienced all the stuff as well. They were discriminated against. The Klan don't like Jewish people either, or blacks. But yet, Jewish people were the ones that were the slave masters in the United States of America. This is her knowledge of history. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, God.
Supposed to be over us, right? And they also won't criticize people like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, in case you did not pay attention to what was termed Pizzagate back in 2016, the short of it is that the DNC email server got hacked, and off of those emails, they were published publicly by Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, and there was a strange amount of references to pizza parties, grown adult men, government employees, men, referring to pizza in ways and within a context that made it seem as though they obviously were not referring to literal pizza, having had parties on ranches and referring to pizza. I'm going to give you an example here. This email went to John Podesta. It was sent to him from someone named Catherine Tate. These are very old, obviously, or else we would have hidden her email. She writes, "Hi, John. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related."
Because, Name all the slave masters that existed during slavery in the United States of America. And then tell me all the ones that are slave masters that are Jewish. All of them. Because she said that all of the slave masters were Jewish. See, I don't need to put words in her mouth. I just take what she said, and then I formulated it to a question to use against her. She said the slave masters, the people who had us in captivity, were Jewish people. That means that every slave master in the United States of America was Jewish. Name them, so we can find out if they're actually all Jewish. I highly doubt Candace can name the slave masters. But name them, so we can find out if they're all Jewish. Because every slave master in the U.S., as she said, is Jewish. The Jews were the ones that had Africans in slavery. So I'm just starting with the U.S. here because this is the country I live in. So name all the slave masters so we can find out if they were all Jewish. It's that simple. If she's right, she's right. If she's wrong, she's dead ass wrong, and I don't mind telling her. For her to make these blanket statements like this with no evidence, when she can't even name all the slave masters, it's disturbing. But name all the slave masters, and then we'll find out one by one if they were Jewish. We'll find out. Because I'm sitting here like, why is she rewriting history like this? Be factually correct. Name all of the slave masters in the United States of America, and we will find out if they're Jewish. That's it. It's that simple. Name them all. Name them all. Name them all. Our cult members don't have no power over here. They can pout. Let them pout in the chat, y'all. Let the chat flow. Let them pout in the chat. They're not proving anything. They're not naming one person. They're not naming all the slave masters. We will find out if they're Jewish. It's that simple. That's it, right? You want to prove a point? Prove a point. Name all the slave masters in the United States of America, and we will find out if they're all Jewish. Bottom line, because that's what your cult leader just said.
Is it yours? They consented if you want. I know you're busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it. Also, weird specific orders of pizza and hot dogs. That was the beginning of that entire scandal that they tried to downplay and pretend that it was crazy. Well, I should let you know the FBI has already formally acknowledged that pizza is used as a code word amongst pedophiles. So that's not an illusion. That's real. No conspiracy needed. Epstein emails, people are diving back in there. What are we to make of these 900 plus emails referring to pizza in real ways? You guys can look through these
the
yourself.
Slave master.
Okay. Of course, there are the Jeffrey Epstein emails, some emails which we're never going to see, and photos that we're never going to see regarding murder, killing people, calls to kill people. I'm sure they're going to explain this the way everybody's joking all the time. Todd Blanche has already come out and said that they're sparing us the videos. So we should just assume that there are graphic videos that pertain to death based on his statement. And I'm going to pivot here to just one example of a very strange email, which was covered by James Lee. Take a listen.
Why is this name redacted? You would think the DOJ would want to investigate someone who sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, quote, I give you permission to kill him. Well, thankfully for all of us, the DOJ sucks at their job. And there's actually another version of that email that is less redacted, or more accurately, poorly redacted. Check this out. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Olga. He lied to you. He lied to me. And you can kind of make out the name here to be one Susan Hamblin. Here's an enhanced image. You can read right there, Susan Hamblin. So who is Susan Hamblin? Well, she is evidently a financial advisor and founder of the adoption agency Kids to Families. Looks like the agency no longer exists, but I was able to find this archive in the Wayback Machine. At this point, we still don't know who Olga is, but according to reporting, it says that the only time the name has come up in the Epstein case is when his former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, recounted getting a massage from a woman of the same name at Epstein's place. Now, interestingly, a few years ago, Susan Hamblin sued News Group Newspapers, the publisher of The Sun, who had printed that Susan Hamblin had groomed and procured a 16-year-old woman to be sexually abused by Epstein and told her that Epstein would kill her and her family if she told anyone what Epstein had done. They've since removed those articles and agreed to pay her substantial compensation. But one Sue Hamblin can be seen in this photo with Jeffrey Epstein describing her to be his alleged assistant, as well as this photo of her leaving Jeffrey Epstein's New York City apartment, describing her as a long-term confidant. A lot of stuff going on here, but the lesson is that this is all information that the DOJ wants to hide from us, but thank goodness the internet is still undefeated.
Also, I love that he's wearing a CIA t-shirt. James, great work. So many independent journalists, thankfully for independent journalists, or this would have all been buried. I mean, if you just look to what the public was trying to say, they've even been trying to rehabilitate some of these people. Alan Dershowitz, it's unbelievable that this man has gone through so many people like Mark Levin and, of course, Barry Weiss, always the staunch defenders of Israel. Nothing to see here, nothing to look at. People, this was going viral this weekend, people rightfully going back and examining Ben Shapiro, once again, working diligently, as he did with Pizzagate, to tell people to dismiss the Epstein emails because he had sources and everything we needed to know was already out. Take a listen.
She went out there and claimed there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. I also have sources in the federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are just child porn. That's all. That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay, as far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my sources is that there is no Epstein list. That basically there's a black book of Jeffrey Epstein contacts. And the vast majority of those contacts are already out there publicly. That's why you know names like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz or some of the names that have been mentioned here. Those contacts, there's no evidence, according to the DOJ and the FBI, and again, that's public. There's no evidence that any of those third parties were having girls trafficked to them. And that is not evidence that was made clear, certainly, to the DOJ or the FBI. Here is Tucker then asserting that it was actually Mossad. Again, without evidence, not a shock. Of course, this is where Tucker was going. This has become the hot speculation on the internet, is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, said, quote, as a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. And in fact, I followed up with the former prime minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli government. He was prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison.
I didn't watch this whole clip. This is hilarious.
And so Israel since then has not spied on the United States with Mossad.
Okay, guys. Well, there you have it. It's just, I don't know how he does it with a straight face. I was like, well, I mean, guys, there's millions of emails, but don't even it's like, Mossad hasn't been doing nothing. I know it seems weird because BB's like always here or whatever, and we seem to be doing their thing everywhere. But the Mossad just said in 90 days, they were like, I'm a chill. And they haven't done a single thing here at all. I know it might look that way. Miriam Adel said she doesn't even know their name. She doesn't know who they are, actually. She's doing her thing and she's giving Trump $200 billion, but it ain't got nothing to do with the Mossad. So I just wanted to bring you that stunning report from Ben Shapiro. Thank you for clarifying, Ben.
Candace, you realize just because you said it does not make it a fact. Once again, where's the evidence? She hasn't posted up anything. Just because you're saying that's not the case, it wasn't them, that doesn't make it a fact. Your cult members do think that, but no, that doesn't make it a fact. The definition of the word implies that you have documentation and evidence. Post that up. You just saying, nope, that's not it. That's not factually based. I'm tell you all right now. The reason why I'm being absolutely silent in this is because this whole stuff with the Epstein files, I personally am one where I want to read it myself. Like I don't, because I don't have to trust anything that Candace says. She lies so much. I don't trust a damn thing she says. The same documents that are out there for her to read, I can read. I just don't understand what's her point about this ball worship crap. Why is she sitting here taking out an hour to talk about a paganistic God? What are you doing?
Nicki Minaj also went off in a series of tweets after it was revealed that Jay-Z was mentioned in one of the emails. Now, I'm going to wait for a little more information regarding this email because I don't want to be first to publish, because they are now saying that some of these emails came in later when people were allowed to then just flood the FBI with reports. That might not be right either. So just give me some more time to look into it. But the point is Jay-Z was mentioned here, and it was in the context of being with Harvey Weinstein, watching somebody be assaulted. I'll definitely have more for you guys. And basically a bunch of people rightfully unfollowed Jay-Z. I have not been a Jay-Z fan for a very long time. It is very obvious. He sold this out to the feds. He's clearly working for the feds. I have always believed that the individual that came forward and was honest about what was happening with Diddy and Cass and talking about how the feds do deal with rappers. They give them tons of money and then they move drugs in. that just felt like the correct thing, like my assumption when it came to Jay-Z.
I'm waiting on this money. They
Obviously
want
what
me
he was
to have it
involved
so
in.
bad.
And
Send it to
so,
me.
yeah, Nicki Minaj had a lot to say because she feels vindicated in many ways
Kinda
about
insult. Somebody
speaking
want
about how the hip hop
77
industry
grand?
works, that you
Send
have
it
to
to
get
me.
involved with a lot of this stuff. And if you don't, they will
Boo.
essentially blackball you.
Pay
And
my
you know
rent.
what? Ye has spoken about how you get blackballed in the industry. He was obviously too sleepy and never got to those tweets that he was going to author because he was very tired and he needed a nap. But he was about to let loose on a bunch of people who were doing the blackballing. And I do very much believe that Jay-Z is a part of that. That, like I said, feels to me like common sense. And I think more
Now
will
she's
come
gonna
out and
defend Jay-Z.
people
What?
are unfollowing him. Anyways, here's what Nicki Minaj had to say. She wrote, "Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However,"
She's reading a post from a rap artist that wrote the song Anaconda. My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't. You all understand Nicki Minaj was a rap artist who wrote a song named Anaconda, talking about male private parts. My anaconda don't want none unless you got what, son? This person. Somehow she's become a conduit of facts and evidence. You know, like a scholar of some sort. I can't make this up. Ah, this Chucky Candace. She put a picture of you holding up a wine glass. Y'all know Candace is the bride of Chucky.
the jig is up. And yeah,
They sit here now, they just love
not
Nicki
the first person in
Minaj.
Hollywood to say that. I mean, we every time we show you things, even when we
Forgot
showed you
about
the
her rap
CERN
music.
activity that was happening, which somebody caught on tape, they just came out and were like, "Oh, we were just faking. That was just like fun. That's what scientists do. They dress up in the middle of the night and pretend to stab
good.
women before a statue of Shiva." That's kind of what they told us about CERN. I just don't know how much could be in our face anymore before we wake up and realize these people are ruling over us and they win when we're fighting with each other. That's just
Y'all.
reality. I really don't see how you can have a ton of success in Hollywood and not be in the club, because Hollywood was founded upon this. Hollywood Babylon, we spoke to you about this. In our book club, they quite literally imported people from Vienna, where Sigmund Freud was, where his boys were. They imported them and they made them directors, they made them actors, they made them actresses, and they were tasked with destroying Christianity, just as they were doing upon the European continent. I don't have time to tell you guys about World War II. Just assume that everything that they told you is incorrect and upside down. They're lying about what happened yesterday.
She said, I don't have time to tell you. Hold on, because, you know, facts don't, she just has no facts. Of course, she doesn't read. No. She just said, I don't have time to tell you all about this. Just assume. No, that's the problem. You and your dumb coat keep assuming. You're not presenting any facts or evidence. Why do you want people to assume something about World War II? Are you kidding? The one time you can be factually correct, you don't have time for it. Girl, back, Felicia.
They made them actors, they made them actresses, and they were
bad at
tasked
this,
with
Candace.
destroying Christianity, just as they were doing upon the European continent. I don't have time to tell you guys about World War II. Just assume that everything that they told you.
See, look at that. I don't have time to tell you all about World War II. Just assume that everything, just assume. You know, assumptions have landed people in the ground. There are people 6 feet under because of an assumption. Amen to that, because it's Sunday. Amen. People are dead in the ground because of an assumption. Because they failed to act. They failed to seek the knowledge they needed to know. They failed to get the facts and the evidence. They made an assumption and they're no longer here with us. Why would you want anybody? I don't want her coat assuming nothing. I want them to read. Because they already are going on this assumption based on what she said, that all slave masters who had black people in slavery from the continent of Africa are Jewish because they lack reading skills and comprehension. And now she's encouraging people to assume even the more, as opposed to read and gather facts and evidence for themselves. She's not even saying that. Hey, I don't have time to go over a brief history of this, but here's a website and a link and a couple books I recommend you all read as a part of your fact-finding, expedition, gathering evidence and information so that you can understand why I'm making this point. No, she's not even doing that. She's saying assume. Why? Candace, you do enough assumptions on your own. The 2 to 3 million viewers you get daily, you're telling them to continue to assume but not read. You're bad at this, Candace. So the more they assume, the more ignorant they remain, because they're not going to read. They're just going to take what she says as the gospel. Because she never lies, and she never tells the truth, neither, but she never lies to them. She gives facts, even though she's telling them to assume. Just assume this. In the absence of evidence, assume. No, in the absence of evidence, go find it. Seek and you shall find. What's the person that was dropping the Bible scriptures? What's the scripture to that? Ask and you shall receive. Knock and the door will be open unto you. Seek and you will find. If you go out and seek information and evidence and facts, you'll find it. That's not something that's going to fall in your lap. You might have to read. She's saying assume. Why? Just assume everything is... No. That's a problem. Stop assuming. This is why this cult is not getting any more smarter than they already are. Because they're not reading. They're just making assumptions. And then they're going based on what she says as facts. Why? She's telling you all to assume. Once again, don't read anything. Facts be damned, I guess. You can't make this up. No one owes Candace Owens a damn thing. We don't owe her loyalty. We don't owe her trust. We don't owe her anything. We don't have to trust what she says. We don't have to make assumptions either. When you have information at your fingertips, Google. And all thy getting, get some understanding. Where's the lady that was dropping the scriptures? Can you drop that scripture in there? In all thy getting, get some understanding. How are you getting understanding by just making assumptions? Wouldn't you have to have some knowledge? Knowledge doesn't come just by listening to Candace Owens. No, you're going to have to read. You're going to have to do some research. I want to know every slave master that has ever had black slaves names so that we can find out whether or not they were Jewish. Because she said that Jewish people are the ones enslaving blacks. History is wrong with no evidence. Not like she ever showed a list of actual slave masters and said, here, based on their DNA and genetics, they were Jewish. Here it is. Here are the results. Laziness. Send me the list of the names. Every slave master. Because we want to find out now if they're Jewish. See, that's how you gather facts and evidence. Just throwing out blanket statements is not a fact. And she's telling you all to assume. That's the last thing they should be doing. A cult member should not be thinking. They should be reading. You can't make this up. Candace, you're an idiot.
Is incorrect and upside down. They're lying about what happened yesterday. They sure as hell are not telling us the truth about what happened during World War II.
Yeah,
and I just don't really care what you call me. It's time for everyone to wake up. And we're not getting all these files, obviously. They are protecting a ton of people.
Just assume.
The fact that you can't find like the Adelsons in here is completely ridiculous. The people that are still in power, like they're active agents in America today, are all being protected, which is why it was super interesting to see them sort of throw Peter Thiel under the bus. That was interesting. Like I said, you can trace this stuff through politics, through Hollywood, the Jewish occultist mystics that established these industries. But Peter Thiel, his emails went up there, and it ain't good for JD Vance. I'll tell you that right away. I think this is plausibly the biggest scandal to come out of I guess I should say, the most consequential thing to come out of these emails that I can see right now. There's millions to go through. So we'll have more, and we'll be reporting on more. But JD Vance, he was they had him there, right? Like he's going to be running in 2028. He's not been leaning super into the Zionist stuff. He seems to be abstaining, has been quiet during the whole Epstein thing. It definitely didn't seem like he agreed with it. But everyone knows that Peter Thiel effectively funded JD Vance's career. He probably had something to do with JD Vance getting the deal with Netflix to do his book, A Hillbilly Elegy, I think it was called. And Peter Thiel, who was mentioned early on as being someone who was friends with Epstein, went on to Rogan at the end of last year and sort of intimated that he really didn't know Epstein that well, but spoke to him mainly just about math because he knew about taxes and how to avoid them. Take a listen.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think.
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically, and I didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about
exactly,
it.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay. And so,
but you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. There was certainly was the illusion through all these other people that I trusted. Reid, who introduced us, was,
I'm not going to fact check her for what? She the one bringing forth the allegation.
Maybe too focused on business networking, but
to the cult members in here talking about I should look something up. No, she needs to look it up and present it to us.
Epstein gets arrested for the second time. We're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And thought about it, he did, because he was emailing Jeffrey Epstein a lot, meeting up with him a lot. Definitely sounds like they were very close, inviting him to the island. Basically, this guy's going to be here from Europe. Also, you should come this weekend. They were together all throughout New York, constantly messaging each other. It is not a good look. There is no question these two were friends. And I do not accept that the person who's effectively spying on all of us, he's got to deal with the military through Palantir, by the way, should be clear. He also, Palantir boys were put onto Fort Huachuca Air Base in July. We'll get into that later. And now we're supposed to believe that he just like, I couldn't look in any further. I had no context to figure out what Epstein was accused of. And I decided to still be friends with him, despite all the allegations, despite him admitting to what he did, right? He caught a plea deal via Acosta, who was told to leave Epstein alone. That's if Acosta is to be believed, that's the reason why he had to basically give him a slap on the wrist. And we're supposed to believe Peter Thiel, with all of his resources, just went, trust me, bro, I'm not buying it. And this is now a major problem for JD Vance. It is. Just, there's no other way to say it. JD Vance is going to have to answer for this. This is not going to be something he can wiggle around. And I don't think he is going to make a statement on Peter Thiel. I think that's going to be interesting. That is going to be very interesting, the implications of that. But also interesting that they threw Peter Thiel under the bus, because they're protecting the other homies. Like I said, I expect the Kushners to be in here. Obviously, his connections to the Mossad. I mean, there's a little bit. He's setting up meetings, Bibi Netanyahu, Ehud Barak's all over it. He's writing emails and making kind of some jokes, which suggest like about Robert Maxwell and things of that nature. But they've cleaned this up majorly. I also expected to see some other names, which would bring us a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder, in my opinion. So we're getting something. We are not getting anywhere near everything. And that's why Thomas Massie is demanding for there to be more of a release. And also, these should be unredacted. If you're talking about murdering people, we should be allowed to see that. We should be able to see exactly who is sending all of these emails when you're speaking about children and the things that you are doing to children in ritualistic acts. Anyways, the next thing I want to say, interestingly enough, is that last week on Thursday, the timing of this is incredible, but Andrew Colvett and alleged Mikey McCoy and his wife went down to meet with the White House, and they wanted the public to think that they were in Arizona. They ran this interview with Kash Patel on Charlie Kirk's show, which is supposed to be live every day. You can fake a live, you can make it a pre-record, but it's interesting that they were actually meeting with top brass at the White House. I'm looking for details about what that meeting was about, because I just need to know. There's a lot about pageantry in these emails. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein was practically picking these girls to win pageants. There's obviously a lot about his real estate empire, and they have conveniently redacted the names of some of these beauty queens, which I find to be a little bit suspicious. With what I know about Jeffrey Epstein and the way that he was moving with Jean-Luc Brunel and going to these industries like Victoria's Secret, like Miss Universe, and I think that's how Trump is caught up into it and is also being rinsed out of these files. They were trafficking through these organizations. We know this for a fact, modeling organizations like M Model Management with Jean-Luc Brunel. And so I'm going to need that all redacted. I want to know who are all these pageant queens that he was speaking to. He was asking to see portfolios of women virtually at all of the schools in New York. He was basically running New York City. I want to know everything. Which brings me to Erika Kirk, of course, because she made it clear that she first and foremost wants JD Vance in the White House. That was kind of a bizarre push at AmFest right away. And we have been working to verify her Fort Huachuca alibi. And we're having some major problems. More about that when we get back from a quick sponsor break. All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year Preborn helped rescue over that Gilgamesh was by skincare.com. Do you guys ever wonder why Hillary Clinton in those WikiLeaks emails was asking a few days before we invaded Iraq? She was trying to locate Gilgamesh's tomb. I don't know if you guys read the Epic of Gilgamesh. I certainly did when I was at university. Effectively, it has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. Okay, so think of the Tower of Babel. We can build society. We're greater than God. Why would Hillary Clinton be looking for that tomb in Iraq. That's what Gilgamesh is featured in Iraq, present day Iraq. Yeah, okay. So you got to wake up, guys. It's all real. They made you think that this was hocus pocus. It's not. They are practicing ancient witchcraft. Who knows what they were going to attempt to do with that. But a lot of our activities in the Middle East have nothing to do with a war on terror. In fact, we kind of are the terrorists. We're being honest, and what the CIA has been up to, kind of are the terrorists. That's how you kill 1 million Iraqis, by just lying and saying they're weapons of mass destruction. No, they just mass murdered people, but they are also destroying ancient sites. The reason for that is because you cannot, as they want to be, this is what the AI future is about, they want there to be no past, and they will control the ever present, right? You say this happened yesterday, they'll delete a file. It didn't happen yesterday anymore. So they want to go back and they want to destroy all of these relics. That's why there's obsession with getting into Armenia, which they're working on right now, Iraq, Iran. That's exactly what I think. Iran is another place where there's so much history, but they have not been successful in destroying the ancient temples, which show you that the Star of David, it was never associated with Judaism. Jews, please wake up. The Kiddush cup, that is a traditional symbol of Judaism. It even says this on Wikipedia, that this did not emerge until the 17th century.
Wait, no, hold on. Didn't you say not to get any information on Wikipedia? Didn't Candace say that? When it comes to her and George Farmer's value and what they're worth? Or we should not read Wikipedia for that. But here, she's citing Wikipedia as her basis for her evidence. Any other time, though, how dare you use Wikipedia? How dare you? The audacity. People are looking at my finances as if Wikipedia is accurate. How dare you? Are you kidding me? God. Candace, you dumb alien. First of all, why not understand the scripture? Like, who are you talking about? What is going on here? We're back and forth in and out the Bible that you're misquoting. And now you're talking about Wikipedia as your direct source of information. But any other time, don't use Wikipedia to find out how much money I'm worth. Make that make sense? Candace, you don't get to dictate when people use Wikipedia. And then she's demanding information for redactions of beauty queens and stuff. For what? For you to dox them and harass them? Once again, y'all. Once again, she's going after the women. Who the hell is it? Candace, I've never seen somebody obsessed like this over other women like this. Like, it's disturbing, Candace. You're disturbed. You want to know about all these beauty queens, but you don't. What about all these male strippers? Why you can't go find out who they are? I don't understand. I want to know all about the beauty queens. Unredacted information about the beauty queens. Send me all the beauty queens information. All of them. For what? Now these women got to sit here because they were simply a part of a pageant. And they got to worry about you and your dumbass cult coming after them to dox them and harass them online. For what? They can't live in peace because of you. Because Candace keeps obsessing over beauty queens and other women. Girl, just come out the closet. You can't make this up.
Right, 1666 was when that guy who was a mystic declared himself to be the Messiah, and they adopted this symbol because it's actually from Solomon's seal. It's the people that believed that Solomon's ring held power. And I want to show you this because they have done a very good job of destroying a lot of these relics of these Baal temples, but they have not done a complete job. They are making sacrifices to Baal. That is the sacrifice that these pagans are making with constant bloodshed of children. Now, I want to show you this. I don't know if you have pulled this in yet, Skylar. Some of these relics, like in Baalbek, Lebanon,
needs to be fired.
Yeah, here we go. This is still present today, but obviously Israel is trying to take over Lebanon right now. That won't be here for a very long time. And then we have another Baal temple. Here you can see that Star of David, which is also all over Aleister Crowley, not a Jew, all over his books on ritualistic magic.
What y'all saying? What's she looking at? Y'all point it out to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Where is it? What, man, Candace? Why don't you just move to Lebanon? Go move to Iraq or Iran. Go move there. Go move to Gaza, Palestine. You're such a strong proponent of it. Why don't you just go move there? I don't understand. That way you don't have to worry about what the U.S. is doing over here. You can't make this up. Why are you mad about the decisions the U.S. is making? Go move over there to Palestine, and then you don't have to worry about what's going on here in the United States of America. No one's forcing you to be here. You don't like what's going on? Okay. I mean, we don't care, but whatever. Why don't you just move? You want to be Russian so bad. Look, I'm all for it. I'm all for you moving to Russia. Go ahead. Just don't come back. We have to have something in writing from Putin that he will never, ever let these people return. That's all we want. Keep them. All of them. Where do y'all see the Star of David at? Where is it? Where is it in this photo? Oh, Lord. First I get a headache listening to her. That's why I have to listen with you all. Y'all, if we got to get a headache listening to this, at least let's get a good laugh out of it. And we can all have a headache together. Where's the Star, David? Do y'all see that in this photo? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Is that the star over here? Where my arrow is? Y'all see my arrow? Is that it? Or is that it? Where is it? I see a pillar. I see some little circles. There's a pentagon looking thing. Where is that? Does she know what the Star of David looks like? Does Candace? What the hell? Candace, what are you talking about? Cantifa hates America. She does. She does not like the United States of America. I don't see it either. Melinda says she's trying to say Israel and U.S. is destroying history. That's furthest from the truth. It's been terrorists and ISIS is destroying stuff. I watch a lot of history documentaries. They have said all of this. Yeah, and I'm sure they probably give her evidence too. Do y'all see the star? She can't give not one bit of evidence. That's what's so crazy about this, Melinda. She won't even point out on this photo where the Star of David is. Can't see the star. I don't see it. Baal is title that goes before the name, not the name. Oh, okay. I got you. If you see the hexagon in the middle, there's a triangle on each flat part of the hexagon. Hexagon in the middle. Hexagon is 6 parts, right? Let me take out this caption right quick. Okay, are you talking about here? Right there. Y'all see my arrow? Okay, I see it. Yeah, this stone is so worn down. It's hard to see that. Okay, so this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Y'all see that? And then there's something here in the middle. Is that what she's talking about? I don't even know what is supposed to be on this side over here. It's so worn down. It's hard to tell what that is. That's why it's hard to see a Star of David in this. Well, what are we supposed to be seeing on the inside of that? No reply. Why don't she look into the Clintons one time? Hillary says to be in child. Oh, child. Oh, Lord. I don't see a star. That's crazy. You think she would look into anyone else? She hates Trump right now. You know, she's just kind of like mad at Trump. She's just mad at Trump. Who knows? Somebody called me a leftist. I am apolitical. Early up in the chat, someone said, you must be a leftist something. I'm not left or right. I don't let anybody put me in a box. I'm the queen of YouTube. You know, you might as well just go all the way there. No one puts me in a box. No one puts baby in a box. No one puts LLC in a box. Politics does not pay my bills. Money does. I don't sit here and put all that energy in it. I don't pick one party over another. I go for what's right and wrong. There's some great people on both sides. And I bless God for all of you all supporting me here. I have a mixture audience, and I'm not gonna hear and I've never been, leaning one party over the other. Just I don't have to be that way. Yeah, somebody said I was a leftist. Child. Why Candace is bashing everything conservatism. Can't make this out. Well, child, Candace, they're gonna evict you out the conservative party if you don't stop this nonsense, because they're not going to sit here and let their party be destroyed because of you. They're just not gonna let that happen. It's like the Egyptian planes conspiracy. Eventually fact checked and debunked. 90% made up. That is Candace in a nutshell. Exactly. Y'all see it? Okay, so No Reply says, yep, soon on there. And there are triangles on each flat part. It's not a Star of David, just like the swastika. Here's a symbol before Hitler. Okay, she forgets that people worshipped all kinds of gods in those nations before they became Islamic nations. Exactly. When it says they're saying U.S. military was stealing relics, that was only half truth. It was a citizen stealing the historical relics and selling them on the black market. Some relics were recovered from U.S. citizens. Yeah. The best part of the LLC, we all can disagree on whatever we like, but we love each other for who we are, and the topics here are about truth, not size. Exactly. Thank you, No Reply. I appreciate that. I people thought I was playing when I said send me the name of all the slave masters so we can find out if they're Jewish. Like that's not a joke. If Candace wants to sit here and say that, my descendants were slaves to Jewish people, I'm gonna fact check that. Because obviously she's not gonna read about it and she's not gonna present any evidence on that. So I'm gonna look it up. That's all I'm saying. Some of her cult members took that as a hidden dig. That's not a hidden dig. No, send me the names. Go to your cult leader and tell her, can you give us all the names of the slave masters so we can find out if they're Jewish? Because Lady Luck Club is not going to let this die. She's the queen of YouTube. Can't make this up. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. She's out. Hey, Juju, how you doing, honey? What's going on? So what am I supposed to be seeing inside of this here? If you have any questions, ELLC email, I'll get you any info you ask for. I got your back. Thank you so much. No Reply. And I'm just trying to figure out here, like, okay, so she's saying this is the Jewish star here. What are we supposed to be getting out of this? I guess what is her point? Like, Candace says so much weird stuff without evidence. Aleister Crowley, not a Jew. But he got this over here. I mean, I don't understand. It's like Charlie Kirk not being Catholic, but he admires, Catholic churches because of, the beauty of the buildings and stuff. Why is she finding this hard to believe? Someone who's not a Jew actually using a reference of this star in their architecture. Is that what she's having a problem with? So because he's not a Jew, he shouldn't be using this star in his architecture? Is that what she's trying to say? Candace, what the hell is the point?
His books on ritualistic magic is the quote unquote Star of David. You have to know this. The symbol is everything to them. And I implore the Jewish community, you're so diligent at learning history. It's sitting right there. Start with Sigmund Freud, something recent, if you will, and then just start working backward. That's kind of what I did when I recognized these fringe movements. The Frankist cult long speculated that Jacob Frank was funded by the Rothschild family. Well, we certainly know Jeffrey Epstein was, according to him. He was funded by the Rothschild family. So all these rumors about the Rothschilds are probably not rumors. They just have a lot of money and they pay people off. It's how you get these pastors to lie, these all across all religions that will lie and dissuade their people. And again, nobody can give you a reason as to why the Moroccan flag, the flag of Morocco, was a 6-pointed Star of David. Now it's 5 stars, but it was 6 stars. When the Alawite dynasty, I hope I'm saying that right. Saying that right. The Alawite dynasty, probably not saying it right.
No, she's not saying it right. Candace, you dumb White Walker. Look, what are you doing? What is she talking about? Jewish people do not worship items or stars, menorahs. It's idolatry to them. They are symbols of hope, not symbols of worship. That's why I don't understand. What is her point in this? What is she trying to prove? I want to, God, I don't do this often, but I'm doing this right now. To the candy ass cult members, comment to the chat and tell me exactly what is her point in this. Because you all obsess over everything she says. What is she trying to prove right now? Because to me, it sounds like she's trying to say, why is he using the symbol if he's not Jewish? What? You know how many artists have used symbols that they may not, simply because they're not a part of that culture or tradition or religion, does not mean that they could not have used whatever symbol it is because they admire the beauty of it. They admire the artwork, the crafts. Like it's like saying I'm not Catholic, But it doesn't mean that I can't look at a Catholic church and look at, the paintings and find that to be awe-inspiring. Isn't that the same thing she said about Charlie Kirk? He admired the Catholic church buildings. He thought the paintings, the windows, everything, all of that was just beautiful to him. He just admired it. The craftsmanship of it all. He appreciated the work they put into building those buildings. And the artwork and the framing. Doesn't mean he was Catholic. So what is she trying to say? God, y'all. Go, Felicia.
Began to take over. What have they been doing in Morocco, guys? They have been, Aleister Crowley, why do you think they all traveled to Morocco? Going back to Macron, he loved Andre Gide. They were molesting Muslim kids. That's the reason. And that's...
Oh, my God. Candace. Girl, if you don't learn how to speak properly, stop saying this stuff. You're going to give people's videos flagged, you idiot.
Cutting back into the Charlie Kirk story, something amazing, and I cannot believe I missed this, okay? So I suddenly thought, let me just try to work through actually every minute and every hour of the last 48 hours leading up to September 10th for both Erika and Charlie. I started with Charlie and just trying to confirm what had been said, public statements that were made from people in his inner circle about his whereabouts, also Erika's whereabouts. And unbelievably, I did not catch this, probably because nobody actually watches or listens to Josh Hammer. But he came out once I released the text message. I said it was on September 8th that he texted and said, I'm abandoning the pro-Israel cause. Well, Josh Hammer came out and clarified that actually Charlie sent that text message on September 9th, the day before he died. Here's what Josh Hammer said in his own words. Take a listen.
Candace Owens sees on this totally out of context screenshot of Charlie Kirk being very upset that a Jewish donor was withholding his $2 million donation. And
she says no one listens to Josh Hammer as she plays Josh Hammer on her channel. Y'all peep this. Candace, you're giving him views, you dummy. And people do watch him. But it's funny. No one listens to Josh Hammer, but she plays his video clip so that people will go and listen to it. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this. I'm not saying this to say something negative about Josh Hammer. I'm pointing out Candace's hypocrisy. No one watches him, but she does. And so, therefore, de facto, all of her 5 million supporters are going to watch this too. And then they're going to go over to his channel, and then they're going to watch the full video. Candace, you're bad at this. And Josh Hammer is getting the views. You're helping him get them. You clown. You can't make this up.
She used this as an attempt to say, oh, Josh Hammer's lying, that Charlie Kirk remained pro-Israel until his final moments. Yeah. But she's also holding aside that 2 hours after this screenshot, if you look at the timestamps, 2 hours after that,
converted to Muslim,
I and a few others were in a small Zoom chat, a small Zoom call with Charlie Kirk the night before he was killed that Charlie organized. Charlie organized this Zoom call for the express purpose of trying to make sure that he had all the best answers, the best messaging advice for how to speak about Jewish-Christian relations and the Israel question on college campuses.
Okay, first and foremost, I just want to say he's so full of crap. The idea that Charlie had just gotten back from Korea and was like, oh, please help me, Josh Hammer. You're a complete idiot. Please help me learn how to speak to college students. Josh Hammer and a rabbi who lives in Israel. Like, there was nobody else available. You know what time it must have been in Israel for him to organize this call? Why is he doing it with this rabbi? Was it Wojcicki, whatever his last name is? You're not going to just call like Dennis Prager, who you're apparently writing a Shabbat Shalom book with? It seems a little suspect. So you're actually clarifying for us something that's amazing. This is a stunning admission. Okay, because we know that when Charlie got off of this phone call, he texts that evening a text message to Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert saying, they're going to kill me. You should have left it at September 8th because now the September 9th schedule is looking a little bit suspect. Let's pull that up. I want you guys to see this. Let's go to September 9th first. Okay. So we know, which I've been able to confirm, that Charlie had an appearance.
You haven't confirmed anything, Candace. You typing this up is not factual evidence. That's not how evidence works. She still has no concept of the definition of the term evidence. You just typing this up does not make it facts. It's your opinions that you vomited all over paper. Is this still Microsoft Excel? Because I'm going to keep laughing. That's not where this goes, but whatever. Candace using Microsoft Excel as if it's Microsoft Word. Oh, my God. Oh, what an insult to Microsoft Excel. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, you typing this up does not make it a fact. He said you lied because you are a liar. And now I have nothing against people who are from Nation of Islam who are Muslims. Nothing against them. Candace wants to come into you all sector. You know, good luck to that. Because it seems like she's like, forget Catholicism. Now her and George are going to be Muslims. And you guys are going to have to figure out a way to deal with these two. Guard your women, because Candace likes grabbing chunks of butts. Yeah.
The Will Kane show, that's from his TPUSA office. Erika said that Charlie had the call with Josh Hammer around this time. This is, guys, just so you know, this is Arizona time, okay? That she was getting her nails done around this time. That's what she told me in person. Well, 3:54 p.m., she's referring to the chat. Charlie sends out that text message regarding leaving the pro-Israel cause. 6 o'clock p.m. Again,
First, she said Utah time, Candace. Time zones don't operate on a state level. Oh, my dear Lord. Candace. Oh, you dumb alien. Candace, time zones don't work based on the state. It's not Arizona time or Utah time. What you can't say central or mountain or I don't get it. What is the issue with her citing the correct time zone? Did this guy say Arizona time? Candace, all we can do is laugh at you at this point. Because if not, me and my people would have headaches all day. And I just refuse to allow the Lady Luck Club, the Luxers, to have migraines over you. Oh, Arizona time. You can't make this is priceless. Candace, the more you talk, the dumber you get. Okay. Just a heads up to all of those of the Islamic faith. This is what you're gonna have to deal with. Candace Owens and George Farmer vomiting words that make no sense. Okay. Hopefully you all will make them read books. Candace, if you're going to be Muslim, just say it. No one's going to attack you. I'm not going to attack her for it. She's just going to go and make them look like does it mean she's going to get smarter? No. Hopefully they force her to read a bunch of books. Like, you know what? Get your ass off social media for a week. You are taxed with reading these books. Reading is fundamental. Let's start with science. How do time zones work? Like, you can't make this up. This girl is saying Arizona time. Did she not get enough of clowning when she said Utah time? All right, you've learned nothing, so we're going to go in on you, Candace. Go ahead.
Actually, clarifying for us something that's amazing. This is a stunning admission, okay? Because we know that when Charlie got off of this phone call, he texts that evening a text message to Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert saying, they're going to kill me. You should have left it at September 8th because now the September 9th schedule is looking a little bit suspect. Let's pull that up. I want you guys to see this. Let's go to September 9th first, okay? So we know, which I've been able to confirm, that Charlie had an appearance in the Will Kane show. That's from his TPUSA office. Erika said that Charlie had the call with Josh Hammer around this time. This is, guys, just so you know, this is Arizona time, okay? That she was getting her nails done around.
Yeah, she's what y'all to know. This is Arizona time, okay? Y'all tell me the state you all in so we can start referring to time zones on a state level. California time, Michigan time, Georgia time, Florida time, Tennessee time. Drop the states you're in. Arizona time, Phoenix, Utah time, New York time. Who's all in Washington, D.C.? Washington, D.C. time. Texas time. Oh, yeah. North Dakota time. Oh, man. Francisco over there in the UK. UK time. Y'all, listen. We give each state its own time zone. All right? It's the only way Candace will be able to tell time. Each state has to have its own time zone. Because if not, Candace is going to be highly confused if you say Pacific Standard Time. Or Central Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. No, don't say that because it's gonna throw her off. I promise you all, her brain will start sizzling. Smoke will come out of her ears. She will not know what to do if you say Pacific Standard Time. Just say California time, the state of Washington time, Oregon time. Who's in Oregon? Anybody in Oregon in here? What states are you all in? Come on, let's just create states here. Hammer time. Y'all, we got hammer time. It's about to say first time. First time, baby. Woo, Lord, Candace is sugar booger time. You know, Candace high as hell. You got to be high as hell. Y'all see how geeked up she is? That girl is high. Candace, you can kiss my ass, you jorkhead. You can't make this up. Candace is high as hell, y'all. She extra giddy, stammering over words. She mad at Josh Hammer about something. Making up new time zones for each state. Like, sugar booger time. That's what it's bud time. Oh Lord. Can't make this up. Alien time. Alien time. Kenya time. So what we got? What a Texas time, Nevada time, Greenwich time. Y'all keep it coming. Ice, baby time. Don't make me sing the song. Ice, baby. Come on. Where the 80 babies at? Where the 80s babies at? Oh Lord, y'all, we got to do this. We got to laugh and clown this alien. You got to do it, y'all. To the cult members, y'all, please tell Candace stop doing sugar booger before her episodes. She's telling on herself. Candace, correct his wig. You can make this up. Now let's get back to it.
This time, that's what she told me in person. Well, 3:54 p.m. She's referring to the chat. Charlie sends out that text message regarding leading the pro-Israel cause. 6 o'clock p.m. Again, this is according to Josh Hammer. He says 2 hours later, which would have been 5:54 p.m., 6 o'clock p.m. Josh Hammer and this rabbi that literally is based in Israel have a Zoom call with Charlie. So he sends a message. The chat explodes. People are pulling out their money. He's saying, I have no choice to abandon the pro-Israel cause. Then this rabbi stays up and Josh Hammer stays up. They have a call with Charlie about talking points. To do what he's done his entire career, because he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's turning to Josh Hammer, who he does not have a great relationship with, to help him massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shulman. Everyone's pulling out their money. And then we know that after that, he's going to have dinner with Erika and the kids and a priest to pray over him, according to Erika. We are told that prayer is related to a Jezebel article that published. I actually don't believe that at all. I'm just going to put that out there. Like, just because of my relationship with Charlie and how much we texted about ridiculous articles and laughed at them, for me to think that suddenly on some feminist website, somebody wrote something saying they bought an Etsy spell that would send him so over the edge that he would call a priest doesn't pass the sniff test for me. But we just looking at the schedule. He's fighting with Jewish donors. They're taking out his money. Bob Shulman takes out his money. He then schedules this call with a rabbi and Josh Hammer. No, they were talking him off of the cliff. He's in the chat. He's saying, I want Candace back. Confirmed. This happened on September 9th now. I want Candace back. I want to have her. He's also texting other people saying, I want to have Candace back. Confirmed on September 9th. Now you got, a panic call. Come on, just talk. Let's talk through this. Don't bring Tucker and Candace. Let's talk through this. These aren't looking to debate with a rabbi. Help me debate. This is asinine. They want us to believe he needed a rabbi, a priest, and a pastor in the last 24 hours of his life, all helping him with talking points. Okay. So then get that schedule back up.
Y'all, she really thinks, look at that face. Look at her freeze frame, y'all. Oh, Candace, this is epic. She's like, I really mean business right now. She's seeing stars. Y'all, she's got to be looking at the rainbow. She's probably seeing like a midget Lucky Charms in the room, a midget horse. That the midget leprechaun came in on a midget horse, and she's like, oh my God, they're real. Candace is high as hell, y'all. What you're seeing here is a woman who has finally stepped into the 9th level of this drug unlocking in her system, and it's just full blown force right now. If you could, she probably would just fly to the moon by herself. Y'all, look at it's geeked out. Candace, crack is whack. Okay, you and George make too much money to ever do crack, or crack is whack. You can get the good stuff, girl. She cutting it with, baby oil or something just to try to make it last. Candace on drugs, man. This is ridiculous.
He ends this call. He has to have dinner in this hour, which I've confirmed. He did have dinner with his family and the priest to pray over him, this priest, at dinner. And then he messages Dan Flood and Andrew and says they're going to kill me. But he was obviously talking about the trannies. His day was being impacted by Israel. He was referring to Israel when he said that. He was referring to Israel. And I have one more thing to tell you. And this is really going to knock your socks off. This is crazy.
What's crazy is she's not smoking weed. It's like she might not do weed, but boy, that cocaine and that angel dust is something else. Candace, you should not do a show when you're this damn high. Okay, don't do a show when you're this high. You just can't make this stop. Yeah, she's so geeked. It's crazy. Girl, go get a glass of wine so you can calm this down. This is crazy.
I've clocked Erika on another lie. A big lie. I went back to my source. Remember I told you when I broke the story and then she had to admit that he texted Dan Flood. First she said, he never texted Dan Flood, whatever. I have his phone. And then I was like, Andrew Colvett told me and my source had access to Dan Flood's messages. Well, Dan Flood,
we don't care.
Then she admitted he did receive a message, but she said she received that message on a chat that clears, like a Telegram chat. Well, guess what? I went back to that source and they said it was an iMessage. She's lying.
Who's the source? Why you can't tell us the source, but you want to unveil these beauty queens? Because Candace like girls. Whatever. Kiss my ass, Candace.
We said it again for you. She's now twice lied about the Dan Flood message. First, she said it didn't exist. Then she said maybe it did exist, but actually it was on Telegram, which Charlie had set to clear.
Telegram,
and that's why she never saw
message,
it. That's
a
lie. It was sent an iMessage between him and Dan Flood, according to my source, who I trust a lot more than I trust Erika because I've clocked her on too many big lies.
Because you don't even know who the source is. The source could be Satan himself, y'all. Yeah. Candace would trust Lucifer. What? We don't have time for you to regale us of tales that you and your alien friends have over the phone. E.T., phone home. We don't have time for that. Candace gets high and then she creates all these imaginary friends. And somehow she thinks we're supposed to know who they are. Yeah, she's got to be talking about another sugar booger friend. Candace's sugar booger friend list is getting longer and longer by the day. You can't make this up. Now imagine this, because we got to do math. September 10th until now. February 8th. 2 days away from February 10th. That would be 5 months. Imagine every day since September 10th, Candace has hit the sugar booger. Each day, there's a new friend or new source that pops up. How many new sources has she had? Let's count the days. From September 10th until February 10th. How many new sources is that? Let's do a little math. Every day she does sugar booger, a new source comes up. Some new source, whomever. How many people is that? How many sources is that? Got a new source every day for the last 5 months. Somebody do that math and drop it in the chat. Somebody do the math and drop it in the chat. All these imaginary friends and sources coming from that sugar booger high. It's got to be, what is that, 5 months, 30 days each month. Let's say it's what? Candace, 150 sources. Are we at 150? 150 sources, let's say 140 sources. Every day, Candace has been obsessing over this. She has a new sugar booger friend that comes out of nowhere. A new source that comes out of nowhere to whom she never names. Because I guess she stopped naming them after, sugar booger number 5. We can't keep up with them all either. We got a Bonquisha. We got a Karen up in there. Maybe a Ken. Because she keeps grabbing women's asses. Like, you got So many sugar booger sources that's coming out of every time she hits that pipe. Boy, you can't make this up. There's a new sugar booger source that comes up. Which one are we talking about now? If it's the Cabbage Patch Kid, I'm going to be so upset. Candace, can you at least tell us the name of these people? We're not looking for them because we know they're not real. We know they're fake. Give us a name either way so we can just add it to the list and just have a good giggle off of it. This source has to be named Larry. Let's name the source. This sugar booger source that she's talking about now, their name is Larry, okay? Larry the Cable Guy. Larry the Cable Guy has entered the chat. So Larry the Cable Guy has told her, no, it wasn't a telegram. It was Instagram. It was an instant message. I am. From what? Yahoo? From what? I am. Based off of what system? Instant message. That's not a platform on its own. Is it Yahoo Instant Message? Which instant message are we talking about? Are we talking about AOL? Are we going back to the days of AOL? Y'all remember AOL? Can't make this up. Candace, go ask Larry the Cable Guy that you conjured up from your sugar booger high. Which I am is it? Which program? Because right now we're just Larry the Cable Guy. You know, he doesn't have to be clear on everything, I guess, because you made him up. You know, he's one of those friends you come up with when you're high as hell. Okay. But at least ask him which I am platform. If it's AOL, I'm going to clown you for a weekend. So I promise you.
So, not okay. Let's take you back to the 8th. Let's go to the 8th, September 8th, and I'm going to tell you what's problematic. I had to put together what people said happened on this day, and here's what I've been able to confirm thus far. I have from 10 o'clock a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., Charlie appears from his home studio. Again, this is all reflecting Arizona local time. On the Charlie Kirk show, that's a full hour on the Salem network. Then Erika told me that she woke up Charlie from his nap. Makes sense because he had just gotten back late the night before from Korea. Okay.
Oh, girl.
Makes sense that he would be napping. She says she woke him up from a nap for his Fox News hit. Again, that's just according to Erika. But the timing of him, the idea of him sleeping at this time makes sense to me is what I'm saying. Then we know Charlie Kirk appears from his home studio on the Ingram Angle. And the show, he shoots it from his house. So he's not going to the office because he's exhausted and jet lag. This is also the day that the article appears in Jezebel regarding that witch's curse. At 5:24 p.m., Erika's alibi to me was that she was just arriving back home, presumably with groceries, but just arriving back home. At 6:06 p.m., she texts Charlie and says dinner is ready. And per Frank, and I want you to listen to what Frank Turek says here. He says that he went on a walk with Charlie this day at 8 o'clock p.m. He says that earlier in the day, he had been with Charlie, but they then went on this long walk again because he needed advice about how to debate. I don't know what happened. Charlie suddenly was a day old at debates and he needed to consult. This sounds like the beginning of a joke. A pastor, a priest, and a rabbi. Like it literally sounds like the beginning of a joke. A pastor, a priest, and a rabbi.
Shit, y'all, she's stealing my bit. You have a that as a title. Y'all, I have that as a title on a thumbnail. Candace. Oh my God. Walk into a bar. Is that what you're going to say? Y'all, she done took X-Men from me with the mutants. You're bad at this. Oh my God. Candace, you're not smart enough to come up with this stuff for your own. You helpful. I know you listening, you clown. Who is Larry the Cable Guy? Why is he not telling you which platform this instant message came from? Candace, if you're going to get high, at least record yourself. So when you're talking out loud to your imaginary friends, you can at least recall the conversation. Why didn't Larry the Cable Guy tell you which IM messaging system is used? It's got to be AOL. A pastor, priest, and a rabbi walked into a bar.
Walked into a bar. Like, this is what they're all saying, though. Listen to what Frank Turek says on Megyn Kelly's show.
You know, the last walk we went on, Megan, was Monday night. So the terrible day was Wednesday. And so we spent some time Monday, and then we both went to dinner. Everyone had dinner with the family, he's a family man. So he said, hey, can you come back at about 8? We'll go on a walk. I said, yeah, okay. So I came back down at 8, and
Candace,
I texted him.
Ass.
I said, okay, I'm about here. He said, coming out. And then a minute later, he said, shortly, Gigi just got up. So he was obviously taking care of the baby, taking care of his daughter, because that's the kind of person he was. And then we went on this long walk, and there were two major issues that kept coming up that he wanted to be better at.
He then goes on to say that Charlie was asking for him advice for how to speak to the college kids about questions about Christ. So again, he's got so many spiritual advisors to help him contend with this. You would think they might have different answers because you got the rabbi doesn't believe in Christ, but he needs to consult him about debate questions. Then he's got Frank Turek, doesn't impress. You got the priest. Who, anyways, it's all very confusing. But
Candace, it's the drugs, girl. Oh man. Oh, y'all, they shipping them drugs straight from the Bulldog Club. Boys Club, bring your ass to the front. George, George, what type of cocaine are you letting your wife snort out? Okay. What's in it? This girl is on level 1000 right now. Y'all, listen to this rambling. Oh no. Candace. You know, I, being the queen of YouTube, will always tell you to kiss my ass. I'm not playing. I don't care how you feel or what you think. Stop stealing my jokes. You can't make this up. Candace, you have
to be better at it.
He then goes on to say that Charlie was asking for him advice for how to speak to the college kids about questions about Christ. So again, he's got so many spiritual advisors to help him contend with this. You would think they might have different answers because you got the rabbi doesn't believe in Christ, but he needs to consult him about debate questions. And he's got Frank Turek, doesn't impress. You got the priest. Who, anyways, it's all very confusing. But the interesting part that from that statement is that he says that Charlie had to deal with the kids. Now, I'm not trying to read too much into it, but if he's late coming out for this walk because he has to deal, Gigi got up and he's got to deal because his great dad wasn't Erika home? Couldn't Erika have gotten him back down if you had an appointment to make? Perhaps, maybe she was like, no, it's your turn, you deal with it. But the problem I'm having is I have now confirmed with people that live where they live, because they live in a building, that they all saw Charlie. They also saw Charlie on a walk. I have one person who lives there. She ran into Charlie, and he certainly was on a walk, not with Frank Turek, with a tall person who she does not recognize. Charlie stopped. They spoke about her dog, and then he told her, like, oh, I'm starting my tour tomorrow. They had a brief chat. Got that on record statement. Now, it's possible Charlie was at first walking with Frank, and Frank then left. So I'm not dismissing that as in Frank's lying, but I am just noting that the person who confirmed they saw Charlie, they confirmed that they saw Charlie and where they saw Charlie and Erika eating on the 9th, seeing Charlie in an elevator. Everything about Charlie is adding up. I cannot get a single person to confirm that they saw Erika, who's apparently out and about. I then thought, wouldn't it make sense? She screams in the middle of a parking lot. She screams in the middle of a doctor's office. Everybody kind of knows where they were when Charlie got shot. Okay, if this doctor's office had people in it, there's going to be someone who said, hey, I heard a giant scream at my doctor's office, even if they didn't see her. And then I looked at my phone, and 15 minutes later, I learned that Charlie got shot. No.
Candace, hospitals have security camera footage. You don't think she would have a hard time getting that security camera footage if it meant her clearing herself in a court of law? See, what she does not owe is you an alibi. She don't owe it to you. Not at all. Not at all, you high-ass sugar booger. This girl is going 1,000 miles a minute. Woo, that cocaine must be something else, Candace. Oh my God. Look at her face. This girl is just, good grief, Candace. There are cameras everywhere. The neighbors have camera footages. They have Ring cameras and stuff. How do I know this, Candace? Ask me that. Please ask me. How do I know this? Because Candace, you get this tip line with all this BS, and I hope people continue to troll you in that tip line. You deserve it. You deserve every bit of trolling that you get in that tip line. But they're real independent journalists. They get real information, Candace. You have so many of the neighbors there that have security cameras. It's impossible to see someone come in and out and not get caught on the camera. Her cell phone can also be a locator. It can also give you signals that hit cell phone towers that can ping your location that comes with a date and time stamp. And in Candace's world, it'll be based on, Arizona time. You can't make this up. If she was at the hospital, she was caught on a camera going into that hospital. Yeah. This is, security camera footage, video evidence doesn't lie. So if she wants to prove her alibi, Erika Kirk can do that in a court of law. She doesn't owe you that, Candace. Not when you high as hell and you're not listening either way. She's got 800, somebody said 850. Is that the magic number? Candace has got at least 850 new imaginary friends in her head. Every time she hit that pipe, you can't make this up. Candace, stop doing drugs.
Also says that she collapsed in the parking lot. No one thus far has seen that. Nobody in her building has and they all know each other. It's a building. They know Mikey McCoy. People have said, I've seen Mikey McCoy on this date, blah, blah, blah. No one can confirm that they saw Erika on this date where she was behaving super shady and just giving me a very straightforward alibi and pretending like they didn't understand the instructions of this alibi for Fort Huachuca. Something else was going on. I don't buy any of these stories. I don't buy Charlie suddenly needed advice from a pastor, a priest, and a rabbi. It sounds ridiculous. Okay. I think something was happening. I think Charlie was fearful of his life. I don't think it was about Jezebel curse. I think everything that was going on in his day reveals that Charlie was stressed out about pressure that was being put on him regarding Israel. And he was instructing to his team that he was done with them and he was happy to lose money. So it would not track that then, after dealing with this having a call with a rabbi who should be asleep in Israel, but is staying up to give you advice on a debate like this couldn't have been a freaking email, it would follow that he then sent to Andrew Colvetz and Dan Flood that they, meaning the Jews, were going to kill him. That's what I believe. That's what I believe happened on that day. And as far as why Erika is lying and covering for Dan Flood, we're gonna need to get to the bottom of that. These are not little.
All because Candace doesn't know the difference between a telegram message and an instant message. Candace, who are these voices in your head, girl? You got to find a way to silence them all, because if not, they may have you doing some crazy things, like actually physically going to stalk another woman and then grabbing, a chunk of her butt, talking about, yeah, we don't need that. Because Erika Kirk might turn around and pop you in the face. If she has hands and she lays them on you, don't get mad when she whoops your ass. I'm just saying. Erika Kirk, she might be high. So just, pop her and then figure out what state of mind she in first. Yeah, I can imagine Candace actually going to Erika Kirk's house and snooping around in the trash can. Because, junkies do dumb things like that. You can't make this up. God, get that. Come on, Felicia.
Lies, these are huge lies. These are big lies. She's covering up for bad people and doesn't make any sense. She's welcoming bad people into the foray of Turning Point USA for money. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't give a shit about who wants to cut me on Instagram and say, oh my God, the heart, I can't believe it. Oh my God.
Look, they say come on. I don't want to hear none of you all talk about me and my profanity when she just said the S word too. I think we're fair and even on that. Candace. Boy, this drug binge is something else. I'm laughing at you, you dumb heifer. You can't make this up. This girl is high.
Andrew Colvetz and Dan Flood, that they, meaning the Jews, were going to kill him.
Oh my God, girl.
That's what I believe happened on that day.
You've been saying this is
as far as why Erika is lying and covering for Dan Flood, we're gonna need to get to the bottom of that. These are not little lies, these are huge lies. These are big lies. She's covering up for bad people and doesn't make any sense.
If you can't get the video evidence to prove that she was at a hospital on the day of with her mother, I don't, who cares what you gonna get down to the bottom of? Candace, she was caught on a camera going to get to the hospital. You do understand that there are cameras installed at the doors of the hospitals. All of them. Every entry point at the hospital has a camera. Eyewitnesses. People at the check-in desk. The doctor. She's caught on at least 2 cameras. Going into the hospital and at the elevator. And you're trying to lie against video evidence. Don't you, Candace, I'm the queen of YouTube. Don't you think I know that there's camera footage? Why do you think I keep saying this? If you're going to steal my jokes, at least take the common sense too. Common sense says cameras are installed in the hospital, in the parking deck. You're caught on these cameras. Going into the parking deck, yeah, they can read your plate. And you don't think that the video evidence would prove that she was there? How high are you? Candace is high as hell, y'all. Look, it's no point in me trying to say anything serious because it's just going to go over your head. Candace, I know you high listening right now. If you're going to come into my chat, at least come in as Candace Owens. Can't make this up.
She's welcoming bad people into the foray of Turning Point USA for money.
Oh,
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't give a shit about who wants to cut me on Instagram and say, oh my God, the heart, I can't believe it. Oh my God, how could you? How could you? How could you? How could any of you continue to stand by this sort of stuff. And the society that we live in, where good men are being cut down, killed, children are being harmed, people are lying about who Charlie was, what he was going through in the final days, and look up at the people who still have.
Candace, you're lying about being a good mother. I mean, didn't you say you were being a bad mom because you kept crying and you were neglecting your own kids? There's 4 of them in the house. Are you ever going to give them any attention? You know, between you being high and your binges and you're not making George a sandwich and all, and he's in the closet still, and now you want to sit here and yell and scream over the microphone. You're making up more sources and coming up with just more convoluted stuff, but you can't tell us the source. Larry the Cable Guy is hiding, and somehow you still don't understand how time zones work. I don't want us to believe anything you say, girl. Y'all, Bonquisha is coming out. She's cussing like a sailor.
A soul and question their motives. If you are, giving into money and the rest of you guys are joining team Baal worship, that's cool. The rest of us, we'd rather not. Take a brief break and look at some of your comments.
Oh,
all right, you guys, here's 25.
Candace, no. Yeah. What the? So far, we on a roll. Candace. Oh, Lord have mercy. They should not be on the ball train, but boy, get on that sugar booger train if you want to. That's it. Candace is high as hell. Oh, y'all. Candace don't even care about Charlie Kirk. Y'all, let's get some comments in right quick. Ball Candace. No, right? Fran says you weren't even his friend for you to know anything about him at the time he died. Exactly. Listen, the whole idea of her unfriending him and all this other stuff is baffling to me. She can't show one photo or anything of her and Charlie Kirk having any interaction 6 months prior to his death. 6 months prior to his death. She can't produce one photo or image of her and Charlie Kirk hanging out or doing anything at least 6 months prior to his death. Not a one. You can't make this stuff up. Oh yeah, I piss off them trolls, honey. They come here for the banter, girl. Oh, they hate my guts. I don't care about what cult members and bots think. You know, I really don't. We just laugh at them because their cult leader is high on cocaine. I don't care. Am I supposed to take her seriously when I can't take her seriously? Candace, you're the dumbest cult leader ever. She won't even read about, World War II. I mean, seriously. Candace. Oh, God. They think this is intelligent. Her just babbling off. Oh, talking about ball and blah, blah, blah. Girl, we want to know more about Larry the Cable Guy that can't tell you what platform this instant message was sent to. Erika, girl, you should be laughing at this. Oh, man. I miss you guys so much. Yeah, the cult members, they'll be fine. The Candace, the candy asses, they're going to throw their tantrums, y'all, in the chat. Whatever. They know I say this all the time about their cult leader. This is nothing new. She does drugs. You can't make this up. Candace, what I'm disturbed about is why you keep obsessing over women, beauty queens, and all because you couldn't be a beauty queen. Is that why, Candace? Because you never won a beauty queen pageant. Is that the deal? You're trying to connect Erika Kirk to this beauty queen because she was a beauty queen, while you sit here and talk about Arizona and Utah time zones. I've never known anybody to take time zones and make it state specific. What? Oh, yeah. All right. Here's the next episode. Let's get into this. It says crumbling alibis from 9/11 to 9/10. Oh, child. Come on, girl.
All right, you guys. Happy Tuesday. A lot to uncover today. First and foremost, we have a lot of alibis that were given to us about September 10th, where people were when they got the news.
I
have to say, these alibis are beginning to crumble, like Building 7 on 9/11. We're going to talk about that. They don't owe you anything. Very briefly. Also, Ben Shapiro watches every single minute of this show. Trust me, he directly quotes it all the time, everywhere he goes. We don't know, but we know. And you have to watch this clip of him attempting to make fun of me. It's glorious. It's glorious. I really have one. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, child. alien had a baby.
A lot going on, you guys. A lot
God.
to cover, to uncover. And apparently our government is out there just trying to discover certain things. And I just have to tell you what's going on in this world right now, the best way that I can make you understand this. We're essentially the Muggles, for those of us who read Harry Potter, maybe those of us who were dweebing it like me and read it a few times in the story of Harry Potter.
Never read
we're the
book.
Muggles. There's this
She
entire
never read.
world of
She don't read,
witchcraft
y'all.
and wizardry, spiritual darkness and spiritual light that's happening.
Let me be straight on you. Candace does not read. And when she tries to read, she fails miserably. Candace is not a reader. At all. Like, at all. She's like, I don't have time to tell you all about World War II. Of course you can't, because she knows nothing about it. Can't make this up.
People that are practicing literally Babylonian magic, and they intentionally rendered us as the Muggles, the people who are not aware that it's going on at all. That all seems so ridiculous.
Lord
that can't be true. And I think that began, by the way, transforming us into idiots. It began when in America, when they removed the Bible out of the classroom. It used to be taught at public schools, the Bible, so that you knew your history. And then kind of Hollywood rose and they sort of make fun of people that go to church. They've also, people that do go to church are having the word perverted in some ways, as we've covered extensively on this show. They made us think essentially that the Bible was a fairy tale, effectively blinding us all to the fact that it is very real. All of it is real. Angels, demons. Today's just going to be one of those WTF episodes when I share with you the true story of what the heck we were doing in Iraq. We're Iraq. Let's go back. Let's go backward. Let's recap the Muggle edition of what we were told. Okay. The Muggle edition goes like this. On September 11th, 2001, some super de-duper evil Muslims, known to most of us now as Israelis, hijacked some planes and drove them into the Pentagon, flew them into the Pentagon building, also the Twin Towers, and then Building 7 kind of got really emotional seeing his friend get hit and went ahead and just collapsed itself.
Yeah,
right?
super de-duper.
By the way, I should mention that over the Pentagon, that plane was also very unique. It apparently had no wings when it just dove into the Pentagon. Some people said they heard a missile, but we won't ask questions. We're not here to debate those conspiracies. We were told that this was executed by the Saudis. They had hijacked the plane. How did we know? Well, because one of them was kind enough as to conveniently drop off his passport on the sidewalk to make sure that we knew that it was them that was getting away with these super duper evil crimes. I'll remind you of that.
Candace, super duper. Why don't you give supercalifragilisticexpialidocious word another? Just give it another go. I know I make you jealous. I can say complex terms that you can't. Just don't come near my butt because it's a lot to grab and I don't have time for that. I don't play that either, so I knock you out. Y'all, Candace likes grabbing women's butts. You can't make this up.
Video very quickly about the passport being found.
Donna, when these buildings came crashing down on Tuesday, they sent debris showering in several blocks in every direction. And it was in one of those areas a couple of blocks away from the World Trade Center site, apparently where that passport was found. The FBI announcing that it has found the passport of one of the hijackers who was on board one of those two planes that hit the Twin Towers on Tuesday morning.
I mean, I was young. For those of you that were not young and were grown adults, did you just accept that? I was a kid. That's my excuse, okay? I was in middle school. But for those of you that were not in middle school, did you just accept this?
And my mom will only say that one time. Be respectful in the chat to my moms and my people. Sometimes it's hard for me to see the chat because I'm on another screen. But be respectful in the chat. My mom is not going to keep repeating that. If we're all grown adults, act like it. We're going to have dialogue and disagree without it being stupid. She will not say this again.
Those of you that had families, did you go watch the news and go, now that makes sense. Yeah, the debris just we could not even find human remains, but the debris just unfortunately flew away out the window. He's like threw his passport. I have so many questions about that. But again, we're not here to relitigate 9/11. We know how we felt. We all gathered around those Super Bowl.
Candace, you can never litigate it. You're not an attorney. Why are you using terms that are not applicable in the situation? And they say she's so smart. Let's go back to this relitigate again. Relitigate? Seriously? Candace, I'm not here to relitigate anything to you. You're not litigating at all. Are you kidding me? Super de-duper crimes. She's using words like super de-duper. And then wants to use a complex term like relitigate. Something she can't define or spell. Candace, you're not litigating anything. You don't have the intelligence or the education or the credentials to litigate a damn thing. You're not an attorney. You can't make this up.
And it was in one of those areas a couple of blocks away from the World Trade Center, apparently, where that passport was found. The FBI announcing that it has found the passport of one of the hijackers who was on board one of those two planes that hit the Twin Towers on Tuesday morning.
America's lost their lives.
For those of you that were not young and were grown adults, did you just accept that? I was a kid. That's my excuse, okay? I'm in middle school. But for those of you that were not in middle school, did you just accept this? Those of you that had families, did you go watch the news and go, no, that makes sense?
Candace, I don't think anybody accepts seeing towers down where thousands of people were harmed and injured and killed at one time. What are you talking about? Get out of the United States of America. Clearly, you don't like this country. What are you talking about?
Sense, yeah. The debris just from, we could not even find human remains, but the debris just fell and unfortunately flew away out the window. He's like threw his passport. I have so many questions about that. But again, we're not here to relitigate 9/11.
Relitigate.
We know how we felt. We all gathered around.
It's funny how she throws out these terms because she doesn't understand the definition of such. Yeah, no, you have never litigated and you will never relitigate. Candace, you're an idiot. What type of drugs are you taking? That's what I'm curious to know. How high are you right now? Why is this ugly ass shirt like a thing? Why does she always wear shirts that are like 3/4 length? They don't even come down her arm. They stop midway. That's her whole wardrobe. 2 little shirts. Again, and you spend thousands of dollars on them. But she doesn't want anybody to know she's a rich elite. To the cult members, I hope you all know that Candace Owens has money and she looks down on you people. While you giving her your mortgage money, she's dropping thousands of dollars on a shirt. You should feel proud that she would rather spend thousands of dollars on a shirt than to send aid to Palestine, to Gaza, to help these people get out, get some refuge, to get water and food. You know, because she cares so much. That's what she wants you all to believe. She cares so much about what's going on with those children over there. And yet she can't show not one piece of evidence of how she's being philanthropic, how she's donating supplies and money, sending aid to them. Has she ever opened up her home to refugees to come stay with her? You know, she's got a maid and a chef and all of that. People that do her hair and makeup. You really think she cares about those kids over there in Palestine? She can't even prove that she's helping them in Palestine financially, sending money or buying stuff and sending the stuff there to help them. Where's proof or evidence that she's assisting anybody over there? All of this and for what? For her to still not help anybody else and talk about how bad the U.S. is. It's un-American. What is the purpose of this? We're not here to relitigate something. You're not competent enough to even define that word. You will not litigate anything when you're not an attorney. So what are we doing? This is ridiculous. Candace is high as hell.
Super bulky, big screen TVs. And we were perhaps expecting that as a result of this, we may indeed have to go to war with Saudi Arabia. That's what makes sense. They dropped the passports off for us to find in the debris.
She won't share money.
That actually didn't happen. Oddly, we were told a couple years later that we had to go to war with Iraq.
I have other videos with my face.
Now, yesterday, I mentioned to you all the Epic of Gilgamesh of Uruk, understood to be actually the story of Nimrod in the Bible. He was a warrior who rebelled against God, Nimrod, and established his own kingdom in Mesopotamia and in Assyria. I'm showing you this map of that region so you can see where exactly we're speaking about. Kind of feels like
she don't know what she's speaking about. Where are we at, Candace? That face is epic. Candace, where is it? No reply. Do you understand this map that she just pulled up out of nowhere? She's not pinpointing to anything specific. There's no reply, y'all. Have to no reply. He's always him in the S-Files, always dropping the knowledge, the jewels of knowledge here in the chat. And to Francisca, all the mods, they always drop those gems. You guys always drop the information in there. I see you, Melinda. I see Angie. Y'all always dropping Juju up in here. See Star. They always dropping the information down in there. What map is she looking at? I don't think she knows what she's looking at. This face is the face of confusion. Candace has no idea what she's looking at. None.
Doing a lot of stuff right now, actually. Lebanon, Syria, And now we're talking about going into Iran. Well, I got an email yesterday from one of you, and I have to read it to you because I went, no way. I also got some other emails, but this one I'm going to read to you. Dear Candace, I never email people, but I watched your show today and felt led to send you this email you mentioned in your show about the Clintons wanting to find Gilgamesh's tomb. You need to look up the research that was done by Rob Skiba. They did find Gilgamesh, aka Nimrod. He was a giant. He was very well intact. Yes, we invaded just after he was found. The first place that we went during that war and set up a base was a museum. Not just any museum, the museum that held all of the relics for that. It also held all of the cuneiform tablets from Babylon and Gilgamesh and or Nimrod's tomb. They said that the museum was, quote, raided, and that the military, retrieved everything except for the tablets that had to do with reincarnating and bringing back the Nephilim, fallen angels, noted in Genesis 6. The Bible speaks of this. This is not a fantasy. This is a fact. They have to have Nimrod to bring the Antichrist forth. Please go watch Babylon Rising by Rob Skiba or read the book or his other work on this. He has done many videos and books and backs his work up and uses scripture too. He's the only one that knows this and had these things out. I pray if you didn't already know this, it helped.
And that's the thing, Angie. Like, you got people out there talking about show your face for what? For your cult leader. You're doing the work of your cult leader when you want to dox somebody. Not as if they can't just look at other videos to see where I've come on camera. But they use that as a tool to cyber harass and to dox people, which is illegal. That is a cyber crime. But that's how hard up they are when it comes to this dumb cult leader who thinks she can litigate something. Never mind the sugar booger she's snorting up and coming up with these so-called sources out of nowhere. Larry the Cable Guy showed up in the last episode. Then Bo Quisha popped out at the end. You can't make this up. But when they're asking to see your face, it's because they're trying to dox you. You know, as if we can't report their profile, but whatever. But that's the danger in this. They want to stifle your free speech by doxing you and bringing shame to the internet, telling people who you are, and for what? As if that stops anything. We don't have free speech and expression. Why dox someone to silence? That's how disgusting the plurally are. And they refuse to read a book or a law or understand the definition of the term litigate. Can't make this up. After you pay, Angie, it's crazy.
Helps you continue on your quest for truth. Now, that term Babylon Rising instantly flagged to me as interesting because as I've been speaking to you about what the elite practice and telling you, but this goes back to the Sumerian tablets, Project Looking Glass. So they freaked out when I discussed that. This idea of these occultists, Babylon Rising, the names of their books, this Babylonian magic, it's a theme that just keeps cropping up, whether you're referring to Aleister Crowley or Jack Parsons. So I went, wait a second. Because we never really did get an answer for what we were doing in Iraq, you know? The email happens to check out. Surely enough, back in 2002, a group of German geophysicists began making trips into modern-day Iraq to map out what they believe they had discovered, which was ancient Iraq that aligned with the ancient texts of Gilgamesh. I'm going to show you this headline because I honestly, this is like unbelievable. Two German geophysicists, one named Georg Fassbinder and Helmut Becker, they were working for the Bavarian State Conservation Office in Munich, and they began using magnetic mapping to discover the old city. And suddenly they go, wait a second, this is his tomb. When exactly did they find it? We know for sure that it was sometime between May 2002 and very early 2003. They became convinced that indeed they had found the actual tomb of Gilgamesh, also, like I said, known as Nimrod in the Bible. This is within the exact timeline that we make a decision to invade Iraq. It's going to get even more insane. So it's February.
Candace refuses to tell us her alibi for where she was on September 10th. Candace, we theorized that you and George Farmer had something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. When are you going to give us your alibi with video evidence to prove where you were on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th? Yeah, I want all 4 dates. You know, because see, if the cult cared about truth, they would at least want to clear you out of this as well. Candace, give us your alibi. Y'all keep trolling Candace in her tip line. It's hilarious. And sending her long emails on this stuff here about Nimrod. You can't make this up. Candace, where were you on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2025? Because we're not going to put it past you that you're not capable of paying someone to take somebody out. When your dumb cult leaders think, your cult members think it's okay to dox people and not care about their safety. Where were you at? Because we're all now more prone to believe that you had something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. Perhaps you orchestrated it. George Farmer came up with a plan because you're not this smart. And he fronted up the money. We still don't know where he was on any of those days. You could have recorded a show anywhere. All you need is the backdrop. She could have recorded this episode, the episode she did on September 10th, 9th. She could have recorded that stuff anywhere. Who said she had to be at home in her basement in Tennessee? You know what's crazy? I have Candace's address. I've never leaked it. For what? Candace, at the end of the day, I care more about those kids because they're babies. They have nothing to do with this. But yet you and your people keep doxing folks. The hell is wrong with you? Where were you at on September 10th? You can't make this stuff up.
February 5th, 2003, Colin Powell publicly states, rather notoriously now infamously states, that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction. Is addressing the United Nations Security Council. Okay. Then, that quickly, next month on March 20th, 2003, we invade Iraq. The public is informed a couple of weeks thereafter, BBC, state arm, that Fastbinder indeed had made the discovery of Gilgamesh's tomb. And conveniently, well, guess what our boys did? They were there. They happened to make their military base at that exact location. Like, this is just incredible. Colin Powell publicly states there's weapons of mass destruction during his address, and then bam, there we are of Babylon. Well, what exactly were we doing there? Other than, the obligatory mass murdering, plundering ancient Christian civilizations and structures, like a million Iraqi civilians that were killed. That's a given. We just are always destroying Christian relics, but because we have to destroy history, they have to destroy history. But in retrospect, I have to say that I gotta stand for my boy Colin Powell looking into this, because I think he told the truth that they were indeed searching for weapons of mass destruction, but of a spiritual caliber, mass spiritual destruction. It is absolutely not a conspiracy. You can look this up yourself, that we, like I told you, set up our military base, Camp Alpha, right on top of ancient Babylon. Our boys then began digging. They said that the reason that they chose this place was because they wanted to protect the site from looters. Except, I guess, the military guys got confused at the top. They accidentally started doing the looting. The instructions just weren't clear over there. This is actually a United Nations article published in 2009 when we had to confess our sins before the world. It reads in part, quote, Babylon was the capital city for two famous kings of antiquity, Hammurabi, who introduced one of the world's first law codes, and of course, Nebuchadnezzar. Partially excavated over the last century, much of ancient Babylon, which lies 90 kilometers south of Baghdad, remains undiscovered. Now, according to a 2005 British Museum report, the use of Babylon as a camp by a multinational force between April 2003 and December of 2004, coalition forces is, quote, tantamount to establishing a military camp around the Great Pyramid in Egypt or the Stonehenge in Britain. Tells us later that Babylon was indeed plundered during the 2003 war, when contents from Hammurabi and Nebuchadnezzar museums and from the Babylon Library and Archive were stolen and destroyed. Oh, well, did we just go to war because we wanted to go on an archaeological dig? And we actually weren't allowed to do that because it was discovered and it belonged to people in Iraq. So they were like, weapons of mass destruction. We're going to need to go there and set up camp and do some digging. Sure enough, that's what the local side did. And they just transported things out of there. This is from NBC News. It tells us that a senior U.S. military officer has said that he's willing to apologize for damage that his troops caused in one of Iraq's most famous ancient sites. British Broadcasting Corp reported Friday that after the 2003 invasion of Iraq, U.S. Marines built a helicopter pad on the ruins of Babylon and filled their sandbags with archaeological fragments from the ancient city. It said vibrations from the U.S. helicopters caused the roof of one of the buildings to collapse. We were not there to protect ancient ruins. We were there to plunder and to loot and to steal. Right after we discover that Gilgamesh's tomb is in this city. Locals reported that at night, Americans were digging and they were extracting in military operations. But to where? That's the question. Where did they take Nimrod's remains? Why do they want them? What do you guys think trying to do with Nimrod's body? Time for you guys to wake up, really wake up, and to understand that many of us are kind of coming out of a fog. Certainly me. Never forget who Nimrod was in the Bible. Was the original one word.
Is it frozen? I just paused it. Am I frozen on my end? one of them chat if you can still see in here. Yeah, I'm just sitting here in shock with the rest of y'all. I'm just trying to. Candace is like all over the place. Oh, no. Okay, cool. All right, let's get back to it. She's just rumbling off. Y'all, Candace doesn't even read the Bible for this. I'm sure she turned to Wikipedia. Candace, what the hell are you talking about? Where were you on September 19th and 11th last year? Because we want to know your alibi. We all believe now that you have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination, Candace. You paid somebody some money somewhere. And people are going to start finding out. Because you're not going to be able to keep that secret for long. You or any of those voices in your head from your sugar booger rushes are not going to be able to stay silent for long. You can't make this up.
World government guide seeking to unite humanity under the Tower of Babel, one system created in defiance of the creator. One world government. This is why the mystery cults, they revere Nimrod. Freemasons revere Nimrod. In Masonic tradition, Nimrod is considered to be the first Grand Master, even before Solomon. I was telling you about that. This is all very real. It should shock you. You're probably like, was I about? Yes, absolutely. And so people then dug up, and this got a bit confused, by the way. So I should clarify that there was this still never quite explained FOIA request that went through to the State Department requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body and the location of the buried Nephilim. Who are we talking about? Who are we speaking about when we refer to these people, the fallen angels, guys? I am telling you, and this is not a part of Catholic canon, but you are allowed to read it, and you should read it. I read it on a plane. I don't even know what was going through my mind where I decided I needed to read the Book of Enoch. I think it is so important to read the Book of Enoch.
She has not read it.
To read about the fallen angels. That this is your real history. I'm sorry to tell you guys, you're not a dinosaur. Okay, you weren't a dinosaur. You're not just like floating. Thank you, Katy Perry, but you're not like a plastic bag floating through the wind. No. I didn't really ever find that line to be relatable at all. I never felt that way. This is all very real, and the elites have held on to this to destroy history because they don't want.
First, you said the history of slavery was because it was the Jews. Now you're saying history of humanity is because of fallen angels and Nephilim and something else with Enoch. And you have not read the book, but you need to read it, but you're telling everybody else to read it. Where were you on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2025? Because you had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. All this pivoting and all this nonsense you throwing up here because you on some drug binge, high as hell, grabbing women's butts. Like all this stuff you doing is nothing but a distraction. This has nothing to do with anything. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. How long does this go on for? God. Candace, this is ridiculous what you're doing. Like, you're not saying anything of substance. Ugh, this episode is so dumb.
To know this, they envision a world like Nimrod. One world government, they are going to be the gods. You will have no sense of where you come from, no sense of your history, and your souls will be completely perverted and corrupted by them. That is what they are doing. So people always ask.
Candace believe in this because she's an alien. Y'all forget she's an alien? She crash landed on our planet. Now you bringing your nonsense here to humanity. For what? And you have the candy-ass cult members falling for this. Your cult leader is an alien. She doesn't care what she believes. She doesn't care what we believe here on Earth. Dinosaurs walk the earth. She's laughing at that. Why will you all believe an alien over another human being? I don't understand. What the hell? Candace, what's your point? Where were you at on September 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th last year? You had something to do with this. That's why you keep blaming everybody else. You had something to do with this. Candace, Aisha Owens. What's her middle name? What's this? Candace, Amber Owens. You had something to do with this. Come on, White Walker, get through with this.
Why I'm always so happy and so positive. How is it possible that the Epstein files can drop and I maintain a happy attitude? In the comments yesterday, I saw this. Like, what do we do? Now that we know this is real and they're practicing this. Well, you have to also consider the other thing. They're doing this because God is real. I feel like that's like the best message ever. How could you not be happy recognizing that they are just betting against God like they always do? These people want to recreate Babylon. Okay, this is the story of Hollywood. Hollywood Babylon. Read the books. They have always been obsessed with it.
Why she was in a rapper's video trying to make it to Hollywood. Let's not forget about that, shall we? Can the Candy Ass cult members ask Candace why did she want to be in Hollywood? You know, she auditioned to be in shows and movies. Did y'all know that? She was discovered in a rapper's video because she wanted to be an actress. Did y'all know that? She dogs out Hollywood because she never made it. Not because she made it and they realized she has talent, but you know, for whatever reason, she's not getting any work. No, Candace doesn't have any talent and she never made it to Hollywood. We had to find her in a rapper video as if she forgets she did a rap video. As one of the little side chicks just sitting on the car, laying on her, you know, dude's shoulder and something she wasn't supposed to do. And we don't even know who that single rapper is. He's not even that important. Kanye West has never put Candace in one of his rap videos, and she loves him like a brother. If Candace wanted to be in Hollywood, she wanted to be an actress. She's trying to be like Kim Kardashian, except, you know, girl. No one likes Kim Kardashian. Well, it's whatever. This is the thing, though. All of this, and for what? She can't tell us her alibi. Candace, where were you at? Because the possibility of you having a hand in Charlie Kirk's death is becoming more and more surreal every day. Every time you open your mouth and that sugar booger rant comes out, while you still can't remember how time zones work, or why you will never litigate anything because you're not an attorney. You just make yourself more and more obvious. And as opposed to your people asking you questions, they rather dox someone else. You want to dox beauty queens. What? The women don't want to have anything to do with you. Let them live their lives. You're going to punish them for being in a beauty queen pageant? Something that you would never be in? It's funny how she tried, she failed. Can't stop. Leave these innocent people alone. They just wanted to be in a beauty queen pageant. What makes you think they knew exactly what was going to happen to them? Once again, she has no humanity at all. But we want to know where you were when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Where were you at, Candace? Erika Kirk can pull video surveillance camera footage from the hospital to show where she was. You can't pull video camera footage. Where were you? Tell us where you were on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Did any money come up missing out of your account because you paid somebody? Where was George at? Yeah, because if anybody going to blend in with the UVU crowd, George Farmer would. They up to something. They had something to do with it. And she doesn't want to tell it. She'd rather throw out all this stuff that means nothing. As opposed to her give us her alibi. Come on, Sugar Booger. Y'all look at his face. Oh, that demon alien is coming out of this. Yeah, this is just this look she shoots when that yeast infection starts to burn. It's sizzling.
But who are they contending with? God? And I feel like many people, myself included, go through a period where you wonder, and that's intentional, of course, said because they've stripped our true history, and we're not even where we're supposed to be. Like, we're in America. How did we get here? We know nothing about ourselves. And you go through this period where you question whether or not God's real, and I certainly thought, no. Well, coming out of high school, all that's just like my grandparents were into that. That's the old world. We're the cool world. And then you get to an age and you get to a point where you recognize, oh yeah, God's definitely real. And we've been asleep. We've been the muggles. They know he's real. And you want to spell the end of this satanic reign?
You want to explain why you were charged with harassment in high school? Why are you catching charges in high school? That's a fact, by the way. Candace was charged with harassment in high school. Candace, you want to talk about a muggle? You did this before you even hit 18 years old. Why were you charged with harassment? Who you stalking in high school to see him get a harassment charge? You understand how weird that is? A high schooler getting a harassment charge. And she wants us to believe that she does not send out her Oguni goons and her cult members to dox people and harass them online. when she herself was charged with harassment in high school. Candace, we know you stalked that boy, Charlie Kirk. We know you did. Where were you when he was assassinated? You somehow have a nag for harassment and doxing and bullying and stuff to kind of follow you everywhere you go. Starting with you being in high school. Yeah, she was a pro at harassing people before she was 18. You can't make this up.
Everything that they have been doing and the blood that they have been shedding, it's our awakening, it's our awareness. So you should be happy. You should be encouraged. This stuff shouldn't scare you. You should be happy to know that this isn't it. And the reason why they want people to be selfish, the reason why they want us to be atheists, why they have been so intentional about making sure they fill us with nonsense and junk and no sense of true history, why they protect the field of archaeology. They don't ever want us to be the ones to find something and learn something about history that's real. The reason that they're doing all that is because then they can get you to trade your soul. Like if you really believe that all you had was 80 years and there was nothing else beyond this.
Who's trying to trade? Candace, where's your soul? Who did you give it to? Yeah, Candace's soul went to the Colonel with the Kentucky Fried Chicken. KFC owns Candace's soul. It's been there for a while. It's just when you crash landed on our planet, did you come with a soul? Candace can't not show empathy to save her life. Because she's soulless. Like, Candace, it's okay to say you're soulless. At least you're being honest when you say you're soulless. Like, we're not going to attack you. We're just going to remind you that you're soulless. Don't sit here and try to pretend like you're empathetic when you're not. Why you use terms like litigate or relitigate? Yeah, it's super duper. What the hell?
Like they want you to believe. Then you would sell your soul to the devil for money.
Oh, God.
That's what a lot of people are doing. But when you suddenly go, oh, wait, there's more. Actually, I'm a soul and I am an eternal soul. Then you go, okay, well, I'm not going to go for $7,000 to support murdering children in Gaza.
Who got paid $7,000? Can they show a receipt of this? Candace, once again, because you don't understand the definition of the word evidence, to the cult members, because you all keep wanting me to get $7 grand. Where's your evidence that someone else got paid $7,000 in US dollars? Show proof that someone on YouTube that's a podcaster, independent journalist, have been paid $7 grand. I want to see evidence of that. Because I've been telling y'all to send me my money. They want me to get this money so bad, but they won't leave me a super. Why the candy ass cult members will just hit up my cash app? Y'all want me to get this money so bad? Hit my cash app. Hit the PayPal. Get my supers. Give me a super thanks or a super chat. Go ahead. I haven't been on a whole week. I know you guys miss it. Come on, candy ass cult members. Y'all want me to get this money so bad, but y'all don't want to give me any money. You can't make this up. Who's getting $7,000? Where's the evidence of that? I want to know. I honestly want to know. And I know who to ask for to send me my check. You can't make this up. $7,000. Candace is getting millions of dollars though a month, millions a month, and she worried about somebody getting $7 grand. She'll spend that on a shirt and 2 pair of pants. Candace can drop $7,000 on a shirt and 2 pair of pants or a dress. I know damn well she's an elite, and y'all are sitting here as if you peasants can keep up with her. And I'm talking to the cult members. While you are parroting this nonsense about $7,000, to which you have no evidence to prove someone has been paid $7,000. But you won't give anybody any money either. Why you give your cult leader your mortgage money? She's dropping thousands of dollars on a shirt and a couple pair of pants. You honestly think she cares about what you all think? She's dropping money like that on clothes. $7 grand? That would pay my rent for like 3 months, 3-4 months. I wouldn't have with that. So what? I'll be able to take my kids to Disney World. Child, please. I'm going on vacation. I'll be able to catch up on some things. And why does it have to be $7,000? Why is that the magic number? Because Candace said so. Why can't it be $21,000? How about $7,777.77? Make it all sevens. Hell, what about $700,000? Why can't it be that? Why does it have to be $7,000? We're not even hitting that 10,000. Why can't it just be an even number? If you want to make it a prime number, $11,000. That sounds about more right to me. $11,111.11. Why can't it be all ones? $11,111.11. That sounds about right to me. I think it should be $11,111.11. It should be all ones. Yeah, because let's not shortchange people. So when am I getting my $11,000 check? Somebody send me Benjamin Netanyahu email address. Oh, the candy ass cult members get bad when I play into that. Give me his email address so I can let him know. All right, bro, you owe me some money. Candace Owens cult member said you owe me $11,111.11. What should I send my invoice?
It's a happy message. I'm telling you guys, but read the book of Enoch if you have not read it.
Queen of
and learn about the fallen angels. It is incredible. Learn about your true history. And I just want to share that with you because I was just, I can't believe that about Iraq, asking what's the obsession with Iran? What's suddenly the obsession with Greenland? I think a lot bigger. I don't know what the obsession is, but I'm inclined to think a lot bigger. We'll take a brief break before I tell you about some alibis that I think are maybe falling apart regarding September 10th.
Oh, Lord.
All right, you guys, one of the reasons that I have stayed with Nimi Skincare is that they make consistency related to the military.
Come on.
Like I said, like a plastic bag flowing through the wind, and I'm now aware of history. I believe in God. I obviously know these people are satanic. It gives new meaning to this sort of military cult, because that is also a corollary that I have built. It's like constantly the military. So much involvement, even in the Charlie Kirk story, like just everywhere. I said, I don't know when Charlie Kirk just became a literal military operation, but indeed it did. All these people with very strong ties to the military, his wife included, right? Her mother in particular. I want to speak about Erika's alibi on September 10th. And I'm going to put it out there that I do not believe it. I do not believe we are being told the truth regarding her alibi. I have, at least I can say, I guess the best way to say it is, I now officially have some serious questions pertaining to her alibi. And these question marks
Candace, there's nothing you're going to do about it. Run your mouth. Do what you're doing. That's it. So what? Erika Kirk, girl, all you can do is laugh at this point. Oh, man. I still want my check. I want that $11,000 check. Because I refuse to believe that it's only $7,000. I think it should be more. It should be a lot more. They can't provide any evidence of someone actually getting paid that money. So I'm just going to make it whatever amount I want it to be, because I'm the queen of YouTube. So I declare that it should be $11,111.11. Yeah, that's what we do. Y'all put ones in the chat if y'all think I should get $11,000. Stop changing me. What? Make it $11,000 per hour. Come on, Benjamin Netanyahu. Somebody drop me his email if you got it. So I email him. Hey, man, they keep saying you owe me some money. I think $7,000 is just shortchanging me. It's an insult to my intelligence. I think it should be more like $7,000 an hour. So here's my invoice for the last 5 months talking about this. The candy ass cult member said you're supposed to pay me this money. So, here it is. Candace, I'm going to start invoicing your ass soon, too. You alien. I know I got your address. I could just mail them to you. You can't make this up. Y'all send her invoices in her tip line. We'll talking about trolling her. Y'all send her some invoices. Candace, they're going to start invoicing you. And I'm going to invoice you per hour. All this good laughter is not free. You can make this up.
Really regarding her mother, Lori Franz-Faye. I've been working through Erika's life, and when you start to do that and build a timeline, it inevitably leads you to her mother, who I believe is very shady. She has a number of LLC.
Candace, where's your mother? Because, we want to be able to say the same thing. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Where's your mother? Who's Candace's mother? Who's Candace's mother? I don't care if she's dead or alive. Who's her mother? Candace, you want to tell us who your mother is? And you want to talk about somebody else's mother? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We're not going to be hypocritical here. So if you're going to talk about Erika Kirk's mother, Candace, we're going to talk about yours. Where's Candace's mother at? You can't make this up. Candace's parents were crackheads who abandoned her. Were they? Candace, your parents did drugs. Is that why you're doing drugs? Is it learned behavior, Candace? This is why Candace is high on sugar booger. 5 days a day. Every time she gets in front of a camera, she's high on sugar booger. Just all over the place. Erratic thoughts. Can't get her mind together. She can't tell us an alibi where her and George Farmer were when Charlie Kirk was being assassinated. We have no idea where those two were. Seriously, if you're going to sit here and go after somebody's mother, Candace, please understand it's fair game for you too. People will find out who your mother is and go after your mother. And go in. Just I hope you know what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. You're going to go after someone's mom. Somebody's going to go after your mom. That's how this going to go, Candace. That's it. So if you don't want anybody coming after your mother, then don't go after someone else's. But until then, we're going to find out who your mother is and then go in. You're talking about somebody that's got an illness and you don't even know. You believe she's shady? Your mother was a crackhead. What are we talking about? Like it literally. Let's be fair in this. If you want to throw jabs at somebody's mother, Candace, understand that can happen to you as well. Because we have no reason to be hypocritical. We don't owe you anything, Candace. We don't have to spare you from a damn thing. So if you go after somebody's mother, especially when they're suffering from an illness, we're coming for your crackhead mama. You understand it? Can't make this up.
And when I say a number, I mean it's almost incalculable, the amount of LLCs trying to figure out what exactly this does, the technology, connections from France to Arizona to Cincinnati to Massachusetts. And I realized something about her mother. First and foremost, I told you that when we met, that was the only time that I sensed very strong emotion from her was in mentioning her mother. But I do realize now that it seems to me to be an intentional effort to protect Erika's mother throughout this entire thing. Before, like, regarding even September 10th. Leading up to September 10th, Erika did something that it's unusual. It was unusual in terms of the manner in which
Candace, your upbringing is unusual. This is something else. So, no. We're going to go in on Candace's mother. Candace, if your mother was a crackhead, she dropped you off at your grandfather's house. Why she never came back to get you? Obviously, Candace does not have a good relationship with her own mother. I mean, it seems to be obvious. She doesn't have a concept of what it means to have a loving mother-daughter relationship. Because her mom abandoned her. And she sees Erika Kirk taking care of her mother. She sees Erika Kirk taking her mom to doctor's appointments. You know, Erika Kirk was a beauty queen pageant. And won. A winner, right? Miss Texas or something like that. Candace never got to go to Hollywood, become an actress. All the things that she sees in Erika Kirk, she wanted for herself, and Candace failed. And now you were going attacking her and her mother, talking about, oh, they're shady. But your mother being a crackhead is not shady. You catching charges at 17 in high school for harassment is not shady. You trying to be in rap videos, that's not shady, Candace. What did you have to do to land a part in that rap video? I'm curious. Because obviously you have no talent. So what did you have to do to land a role in that rap video? Yeah, who was the rapper, the singer? We don't even know who that kid is. Because, you know, Candace, you know you have to do some strange things to land something in Hollywood, right? You can't make this up. We can go in on your mom, Candace, because why shouldn't we? If you're going to go in on somebody else's mom that's sick. She has no soul. Mayno was a rapper. I don't even know who that is. You watch the video? Yeah, she does. Like this is, we can go in on this. Candace too scared to come over here. She steals my quits though. She steals my jokes. She steals my lines. Like, good grief. She won't just, her debating me. It'll be her screaming and yelling and me throwing like just one good punchliners And that's it. And it's just gonna boil her blood. Candace's mother, your mother is a crackhead. She left you and your siblings and never came back because you don't talk about her. And then you brag about how you neglect your own kids, crying over another woman's deceased husband because he didn't pick you. Candace, we could do this all day. So, Candace, why don't you produce your crackhead mother? How about that? Why are you going after somebody else's mother that's got an illness?
Erika normally posts. She does not typically post her mother. She is private about her mother. She's always been very private about her mother, actually. If you ask people at Turning Point USA, they don't know her mother, despite the fact
we don't know your mother, Candace,
of companies related to Turning Point USA, despite the fact that her mother is involved with sort of the geofencing and things of that nature. What is that specific company called? Superfeed Technologies. Despite the fact that her mother was, present next to Erika in 2015 when she was standing behind Trump, they don't know Erika's mother. Superfeed Technologies,
your mother, Candace,
her, but kind of keeps her in the background. So it was unusual, and I can tell you exactly how unusual. Erika had not posted anything about her mom.
So it's unusual that Candace Owens won't tell anybody anything about her mother, other than what we know her to be a crackhead, and that she abandoned her kids. That's not unusual. Come on, candy ass cult members, because we can do apples to apples here. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Otherwise, you're hypocritical as hell. We don't know anything about Candace Owens' mother. Why would she abandon her children? She grew up in poverty, allegedly. She sure taught Candace how to lie like hell. And to step on the backs of others trying to climb to the top. Candace, tell us about your mother. How much drugs did she actually do in a day? Was she a streetwalker? Tell us about your mother. You sitting here want to know about somebody else's mom. Tell us about yours. Is she still alive? Come on.
Since 2022.
Tell us about
then,
your mother.
Despite the last post being in April of 2022 on Mother's Day, she did a post for her mother, I believe it was Mother's Day. Fast forward to 2025, and she moves on September 7th, just 3 days before Charlie dies. She doesn't just post her mother, she posts her mother in an incredibly vulnerable position. Her mother looks to be very sick. And she posts, I wanted to make sure that
you're attacking this woman who obviously looks very sick. Why are you bringing this up? Candace, post up your mother. Let's see her. Let's find out why she didn't raise you. Why she abandoned you. Let's go. Tell us about your mother. Come on and regale us of the tales of your mother. Let's go. What's her name?
First. And if you're looking at this, you're glancing at this, it's a countdown of some description. And she says 10 days until September 16th. Now, we don't know what that 10-day countdown was pertaining to because obviously
it could have been 10 days to her having
December 16th. 10th is actually when she hosted her first Zoom call with as the new CEO and chairman. But I'm sure there was some plan that was there. Again,
it couldn't be 10 days till my mother goes to get treatment from this doctor. 10 days until her surgery. It seems like it would have been something related to her mother's treatment and medical care. Not about Charlie Kirk. 10 days to her mother get some treatment. 10 days maybe since she's had some diagnosis rendered. What are you talking about? How do you look at this photo and get something else other than 10 days to something related to her mother's care? What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk? Most people look at this, the average person that are here on Earth, human beings, because Candace is an alien, that looks at this photo would think, oh, this is 10 days from her mom. Obviously, she's sick since either a diagnosis has been rendered or until she gets treatment or maybe have a procedure done. 10 days she's been, awake and able to move, get up out of bed. It has to be something related to her care. You don't look at this and think, 10 days until, Charlie Kirk, something, she becomes CEO. No. That's not what this photo says. But yet and still, who is Candace's mother? What's Candace's mother's name? Anybody know? I don't understand why they need to know anything about Erika Kirk's mother. Why is she obsessing over another woman who has an illness? She can't even defend herself if she wanted to because of her illness. You're going after somebody's mother? Candace, you are disgusting and depraved. But no, let's talk about your crackhead mother. Let's do that.
very sick. And she posts, I wanted to make sure that you were the first. And if you're looking at this, you're glancing at this, it's a countdown of some description. And she says 10 days until September 16th. Now, we don't know what that 10-day countdown was pertaining to, because obviously things changed. In fact, September 16th is actually when she hosted her first Zoom call with
but the mother was
as the new CEO and chairman. But I'm sure there was some other plan that was there. Again, unusual, even for people who are private on Instagram. I mean, for people who are very public, sharing everything, who overshare on Instagram. You don't want to post on such a vulnerable position. Like, that's not.
We don't know who Candace's crackhead mother is. So, you know, I mean, you're going to post up anything about your mother? We'll wait. Post something about your mom. Tell us about your mom. You keep your people under wraps. While you sit here and go after somebody's sick mother. This has to be the most evil and cynical, sinister thing she's ever done. This is so disgusting and depraved. Maybe she wants people to pray for her mom for 10 days. Who knows? Maybe her mother wants this out there. Maybe her mother agreed for her to put up this post. We don't care what you think. We want to know who your mother is. Let's figure out why you got this sugar booger head. Perhaps it's genetically prone. Maybe your mother passed this down. Candace could be the byproduct of, crack. Who knows? Like Candace, if your mother was crackhead, then maybe you were a crack baby. An alien crack baby. Maybe that's it. It's perhaps that.
How you want to use Instagram. This is not her and Charlie. When it comes to their private life, they're actually exceedingly private. You don't see photos of their children. So this was new. This was different. This was exceptional, I think, is something that we can say. We fast forward just a few days to September 10th, and we learn, one of the people that told us this was New York Times, that on September 10th, Erika was at the hospital while her mother was receiving treatments. Now, that hospital word came from the New York Times. It was not a direct quotation from Erika, but they said that she was in the hospital when Mikey McCoy called her, quote unquote, within seconds. We later learned that actually that phone call did not come in within seconds. Actually, Mikey called his wife first. So much for that training that Charlie allegedly gave him. This is what you do immediately. Walk away and call your wife and then call Erika 3 minutes later, 3+ minutes later, and then add Erika to the line while your wife is on the phone. I'm not really buying that, but okay. We know that they had a very brief call, a couple of minutes, and then we are told that she left her mother, who was receiving a medical treatment, and then she collapsed in the parking lot. Now, I got suddenly interested in this narrative for a couple of reasons. Because I then realized her mother was used again in an alibi when I was contacting Justin Sharp, trying to figure out what Erika was doing on September 8th, just wanting some sort of an alibi, and it kept getting delayed.
They don't owe you an alibi. You're not a prosecutor. They owe you nothing. You crackhead, baby. Candace was a crack baby, y'all. Definitely a crack baby. Her mother's name is Paula Owens. She was an executive assistant while her father, Robert Owens, worked as a property manager. She's a crack baby. Candace, why did your parents abandon you and leave you with your grandparents? You all grew up poor. Your father was a property manager, a property owner, property manager. Your mother was an executive assistant. Overglorified admin assistant. And you all were still living in poverty. Candace, if your mom was a crackhead and abandoned you and your siblings, don't you think you ought to get some therapy for that? As opposed to go after somebody else's mother who's got a whole illness? Because you think that her daughter owes you an alibi. That's laughable to me. She doesn't owe you a damn thing. She owes you nothing. She don't even have to care that you exist, girl. Erika Kirk care less if you walk this earth. The only time you will be important to her is when she's ready to sue the crap out of you, which is what you're skyrocketing yourself towards. A lawsuit. You bringing up her mom and you're doing all this stuff for what? And you won't tell us your alibi. What was Candace at on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th? Because Candace, you have a bigger motive to take Charlie Kirk up out of here than Erika Kirk would. I mean, look how you've been obsessing over this for the last 5 months and how much money you've made. Why are you purporting to be a friend that you unfriended on social media for at least 6 months leading up until his death? You weren't even talking to him. But you want people to believe that you two were good friends. No, good friends don't go 6-7 months without talking to each other. Good friends don't unfriend each other on social media. Good friends don't go to somebody else's house over chicken parmesan and dog the person out. Good friends don't do that. But you have no problem with that. I'm not going to let Candace be hypocritical. Candace, we can go in on your mom if you want. I don't see how going after a sick, elderly woman simply because she's Erika Kirk's mom is giving you brownie points. But when your cult members are soulless demons from hell, of course they don't care. They're not empathetic to that. So they shouldn't give two shits if I go after your crackhead mother. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, girl. Come on, you crack baby.
And I was told that her mother was very, very sick, and that was the reason why, and that she was spending her days in the hospital with her mother. I can confirm that the message that he sent me, certainly the lighting does not look like she is in a hospital. It looks like she's where she is there, which is at her apartment building. And also what I can now confirm to you for a fact is that the mother was receiving treatment, not at a hospital, but at a sort of holistic clinic.
We can do this all day.
And again, this is one of those situations where you don't normally speak about the health of somebody's mother, but you're putting us in the casket with Charlie. We have a right to ask where he's buried. You're going to put us in this.
No, you can't. You cannot justify this, you crack baby. Where's your crackhead mother? Because you're putting us in the position to have to sit here and go after your crackhead mama. Where your daddy at? Why he didn't sit here and take care of you either? They left you with your grandfather. So since Candace had a horrible relationship with her mother growing up, or practically non-existent, now she's got to sit here and try to erode the relationship between Erika Kirk and her mother, who has an illness. No one's putting you in a position to do this, Candace. You're just pure evil. We find out more about your crackhead mother, we're going to see him put it out. And trust me, when I say it does not bother me at all, I'm going to sleep so peacefully. It's not going to bother me. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Candace needs to feel the pinch of everything she's doing, and it needs to be directed right back at her. Why should she be spared? Why? We're not going to do that. I won't go after the kids. But your crackhead mama? Yeah. Why should you be spared? You're going after somebody else. So don't get mad, Candace, when people start going after your crackhead mother. Come on, girl. Tell us where your mama at.
Very vulnerable position with your mother. I guess it's okay for us to discuss your mother's illnesses because this is a post, right? I would never, ever, ever, ever post this. I find that to be.
I have to do it wrong.
Again, I also wouldn't post somebody in the casket, but things different strokes for different folks. What is interesting to me is I have known for a while, she's not lying about her mother having Lyme disease. That's what her mother has. I know this because I talked to Charlie about this. Charlie, once upon a time, he and I spoke extensively about how he was flying out her mother to do treatments for Lyme disease overseas because there was better treatment in Europe, options available. Bella Hadid posted a lot about this. Her and I think her brother.
Did you all know this? I didn't know this. Did you all know this prior to this video? Did anyone know that her mother has Lyme disease? We didn't know this. Why is she telling us this? What the hell? Candace, we didn't need to know what her mama has. I don't care. She's sick. It is what it is. I did not know her mother had Lyme. Like, why are you putting that out there? You putting her medical information out there. You violating her privacy when it comes to her health information. She wants to talk about HIPAA privacy laws, and Candace Owens literally ignores them when it comes to her disclosing someone else's health information. That is a violation of HIPAA privacy. Candace, no one needed to know that Erika Kirk's mother had this specific illness. That doesn't make or break anything. Nobody's going to be able to take that information and pay their mortgage with it. It has no effect in anybody else's household. Why would we need to know what exactly the mother is suffering from? So you violated her medical privacy. You didn't have to disclose that information to the public. For what? Erika Kirk's mom having Lyme disease is not going to get my rent paid or anything. No one needed to know that. No one needed to know that. No one needs to know that. Period. That's a part of her medical privacy. That's her medical privacy. Candace believes that she's above the rule of law. Candace, what the hell your crackhead mama at? You can't make this up. So crack baby here is going to sit here and tell everybody else's medical information because doxing is still a thing to her. I don't expect the cult members to get mad. I don't care about your tantrums or any of that when I say Candace is a crack baby. And her mom was a crackhead, probably a streetwalker. Candace, what did your mama have to do to get that job to be an executive assistant? Yeah, we can go there. No one needed to know what type of illness she had. That's irrelevant to life. No one needed to know that. It's not like you guys are going to do anything to help her. And I'm talking to the candy ass cult members. You're not going to do anything to help the mother. You're certainly not praying for her. You're not going to send her any money for a treatment. Why would you need to know that? She violated her medical privacy. You can't make this up. They're going to sue the hell out of you, Candace.
As well, have Lyme disease. And she does sometimes. She goes overseas and she posts about different
my God.
medical treatments that they have available in Europe. So I was aware that her mother had Lyme disease. That totally passed the test for me. But I think the reason why we were sort of given this kind of nondescript thing and we were led to believe that she was in a hospital was because
that is not what HIPAA privacy law
states. The next natural question, which is why didn't she go with
giving personal identifiable information?
Mom,
you better
why not instantly go with your daughter?
Before you come here, let me tell you something. Before you come here with some nonsense like this, that is not what the law states. She's giving personal identifiable information to the public that we did not ask for, and the public does not need to know. We did not need to know her actual diagnosis. Read the law before you sit here trying to quote to me what HIPAA privacy laws state. You better read it. That's not it. That is absolutely false. That has nothing to do with her being a civilian. Are you kidding? Everyone has the right to privacy when it comes to their health information. Everybody. Everybody. You cannot excuse that. But Candace doesn't want to talk about her crackhead mama. Why? Are you embarrassed of your mother, Candace? Might be. Maybe it's the embarrassment of it all. You mad because she had dick crack while she was pregnant with you? Candace, is that it? Are you mad because your mother did crack while she was pregnant with you? Now we understand why Candace is on sugar booger. It's already in her system. Hell yeah, we going there. Hell yeah, we going
in Utah. There. So we were led to believe that she was in a condition where she could not do this. I find that to be interesting, especially because I have learned, and I believe this is accurate, that on September 8th, we can pull up the timeline here, that Charlie took Erika's mother for a treatment for Lyme disease at a clinic.
Why do you keep saying the disease? First of all, hospitals have cameras. This is not difficult to prove or debunk. They can get the security camera footage. The end. Your dumbass cult members don't even know how HIPAA privacy laws work. They're trying to excuse this BS. No. We're going to talk about your dumb cult leader's crackhead mama. Oh, yeah, we're doing that. Candace. Did she do crack with you the entire time she was pregnant with you or just part way? There is a reason why your mother felt like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this demon seed. Let me give it to her grandfather. Maybe there's a reason why she chose to give you up. You know, of all the siblings she abandoned you, can't make this up.
Have the address, the name of the clinic. I'm not going to be publishing that because I don't think that's relevant.
The disease is not relevant either.
But it makes September 8th really interesting because I am told that these treatments, and again, these are holistic treatments that you can go to at a center. There's all sorts of things that you can get done now for Lyme disease and other diseases. I am told that these treatments last between 1 to 2 hours. Okay. 1 on the short end, then up to 2 hours.
Oh my God. Why do we need to know this?
Yeah, you could if you wanted to get an intense treatment on the 8th, followed by.
She hasn't proven that Charlie Kirk was there. You know, because video evidence doesn't lie. Candace still has not proven that Charlie Kirk was there. No photos, no video evidence, nothing. She just going based on some blah, 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 hoopla. Because he told her about the disease and that's it. Oh, so he must have taken her. No. Where's the video evidence? Where's the photos? Where's the proof? We go on evidence here. Where is either the video evidence from the hospital or any photo or still image of those two in the hospital? Where's the evidence, Candace? You haven't proven that he was there at all. She hasn't even tried. She's not even attempting to do that. She's just saying it is, and that's it. And they just going with it. No, we want evidence. We want the photo or video of the security camera footage in the hospital. That's what we want. Produce evidence. Otherwise, Candace is lying like hell. The end. Cell phone signals, anything that can actually be proven as evidence to debunk this. Don't think for 1 second that Erika Kirk will not have that evidence when she sues the hell out of Candace, because that's exactly what's going to happen. She's going to sue the hell out of her. You doxed her mother's information, her medical information online. You violated her privacy rights by telling us her disease. Candace, Erika Kirk is coming for you, and it's going to be through the court of law. So you and your cult members can get your tantrums out now, get it all out, because Erika Kirk is going to sue the crap out of Candace Owens. And she has it coming. Sue this crackhead, baby. She can't make
the 10th, 2 days later, so I don't need to question that narrative.
This is crazy.
But I am starting to look at Charlie's schedule, because Charlie came back from Korea and Tokyo, his trip, very late, almost early morning on September 8th, very late on the 7th. We know when he landed into California and then continued on to Arizona. So I'm assuming he slept. And then we know that he's at home when he appears in his home studio for the Charlie Kirk show. He did not go to the office on this day, and we're going to have to fit him into taking Lori to a treatment center. This also makes me think, as I had mentioned the other day, that Erika was not around on the 8th because of Frank
you have not proven that with video evidence or photos at all. If Erika Kirk is seen on camera walking to a hospital or treatment facility with her mother, Candace, do you understand that would just be a pimp slap to your crackhead ass? It wouldn't even hold up in court. You should welcome a lawsuit. That way you can see the discovery material, Candace. You know, because she wants subpoena power and all. Our cult leader, born as a crackhead baby, wants subpoena power. It's priceless.
Statement where he says Charlie was dealing with the kids. I can't find a single person in this complex that they live that can verify that they saw Erika on this day. No, they verified they saw her on the 9th, right? They didn't see her on the 8th. Okay. Now we have Charlie. Why would Charlie go? Okay. She says they were super close. I would assume that if Erika was available, Erika might have taken her to this treatment, right? This 1 to 2 hour treatment. And it looks like in this window of, if we account for driving time, this treatment having to have taken place between 12 and 3:30. And if it's a long treatment, this is the gap that we're putting this in, because otherwise it's not possible. We have everything else.
Why you calling yourself? Why you calling yourself the devil name? I'm curious. Why is your username the devil name? So Lucifer here, you know. Evil has entered the chat. Wants her to run for president. She doesn't want to be president. She wants to be dictator. We're not having that in the United States of America. Now, wherever country you are in, we'll send her ass to you, and then she can be president there. Where are you from, Lucifer? Don't say the U.S., because we all know you're not. We don't condone dictatorships here. Candace Owens wants to be a dictator. We're not having that. We'll whoop her ass before she thinks she's going to be dictator. If you're not even in this country, you can't vote, so we don't care. What the hell? He's from hell. So where you from? Oh man, y'all funny. Oh boy, comment of the day. That was funny. Lucifer, somebody say you came straight from hell, bro. What child, Minnesota? Why are you calling yourself the devil's name? Why are you doing that? Check your name, man. I know you're not walking around here talking about Christ is King while you call yourself Lucifer on YouTube. You can't do that, man. Man, come on. Somebody in Minnesota. We're not going to let somebody who wants to be a dictator run for shit. And I'm just letting you know that. Okay. We are Americans. We do not condone a dictatorship. Candace will get her ass mollywopped before she thinks she's going to be dictator. She doesn't want to be president. She wants to be dictator. Do you understand that? And so every time she starts a show now, she says this because she knows she's listening to me and she knows I'll make fun of it. Candace, we're going to whoop your ass, girl. Come on, you crackhead. We can't take this. We're going to sit here and let a crackhead who wants to be a dictator be president of our country. But come on now. You're telling us that we don't deserve better than that? Oh, man. You can't make this up. No, come on now. I'm Minnesota. Come on. You don't think we deserve better? I want to see her do anything. I want her to sit here and actually go to court. That's what I want to see her do. Walk into a courthouse because she's been sued. You want to see her run for president when she said she wants to be dictator? That's so un-American. The entire Constitution is going to go out the window, huh? So we don't have the right to democracy here. Come on, man. Don't shortchange us. Anyone else but the demonic alien crackhead baby. All right. Can you pick somebody else? Come on. Give us a better chance of this.
Into this timeline. And these things, again, are verifiable. Again, that Erika says that she made Charlie dinner. That has been the alibi for Fort Huachuca. I have questions about that. I have a lot of questions about that particular timeline and whether or not she was indeed at home making him dinner. It is pointing to the possibility that Erika was just not there. It's not pointing
on that because you have video evidence that you have to go against. You're lying against video evidence. Surveillance cameras installed at hospitals and treatment facilities. You're lying against video evidence that the jury would easily believe over you typing up something in Microsoft Excel. They don't care what you think, Candace. You wouldn't be able to prove it. Bottom line, you crackhead baby. You can't make this up.
And Candace gonna get drug tested. Way in which her mother was again used to sort of guilt us away from asking questions. So I was asking her for Huachuca. She's with her mom. She's with her mom until she then popped up. Which she wouldn't have had this happen. And then I texted and I said, you told me that she's like not available at all because she's with her mom and her mom's like in the hospital, but she's actually at a basketball game.
Oh God!
Because a fan caught Erika at a basketball game, and then it was like, oh yeah. Was it a football game, Tyler? A football game. And then it was like, oh, okay. You've been asking for this Fort Huachuca thing, blah, blah, blah. And then they gave me something I didn't ask for. Maybe I wasn't clear. But across weeks, I'm just trying to get a basic alibi for September 8th. And I'm just kind of getting pushed around. And then finally they give me something, and a couple of days later, they give me a cease and desist, and they mentioned Fort Huachuca. I have questions.
Candace, this is so stupid. No, they don't care about your questions. They want you to prove that she was not at a treatment facility with her mother. Prove it. Like you've already violated this woman's medical privacy by telling us her disease. And you're sitting here talking about because of this. Yeah, I don't believe she was there. Based on what? You're going against video evidence. Do you understand she was captured on video going into this hospital? Parking in the parking deck? She would have had to get a ticket or at least get, valet service for the parking. Because hospitals charge a lot of money for parking. You know, the hospital I go to, my thought is that I have to pay $8 for valet parking. Yeah, that's a lot of money. $8 for parking every time I got to go to the doctor's office. So they got to pay for that parking. At the very least, there are cameras in the parking deck. There are cameras at the hospital. There are cameras everywhere throughout it. She would be able to prove with video evidence. Here, you see me walking in with my mother. Here's the video evidence because, Candace is a crackhead who can't read or refuses to read. She definitely can't say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Like she can't say that word at all. But she'll say super-de-duper.
I think that we were being emotionally manipulated not to ask questions.
God, emotionally manipulated. Her
who,
mother
if
is
she
sick,
is
but never mind that.
extraordinarily sick, and I
Oh my
know
God.
that she has Lyme
You
disease
don't
as
care
a fact,
what her mother was doing.
and
Why are
know
you
that
doing
there
this?
are varying levels and stages of Lyme disease as a fact. I'm not doubting any of that. I am saying that
No. You're sitting here talking about this stuff. No one needed to know that she even had that diagnosis. You violated her medical privacy by putting out there her diagnosis. Erika Kirk, I expect you to be dropping a lawsuit within the next week. It is an expectation. Don't send her any more cease and desist letters. Crackhead baby here does not care. So why go through the formality? You don't owe her a letter either. You never did. Just sue her and let's be done with this. And in that way, when you go to court, you can just pull up the hospital surveillance camera footage where it will show you walking in with your mother. That's it. It's that simple. Not hard about that at all. You can't make this stuff up. Let the detectives run your phone to get the signals. You know, your signals come from your phones. They hit cell phone towers, get a ping. It gives you coordinates and a date and time stamp. Cell phone data can give a location. Your phones are like trackers now. So she would have two various forms of evidence to present the court. Data from her phone and the surveillance camera footage from the hospital. Candace is lying about concrete evidence, while she produces none to support none of this crap that's coming out of her mouth. Where is the surveillance footage, Candace? Come on, crackhead baby. Can't make this up.
I feel
no one cares.
We have been intentionally given that story so that nobody could possibly touch it. Like that post there, to me, feels a little bit manipulative. I can't explain it.
No, it's not manipulative. You're just evil. Your feelings mean nothing in the court of law. To all the candy asses, please understand, your cult leader's feelings will mean nothing in court when she gets sued. If she doesn't have evidence, she's going to be the lying crackhead baby that she is. And all they're going to do is prove it. Candace is not proving anything. We haven't seen not one photo image or anything of Charlie Kirk being the one at the doctor's office as opposed to Erika Kirk. Never mind the fact that they have, surveillance camera footage at their house. Never mind that. She wants to keep overlooking that fact.
It's not her usual posting. She doesn't post that kind of stuff. It's similar to the Charlie in the casket, right? And then suddenly, like, hey, why can I have anything for myself? When people ask the question, like, hey, actually, where did you bury him? And then suddenly it's like, how dare you intrude upon where Charlie's body is? What will you literally put us in the casket with, like, your chief fundraiser person to make money? So it's we're only allowed to ask questions if money is going to be made. I don't think it works like that. It doesn't work like that, actually. So I just wanted to raise that, and I have some more leads that I'm going to prod, but I'm going to put out there that I am having trouble confirming this story. And I'm wondering why that is. So if you have information, and I do have the names of two.
If you don't have surveillance camera footage from the hospitals, you're just trolling Candace. And I'm all for that. I'm all for Candace being trolled. As a matter of fact, troll her with invoices for $7,000. Otherwise, no one cares about what Candace is saying. This will not hold weight in court when she gets sued. It just won't. This is what happens when you can't stop doxing people, Candace, because harassment is her favorite thing to do. We want to know about the charge that you got for harassment, Candace, when you were 17 and your crackhead mama. Can't make this up. Leave this woman alone.
Clinics, by the way, because they were two different clinics. The one on the 10th versus the one on the 8th. If you have any information, please email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com as we begin.
You are emailing her medical information. You can be reported and sued for violating her privacy as well. It will be wise to not violate HIPAA privacy laws. Don't email her medical information about the mother. If Candace is not smart enough to get surveillance camera footages on her own, then she doesn't deserve it. Y'all go flooding her email with Erika Kirk's mother's health information. You can be hemmed up just as equally as Candace. That's a tip for you all. I don't owe you that, but I figured I would share it. Now, everyone can be held just as equally responsible and liable, because that is an invasion of her privacy. No one needs to know anything about this woman's medical treatment or her health or her diagnosis at all. We don't need to know that. It does not make your life easier. Your bills will not get paid any faster because of this. Candace is just being the soulless, evil, crackhead baby that she is. This dumb alien has invaded our planet, and now all of a sudden, laws mean nothing to her when she's speaking on someone else's medical information. But she won't tell us who her crackhead mama is. Let's get her mama out here to the spotlight.
Pieces together and what may be a slippery alibi. It could be people were told what to say, what to do. People were at certain places, but something is not right. Something is really not right.
Candace, we're
going to get to the truth. We're going to get to the truth. Christ is king, as we say. And perfect time for me to announce, by the way, that I will be speaking. I actually have not spoken in a while publicly. I've been working on my podcast because I was at war with Zionists. But I will be speaking at the Catholics for Catholics conference on March 19th in Washington, D.C. The reason...
Oh, Lord have mercy. Hopefully a crackhead mama will be there, and then we can all get a glimpse of that. You know, because otherwise, Candace, see, when you go after somebody's mama, people going to go after yours. Because it's just, you know, it's just disgusting. This is how things work here on Earth, you dumb alien. This is crazy. There's a reason why Candace doesn't get speaking gigs. Because she doesn't even know how to wing it. Yeah. She just snorts that sugar booger and then gets to going. That's it. That's all she does now. You can't make this stuff up. Whoever is working behind the scenes to help her while she's sitting here disclosing medical information, I hope they get named in that lawsuit as well as a co-defendant. Her whole team needs to be named, including George. Name his ass too. George, come out that closet.
I haven't spoken in well over a year. Was first and foremost, I was supposed to go on that tour in Australia, but I got blocked by the Zionist lobby of Australia. I was supposed to be on tour with Charlie before he died, but I got blocked by Zionists here in America. And so it is a refreshing and a good thing that the Catholic Church is standing apart from that sort of political influence.
This
that
is so crazy.
There's no place there. There's no place there. If you are Catholic, or even if you are Catholic curious, I would love for you guys to be there. You can visit CFORC, so C4C.com/prayer, and you will save $100 off your purchase if you use code Candace at checkout. C for C, that stands for Catholics for Catholics.com/prayer. And because Valentine's Day, here's Johnny. Yeah, there's a lot I could say here, but I'm probably going to say it for the stage of how I got involved with Catholics for Catholics. There's just so much. I see.
Catholic prayer for America, Gala.
Okay.
Against goodness. I think he's close. And I was trying to share that with you guys, that we were like rooting in, because he attends the same church as Charlie. There's a lot of producers that are writing questions that Ben wants them to ask.
Okay, so comments. Yeah, I'm done with this episode. Anything else I miss here? No. Oh, hold on. She talks about Ben Shapiro. Because Ben Shapiro declining on her ass and that other podcast.
So obviously answering the question that is asked by his producer, and they just like push any mistake I make, anything. They just like push through the algorithm, will make videos. Sometimes not even a mistake. When I was talking about temper, Candace is an idiot. Ask himself a question so he can answer it. And also, of course, make fun of a dream and make it kind of weird when I said that, like, described it as a chessboard. Take a listen.
Did I hear that Candace said on her show she had dreams about playing Hogwarts chess with you? That's the okay now. All right. Well, you know, that's weird.
Hogwarts
it's a little bit weird. I mean, I guess that's pronounced what-eared or what-eared. Wait. Should I pronounce? Yeah.
Weird.
I don't know.
Weird.
I don't know. Maybe we should have a discussion about the temperature at which ice freezes. or maybe we can talk about various German terms and their proper pronunciation, like Blitzkrieg. I will freely admit that I did make a few jokes around the office about other Nazi breakfast foods besides Blitzkriegs, which may include Luftwaffles. Candace also interviewed Bassem Youssef and told him she thinks something bad happened in your childhood because you fixate and lack empathy. Man, so much projection. Oh my goodness. What? Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. All right, whatever, man. Whatever.
I just want to acknowledge the fact that he watches every minute of this. Just own it. You're a Candace.
He doesn't watch every minute of your show. He's watching Milk Bar TV. Shout out to Milk Bar TV for summarizing these clips and putting them together. Now he got Milk Bar TV, Candace. I am gonna crush your bubble right now. Ben Shapiro watches Milk Bar TV. Okay. I wish somebody would start doing a summary of Candace's shows so we don't have to sit here the whole hour. Just sum this up. Just give me the summary of it. That's what I would like from now on. I don't need to see the whole thing. Just give me the summary of all the major points. Y'all notice I just fast forwarded through a lot of this just now to get to that part. We don't need to see the whole show. Just summarize it, kids. Oh, y'all, let's get to the next one. That's enough. So this is the episode from Daily Wire. Because we got to laugh right quick, y'all. We got to have a good laugh. We need a brain break. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. Damn it, hit the like button. Candy ass cult members, y'all come up in here for the banter. You know you love it. Hit the like button. Since you're not giving me $7,000. Can't make this up. Somebody owe me some money. Benjamin Netanyahu owe me some money, bro. Y'all hit that like button. Let's keep this video up in the algorithm. Because if nothing else, we can get a good laugh out of the crackhead baby up here. Child, you can make this up. So the Daily Wire did a new video, do an episode on the Candace Owens podcast YouTube channel that they still have the rights to and own. And we are here for it. This is, does anyone remember the old Read for All tapes? Is that what I'm saying? Y'all, we gotta laugh, y'all. Cinema Shogun does summary Candace shows daily later. Oh, does it? Is it a video? I see his post. Does he do a video? Who would spend $1,200 for a ticket to see her talk nonsense? Exactly. Y'all know Candace still owes people $1,500 in Australia. So if you guys want to go see her at some Catholic something, whatever, please understand she still owes refunds to people in Australia. The cheapest ticket in Australia was $95. The most expensive was $1,500. She still owes them money. It's not a video. Oh, no, okay. I do see his post. He's good at summarizing the show. Yeah, I read his post. It's funny. Oh, we might start doing that, watching like other clips. Because watching her whole episode, oh my God, is mind Candace. Do you understand how unbearable it is to have to listen to you talk for 45 minutes? And that's skipping over your commercials, your sponsors, and not listening to the commentary, the comments at the end. Because I'm not here to, to hear you read comments that kiss your ass. These people won't even. I'm still waiting on the lady who dropped all these scriptures in the beginning of my show to drop all these same scriptures in her videos. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't do that hypocrisy nonsense. Jesus don't believe in hypocrisy either. Nothing gets God more upset than someone being lukewarm. You either hot or cold. Isn't that how the Bible put it? You either hot or cold. Can't be lukewarm. Pick a side. Like it's serious. We serve a God of justice. Why in the world can it be, both ways equal? You want to see him talk about somebody else's mama? Then we're going to talk about your crackhead mama, Candace. We're going to do it. That's it. Now you're crackhead. All right, y'all. Let's laugh at the crackhead, baby. Shout out to the Daily Wire. Keep it coming, Ben Shapiro. She's just mad. She'll be all right. No one cares.
Welcome, friends. This is cassette 4 of the introductory adult reading curriculum, Read for All. This cassette will introduce onset letter sounds in context. Are you ready? Let's begin. A is for architecture. The architecture is delightful. B is for bees. Bees go buzz, buzz. C is for cease and desist. Hey, stop it, now. D is for delegitimize. This debacle has really delegitimatized the work. E is for Egypt. The explorer explored the Egyptian plains. F is for French. The French woman is a female. G is for glistened. The frozen ice glistened frozenly as the freezing temperature dropped to 30 degrees. H is for E is for Egypt. The explorer explored the Egyptian plains. F is for French. The French woman is a female. G is for glistened. The frozen ice glistened frozenly as the freezing temperature dropped to 30 degrees. H is for hooray. Clip clop hooray. I is for Israel. It's good to know what is real and what is not. J is for juicy. We all know the Jews see details no one else does. K is for no. You know the line, but I'm not going to say it. L is for literacy. Reading is literacy, and literacy is understanding, and understanding is M. M is for macabre. The Burr reel was quite burr. N is for no. That's a no-no, kid. O is for officer. The Special Forces officer is a green beret. P is for puzzle. Everything can be puzzle, even if it isn't. Q is for questions. Just asking questions is a clever way to make implications. R is for red yarn. Red yarn for miles. S is for sleep pictures. While you sleep, mind movies give you secrets. T is for thumb. The thumbtacks hold the red yarn in place. U is for unsubstantiated. An unsubstantiated claim can be solved by hunch, vibe, or instinct. V is for victim. It's never too late to play the victim. W is for wine moms. Wine moms love true crime podcasts. X is for Twitter. X is what some people call Twitter. Y is for yay. Even yay apologized. Z is for zoinks. When Shaggy and Scooby are trying to solve a case, they sometimes say zoinks. Great listening and learning. You're making excellent letter sounds. Remember, letters are like clues that when read correctly can help us make words. What clues did you find today? Listen again or refer to the transcript for additional practice. Turn over cassette tape to continue. End of tape. End of tape. End of tape. End of...
All right.
Oh man, they got it all in, y'all. F is for French. French females. French lady is a female. Did they say click clock? Oh my God, I was expecting the F to be F you and the midget horse you wrote on. What? Candace, stay obliterating you over there, Daily Wire. Y'all know she's not gonna be able to read half of those words, right? I was expecting S to be supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I was expecting that to be S. I'm serious. Y'all, even apologize. I gotta breathe. Oh, let's play the next episode while I catch my breath. Oh, good God. Oh God, let's get to it. All right, y'all. This is the next episode. Oh God, this is a Macron's boyfriend, Erica's girlfriend. See, Candace is faking gay. Candace. Oh, can you explain this photo? Just, because reasons. You gotta explain this photo. You want to see me talk about somebody's girlfriend? Candace. Who this woman, Hoppo? Who this woman? Hoppo, who this woman? Who this woman, Hoppo? Who this woman you got? Candace, you cheating on George already. You only got a baby in the belly. Candace, what is this? Hoppo, who this woman? Who this woman, Hoppo? Candace, why are you grabbing this woman's ass? Why are you doing this? The Candy ass cult members, this is your leader. Well, she says everything is fake and gay. Why is it hard for you all to believe so is she? We can't make this. Candace, why are you grabbing this woman's behind like this? And y'all, she got, when I say a chunk full, like she made a fist. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Candace said everything's fake and gay. Boy, she is proving that in this photo. Oh, man. Fake pregnancy, gay life. This photo is screaming fake and gay right now, okay? How do we know she's not wearing a bodysuit to look pregnant? You can't make this up. Candace, you haven't proven to us that you've given birth, so we can't say you have. It's too ridiculous. I don't understand why she's sitting here grabbing another woman's ass like this. How about you all find me? Let's see if there's a photo of Erika Kirk doing that. Checkmate. You can't make this up. Candace. This is nasty. This is nasty. The men might like it, but it's nasty, Candace. It's nasty. I guarantee you all, George does not care. He doesn't find this attractive or appealing one way or the other. He doesn't care. He's too busy being a part of the boys club. Okay, we got to learn more about that bullying down club because they're doing some suspicious stuff up in there. You can't make this out. Oh, George, come out the closet. We know you're gay. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to it. Here we go.
Right, you guys, I've got some news. Emmanuel Macron is gay. Why are you gay, Emmanuel Macron? When I said it, it was a conspiracy. Now these Epstein emails are getting released and people are picking up. And by people, I mean the mainstream media. They're willing to accept that maybe I was telling the truth. He's also married to a dude because he's gay, so that makes sense. But I guess we'll wait for the next email dump for the reliably dishonest press to prepare to admit that part.
Didn't I tell you every time we see the ET photo, what y'all gonna see? Put in the chat. What I tell y'all, every time we see the AT photo, what y'all gonna see? Y'all ready for it? Because Candace, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. See, your cult members are gonna learn. We don't do hypocrisy over here. So if you want to put up this photo of the Macrons, Candace, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. All right, y'all, Candace has entered the room. Y'all say hello to Candace. Say hi to Candace. She wants you all to know that she's a boy. She's wearing a sweater. Candace, why don't you tell Candace, why don't you tell us what was your week like last week? You know, Lady Luck Club didn't go live. Wasn't there to clown your ass. We're here. We're here for it now. We're here for it. Candace, can you tell us exactly what it's like to be born with crack in your system? Can you tell us that? How did it feel crash landing on our planet? You know, what satisfaction do you get out of telling us all these weird ass sources coming from people in your head you imagine when you're on your sugar booger high? I have so many questions I have to ask you. Y'all throw some questions down there y'all want to ask Candace. Let's ask her. Why are you wearing a sweater? You say you're proud to be a woman, and yet it says boy. Candace, why do you have a mustache? Oh, y'all tell Candace hello. Yeah, she did not want you all to know that this is her alter ego, but it is. This is definitely her alter ego. Okay. What does that sweater say? Boy, girl, boy. Look, Candace, you can only hide for so long. Might explain you grabbing another woman's butt. I mean, a handful of it. And you claim to be pregnant. We haven't seen any proof that you giving birth. Come on, you yeast infection. Why don't you tell us how many kids you actually gave birth to? So far, I'm at 0. Can't make this up. Keep on putting the Macron up there in a wig. I'm going to keep putting this up here. Candace, Candace, you can kiss my ass. You can make this up. Oh, y'all, look. This is Jermaine Stewart, okay? Unlike Candace, he actually had some talent. Passed away, but she sure enough, look, this is Candace's twin. It's like her alter ego in another lifetime. But yeah, I mean, come on. It looks just like Candace. Oh, Candace. I told you I'm going to do this every time, you heifer. Keep on now. Putting up that Macron and that ET phone home wig. Yeah, we're going to do that right to you with Jermaine Stewart. Can't make this up. Ah, child. Yeah, I'm here for it all. I have a good time doing this. This is funny to me. Come on, you dumb. All right, let the crackhead speak, y'all.
Part 2. What is up with these political unions? I have questions. This brings me to Erika Kirk. Upon further information, I no longer believe that she was with her mother on the morning of September 10th, and I am going to tell you guys why that is. Welcome back to Candace.
Yeah, you can't make this up. Crackhead ears. You can't make this up.
There are so many directions that we could run into with the Epstein emails, but there's something that popped up that is very interesting to me. The 23andMe emails, the elites sending one another kits. Jeffrey Epstein, I'll show you 2 of them. First and foremost to Woody Allen. Woody Allen, that entire background story that Hollywood just accepts him is absolutely crazy to me. I'm glad that that is being relitigated regarding what he did to his own child when she was 7. But allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But look at this email that Jeffrey Epstein authored to Woody. It says the 23andMe kits arrived and will be delivered to Woody and Soon-Yi to their home today. So I don't know who this actually went to, but he was getting this kit out to Woody Allen. And there's another email, this time to, who is this? They're always blocking out the names, but it says, hi, Susan, can you please tell me who James Miller is? He is who you have billed the 30 kits to. Also, do I understand the shipping address is Jeffrey's home at 9 East 71st Street? We're talking about 23andMe kits. Do you guys remember that trend, by the way? For some reason, they came out and they told everybody, this is going to be amazing. Don't you want to know where you're from? As if they don't know where we're from. They're the ones that are trafficking people all over the world. We can help you. Just send us your DNA. And a lot of people did it. A lot of my friends did it. I was already like, seems a little suspect. It's a bit suspicious. I'm not going to do it at all. Well, interestingly enough, that particular project, 23andMe, or that particular business, also began shortly following our invasion into Iraq. I'll tell you why this matters, okay? So we invaded, as I mentioned yesterday, mid-2003, and we extracted Gilgamesh's tomb roughly 2 years later. Well, in 2005, the now bankrupt company, 23andMe, came together where people began sending in those DNA kits to figure out their ancestry. I want you to park that in your mind as we revisit our military's strange efforts in the Middle East. I mentioned to you guys this man named Rob Skiba yesterday. He wrote a book entitled Babylon Rising. This came to me from an email tip. It was immediately interesting. Well, this man, it is alleged, was actually murdered for some of the research and the pieces that he were putting together because he was perhaps getting too close to the ultimate project of the elites. By the way, his son emailed me yesterday thanking me for bringing up his father and grateful that his father's work is still carrying on. I've not had time to email him back, but I did receive that email and I know that you are watching. And I'm also grateful that the work that your father did is getting new meaning. Anyway, I started watching the speech that his father, Rob Skiba, gave on the topic of his book, Babylon Rising. I explained to you that all of the elites are obsessed with Babylon, and any research that I do, it's all about Babylon, Babylon, Babylon. And I want to share to you some of these clips. It's Rob Skiba, and he's speaking about his book. Now, to tee this up, let's just get into a little bit of the history. He is positing a lot about the Tower of Babel. Obviously, we know this was built up, that this angered God. And Rob Skiba posits that it wasn't actually the height of the tower that was problematic. He believes that, or this is a theory, so don't be offended. Please don't send me emails about, whoa, this is not the teaching, this is not the doctrine. We're trying to not get to what is true or what you believe. We are trying to actually get to what the elites believe. Okay, we actually don't believe we should harm children. So if we're speaking about the elites' belief, you don't have to send me a lecture about what's wrong about it. The entire purpose of this podcast is to tell you that the elites are satanic. Anyway, back to Nimrod building this Tower of Babel. Well, Rob Skiba posits, he's like, I don't think it was because the tower was high. We know that he built this to get back to heaven. He thinks that actually this tower that was being built was a technology because they wanted to get back into the heavenly realm. Now, if you have read Gilgamesh, there is a lot of astrotheology that's in it, stargates. We know that the elites worship stars. We've covered that extensively. Well, in this particular clip, you're going to see Rob Skiba discuss the Book of Enoch, the one I mentioned to you, going back to the beginning, the story of fallen angels. And he brings up something that is of geographical interest. Take a listen.
There are extra biblical texts, like the Book of Enoch and others, that go into more detail about what happened in Genesis 6. The Book of Enoch says that 200 fallen angels, a class of angels known as the Watchers, landed in this location right here. This is the center of a mountain range in southern Lebanon known as Mount Hermon. Now keep your eye right there as the camera pulls back and just kind of look at the outline of the topography right there. It's very interesting that it actually forms the shape of a goat. And one of the worst of the fallen angels was one by the name of Azazel. And Azazel is always associated with the goat. You see that in Leviticus chapter 16. The scapegoat is a reference to Azazel. I find it interesting that the land itself actually kind of looks like a goat head. This gentleman depicted here is David Flynn. He recently passed away, but he turned the world upside down with some of his research, and he was able to figure out that that location is 33.33 degrees north by 33.33 degrees east from the Paris prime meridian. Very interesting. What's 1/3 of 100? 33.3333%, right? How interesting that the fallen angels that participated in what I call the Genesis 6 experiment landed on the geographical location that fits their number on the crosshairs of 33.33. Something else David Flynn pointed out is that if you put a little marker there, and you can do this for yourself, that what I showed you there was from Google Earth. I did it for myself to check it out. But you can put a marker there and then draw a line from there to the Paris prime meridian. We go by Greenwich today, but originally it was the Paris was kind of the standard for a long time there. And that is in the occult is referred to as the devil's line.
So something that's a fact is that the elites are obsessed with goat heads, Baal worship. None of this is a conspiracy. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Rothschilds. You were looking at a picture of the Rothschilds at their surrealist ball. The more research you do, you just sort of see this appearance over and over again of goat heads. Even if you get into Pan worship, Dionysus, all of these, occult, orgiastic cults that they've had since the beginning of time, so to speak. And just to give you guys a biblical recap, I should never assume. I know a lot of people are kind of now just going to church or just starting a Bible. So I can back that up for you. The story of man, just so you guys know, you're not an ape. You can throw away that chart. The biblical recap here: Satan is struck down by the archangel Saint Michael after a battle of good versus evil in heaven. So because Satan is leading this rebellion against God, the rebellion fails. He is obviously expelled, and as a result, he no longer has access to God. This is our true history, our true heritage. This is what actually happened. Like I said, you're not a monkey. What? At middle school charts of, here's what happened. And then you were like, the Australopithecus. And then it was a Homo sapien. That's just nonsense, quote unquote, science. Now, these fallen angels, so to speak, also known as demons, then mate with humans. They produce Nephilim, giants, and their demonic pursuit never actually ends. They are still seeking to triumph God. So that enters in the story of Nimrod and him building this Tower of Babel as a return to heaven. So like I said, the biblical story is that as Nimrod is constructing this tower, God confuses language amongst the people, forcing them to abandon the process.
Candace, why did God confuse the languages? Why did God do that? Yeah, she hasn't read the Bible, people. There is no way. Oh my God. Where's the lady with the scriptures? I want that scripture in the chat. Yeah, Candace is not saying why God confused the languages. Candace, you crackhead baby. God confused the languages because he didn't tell Nimrod to build the tower to begin with. He did it out of arrogance. He thought that he could touch heaven with this tower. And when God saw his arrogance and saw that he was not doing this simply because God told him to do it, and that he thought he was bigger than God and he could reach God, God confused the languages. So they would not understand each other, so that they could not work together to continue to build a tower. It's that simple. Why is it that you can't just read the Bible? Good grief. This is ridiculous. Somebody said, I'm heating on her. You heating on her. Can you do spell check and resend that comment? It's not funny when you have a spelling error in it. You talk about heating on her? You mean hating? Define the word hating. I want you to put the definition of the word hate as well. Candace is misquoting the scripture. You're talking about somebody hating on her. While she misquotes the scripture. She speaks out of ignorance when it comes to the word of God. And somehow pointing out that she is wrong is hating on her about the Bible. Because Christ is king and all. Can't make this up. I mean, this is ridiculous. Hey, Daisy, how you doing, honey? This is something else. What is she? I mean, what does this have to do with anything? Like, why are we talking about this? Candace, if you want to pivot to a whole nother subject, you crackhead, just talk about something else. Wasn't she talking about the Epstein files? Why can't she just stick to that? Why does Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, Erika Kirk, why do they have to come up at all at this point? Talk about the Epstein files and focus in on that. How about this, Candace? Here's an idea. Read the Epstein files. Why don't you read some of these documents? You want to bring awareness to this stuff. I mean, you and your cult, you guys don't like, the elites, even though you're an elite yourself. Candace can drop $1,000 on a shirt, a t-shirt. Like it's nothing. She has people come in to do her hair and makeup. She has nannies. She can afford a mansion or a ranch. Her and George are valued at $244 million. And she lies to you all saying, oh, don't believe the actual evidence out there that shows how much money we have. No, I don't believe any of that. We're broke. No, you're not. No, they're not. But she buys clothes and stuff and reminds you all how much money she truly has. Because the average person working a regular job can't just drop $1,000 on a shirt. She is an elite. The candy-ass cult members are just her peasants. Y'all are just her peasants. She expects you all to bow down and worship her, not correct her on the Bible. Of course not. Of course not. Of course you cannot correct her on the Bible. Candace, why did God confuse the language? Why don't you read the scripture? While you're talking about this, have the scripture up in your background, because obviously I have to tell you how to run your show. While you explain this, and that way you can be biblically accurate about it. You're making it seem like Nimrod was a good guy. Is she insane? What child? You can't make this up. What the hell? Does she believe that Nimrod was a good person? She actually thinks that Nimrod was a good guy. This is crazy. At this point, she is a gossip columnist. Candace is a crackhead. A crackhead baby. An alien that crash landed on our planet. Oh my God. Maybe that's why she don't have parents, because she's an alien. Who knows? You can't make this up. Candace thinks Nimrod was a good person? Oh, what's going on, Monica? I've been looking for you all. Oh my God, it's been such a week, girl. So we work and trying to get over it's cold and stomach virus, child, and something else. Child of candy ass cult members are they mad at me. You can't make this up. Candace, Nimrod was the bad guy. Is that what Catholics believe? Catholics believe that Nimrod was a good person? What do Catholics believe when it comes to Babylon? I mean, why does she keep saying Babylon over and over again? I mean, I understand it biblically, but does she know what she's talking about? Candace, at this point, you might as well just become Muslim. I mean, I don't, no one knows what your angle is, what you're trying to prove anymore. You're just saying words that you can't pronounce properly. Relitigate, it's not something you will ever do. It's not a term you can associate yourself with. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Candace, you would have to have a law degree to relitigate or litigate. Like, what is her point? Candace, I'm gonna speed this up. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna speed this up. You talking too slow, taking too long to get to your point. Come on, you crackhead alien. Let's go.
Project, because they can't communicate with one another. So can't speak. We can't build this tower. So Ron Skiba's theory, if you're suspending, again, theological debate for a moment, I'm just telling you because we're looking into what he is saying the elites are after. His theory is that at the moment that occurred, once languages were confused, Nimrod became known as different names. Baal, Tammuz, Gilgamesh, and like I said, he is positing this. You can see this whole list, Dionysus, Bacchus. Yes, there is synergy between those cults and the practices, without question, historically speaking. Now, he's discussing this because he believes that the elites view Nimrod and or Gilgamesh as the Antichrist that they are working to try to resurrect for exactly that reason.
What?
And he reminds audiences that Gilgamesh, per the epic, was 2/3 God and 1/3 man. Take a listen. Super interesting.
Gilgamesh is said to be part God, part man. Jesus is God and man, right?
Exactly.
Well, there's a similarity there. The Epic of Gilgamesh says that he was 1/3 man and 2/3 God. What's 1/3 of 100? 33.33%. What's 2/3? 66.6%. Interesting. And the 1/3 part of man, we are carbon-based organisms, right? Carbon.
I'm sorry to hear that Canadian chick. Y'all make sure you keep Canadian chick in your prayers as well as her neighbors. I'm sorry, honey. And this is why you don't mistreat elderly people, because you never know. Candace going after Erika Kirk's mom. She has no idea what Lyme disease does. Like, she's sitting here telling us all this medical information. Canadian chick's neighbor has just passed away. I'm so sorry, sweetie. We'll keep you in your prayers, okay? Good grief. Candace, you're sitting here just, you're showing how, y'all, look how she's looking at this. Look at this freeze frame here. Only a demon sits here and admires stuff like this. If this stuff gets too demonic, I'm going to fast forward it. That's it. And if you guys want to see the parts that I fast forward, you can always watch it on her channel. Because I'm not going to sit here and play something that's just too demonic on my channel. I'm not going to do that. This is crazy.
The carbon molecule has 6 electrons.
Why is she talking about
So just by default, the number of man would be 666 by virtue of the carbon molecule. But this guy's got 6s all over him. Look
is
up
this
CERN.
Scientology?
It's a very interesting facility. Look at this thing. The thing's huge. It's the Hadron.
No, we talking about Scientology.
Their stated objective is to recreate the Big Bang. Now, I don't believe in evolution myself, but I remember them teaching me evolution in school, and they said we got here from a big.
What the? Why does it sound so similar to Scientology?
This guy's got 6s all over him. Look up CERN. It's a very interesting facility. Look at this thing. The thing's huge. It's the Hadron Super Collider. Their stated objective is to recreate the Big Bang. Now, I don't believe in evolution myself, but I remember them teaching me evolution in school, and they said we got here from a Big Bang, right? So if we got here according to the way you think, and you want to, by a Big Bang, and you want to recreate the Big Bang, that can't be a good thing. They're trying to find the God particle. You know, what in the world are these guys doing? Look at their logo. It's like 3 6s on top of each other. And everybody wants to talk about the separation of science and religion, right? They usually seems like they're like this, right? You know, they're diametrically opposed. Well, it's interesting that all these scientists and people working over there on CERN decide to put the religious statue of the Hindu god Shiva outside the front door. Shiva is the god of destruction. They put the god of destruction, a huge statue dancing, looks like it's coming through a portal.
Like I said, you guys, please don't email me about whether or not you agree with him presenting this.
No, we don't care. Why are you presenting this? That's what the heck is going on. Candace, why are you talking about this? Where were you on September 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th last year when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? We want your alibi, Candace. You keep throwing out all this fluff and nonsense. Most of your cult members could care less about this as well. They agree. They just don't want to say it in my chat. They agree. They don't care about this. They want to hear you talk about TPUSA and Erika Kirk. Why are you bringing this up? This is moot. None of this has anything to do with what you said you were going to be doing, which is to tell us who the shooter is. Something she's not able to do because Tyler Robinson is the shooter. Wow, this has nothing to do with this going on. Whatever happened on the campus of UVU the day he was shot. That's it. We just want to know who the shooter is in your mind, in your world, in your alternate reality. Regale us of that tale. She's sitting here talking about what sounds like something similar to Scientology. You can't make this stuff up, Candace. We don't care. We just don't care. Your cult members agree. They don't care either. They're bored with this. I've seen your views. You can't make this up.
Time when I mentioned the Shiva Dionysus thing, people were like, no, Shiva is not Dionysus. There's so many books on that say that that's what it is. And they are written by people that are Hindu. You guys can disagree amongst yourselves. I am just fascinated trying to get to the bottom of what it is that the elites believe. And it is just a fact that they do have that Shiva structure at CERN. CERN is obviously evil. I showed you guys the video of what they were doing, this ritual. These are quote unquote scientists that are dressed up in robes, stabbing someone, and they never gave an answer for this. Somebody caught them, recorded this, and they're like, oh, that was a joke. No further questions, no further answers. Shut this down. Something much deeper is going on here, something much more demonic. And the reason why I find this to be fascinating is because it's everything that I have learned studying Sigmund Freud. It's all coming together.
Why is she studying Sigmund Freud? First of all, Candace, what you're not saying is, okay, why is John Mappin, the guy on X that's, simp for her? He's a Scientologist, right? She doesn't go after Scientology like this. Have you ever known Candace to go after Scientology? That's a cult. They claim the person that's been missing for over 30 years somehow somewhere safe. But she has friends that are Scientologists. So why don't she go after Scientology like this? Put John Mappin really in his place. This is who people Candace hang out with people who believe in Scientology. What's the difference? They also believe that somehow your soul is some being from outer space that landed in a volcano. This is crazy. None of this is relevant to anything. Candace is just throwing stuff out there. Y'all, you can't make this up. But she has friends that are Scientologists that sit here and simp for her all over Twitter X.
Told you Sigmund Freud was a Satanist. He created a social science. You're talking about that blending of science and religion. You think it's different. It's not. Sigmund Freud is explicit that they create this science to mask their religion. Their religion consists of ritualistic sacrifice, harming innocent children. But if you say, I'm a doctor,
like
I'm an expert, then suddenly, okay, people go, oh, okay, it's not that. This is not some demonic faith. Essentially, what Sigmund Freud is famous for is developing a breakthrough strategy for the elites. When they want to accomplish something from a religious perspective, all they have to do is present it to the public as a scientific breakthrough. Go back to COVID, right? Oh, this I stay at home, save lives. What were they actually doing? We don't know what they were doing. We know what they weren't doing. They weren't creating a vaccine that guarded you against COVID. Roll up your sleeves. Let us inject you. What were they actually injecting into people's arms? We're the experts. Dr.
Candace, you sit here and you never dog out Scientology, though. Xenu, the boy, girl, warrior princess is going to be so mad at you. You won't give any of this time and attention to Scientology, though. But you're talking about a blending of religion and science? They just came up with some nonsense. Not a fictional, non-fictional author came up with some nonsense. And they go through auditings and all this other stuff. What's stopping Candace from becoming a Scientology member right now? I mean, she already has close friends that are in Scientology. What is stopping her from becoming a full-blown Scientologist? She'll be the next Tom Cruise. Except she'll be jumping on people's beds and not the couches.
Experts.
Make this up.
It's all it takes, and people will suddenly begin to listen to these people and follow them as though they were religious leaders. So this brings me back to a 23andMe. If you follow that train of thought that they are actually doing things from a religious angle, a demonic angle, but they're presenting it as a science, what was this mass campaign to effectively collect everybody on Earth's DNA by saying, oh, look, we're going to help you with your ancestry? Well, take a listen to what Ron Skiba says.
2003, the body of Gilgamesh was found in the desert of Iraq. And I heard a recent interview with Tom Horn and Steve Quayle talking on a Mega Man radio. I'm just going to play a snippet of their radio show. This is what they had to say about this find.
Imagine the startling proposition that the Nephilim, the giants, the mighty men of old, the gods and children of the Watchers, could somehow rise up, could somehow be reconstituted inside of a body. And of course, I've discussed with you before my theory that one of the greatest legends in history could be a record of that having actually happened. And I'm referring to Nimrod, who some scholars also identify as Gilgamesh of Sumerian fame, Apollo of Greek fame, Osiris of Egyptian fame. And this Gilgamesh was a giant who a lot of people didn't even believe was anything more than myth until his grave marker was found a few years back. And then, according to some people, the military swooped in and took possession and control of that dig.
Hey, Tom, I want to interject something. I talked to a special operations general who validated that, and his words were he was in a state of remarkable preservation, okay? He said they have Gilgamesh's remains. So if they have Gilgamesh and he is Nimrod, they got it. And the whole point was to extract the DNA. And I've also been told that the whole point, and this is germane to what we're talking about, of the Human Genome Project is to locate specific genetic markers for the disembodied spirits to reanimate their host body that's brought back.
Interesting that the U.S. military started its military occupation phase of Iraq 1 month later. We all know we went into Iraq under false pretenses, right? They told us weapons of mass destruction, right? They said that we didn't find weapons of mass destruction, but I have a feeling we found the weapon of mass destruction, and we set up shop there immediately after that.
No evidence.
And established 500 military bases in the largest embassy of any other embassy on the entire planet in Babylon. Interesting.
No evidence.
How crazy that I watched this last night and this morning, and I had no idea he said that. And I said that yesterday, like maybe they were actually looking for the weapon of mass destruction. And this is almost the only thing that makes sense. We are constantly being lied to about what we are doing. What the heck?
Yeah, to Candace, at this point, Scientology would make sense too. You don't see her becoming a Scientologist. If you're going to sit here and believe this crap, Candace, you might as well go into Scientology. You know, it's a cult. It's right up your alley. You could be a semi-cult leader. You know, be the dictator there in Scientology. Maybe you and David Miscavige can go have a dinner date with chicken parmesan. You can't make this up.
Are we talking about Greenland? What is going on right now? Why does it seem like the elites are running some race against time almost? What's going on in Ukraine, actually? I've heard that even that could be ancient in terms of what they are trying to get and what they're trying to find. We need to actually pay attention. The elites are focused on something that has nothing to do with what we are being sold. And I very much believe this because we see Peter Thiel, who is like dead focused on discussing the Antichrist all the time. Are we supposed to believe that he's a faithful Christian? What is his interest in the Antichrist? Why are they obsessed with wanting to create life artificially? Right?
Why are you obsessed with TPUSA and Erika Kirk? Why are you obsessed over another grown woman and her mother? Why are you obsessed over a deceased individual that did not pick you? Why are you obsessed with that, Candace? Yeah, we're just here to clown and laugh her. Because that's all you can do with Candace at this point. Clown her ass out and laugh at her. Candace is like slowly inching into Scientology. Maybe she's giving a slow intro into that. One day she'll break the news. You guys, I've converted to Scientology. I'm full blown there. They believe everything I believe. You know, egg pods and Xenu and eggshells. We're all there. Aliens, volcanoes. I got it. Like, she might as well just be Scientology. Oh, you dumb cult leader. Come on, hurry up with this.
Push. And the marketing toward IVF. Yes, of course, it can be a sensitive subject because people turn to IVF because they can't have children. We are starting to see that the people that are creating this, it's not because they are wanting to help you have a child. It's because they seek to be the creators. One of the things that happens here, the template, is that as soon as you side with the devil, you can't create. You cannot create. You have to steal. You have to enslave. You have to steal because you do not have any creativity within you. And so I fully believe that we need to start having and examining all of the wars of past, what was going on in Afghanistan, like I said, what's going on in Ukraine today, and look through the lens of what I believe these people are actually after. And it's very clear to me that they are on some demonic pursuit. So I wanted to show that to you before I get into this unbelievably explosive revelation I have about Erika and her alibi. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, thanks to you. Last year, Freeborn helped rescue over... Confirm Erika's story of September 10th. She said in the morning of September 10th, she was with her mother. Mother was
obsessed. She's obsessed with her.
Confirm.
Yeah, she says, I'm now pretty obsessed. Candace, I'm so glad you admitted that, you dumb demon.
Promo code Candace at checkout. Okay, so I am now pretty obsessed with trying to...
So glad she admitted this. Candace, I know you listening, you dumb heifer. You crackhead. Yeah, she has a title this week that says Crackhead Baby. Yeah, she got it from me. You crackhead baby from another planet. You White Walker. Why are you obsessed with Erika Kirk? Yeah, she's going to sue you. So I hope you keep this same energy up for court. That's all I'm saying. Because you can't stop her from suing you. So keep up this same energy for court. Erika, make sure you sue her in the state of Tennessee. That way they can't say the court does not have jurisdiction. Because that's where all the lying occurred when you flew out there. She lied straight to your face. Candace, you're going to pay for that. You talking about them having some money. By the time they get through raking you over the coals, they're going to have even more. You can't make this up. Sue her. This is stupid. Candace is now almost a Scientologist member. She might as well just be that. Candace, why don't you call John Mappin and ask him, how do you sign up for Scientology? You got to pay for all those auditing measures. They're going to be reporting your ass every time you open your mouth. They have these tattletale reports that they do in Scientology. Candace is going to get so many tattletale reports. It's not even funny. Even her cult members are going to get tattletaled on. Yeah, they have these tattletale reports. I call them tattletale reports. They're these reports when you do something bad that the cult doesn't like. And then you got to go in for reprogramming and auditing and all that good stuff. You know, I'm sure John Mappin made this sound very cool to her. Xenu, the warrior princess, will come visit you in your sleep, in your dreams, Candace. It'll be fun. You should be Scientology. Enjoy that dumb coat as well.
From Erika's story of September 10th. She said in the morning of September 10th, she was with her mother. Mother was receiving medical treatment, and she got the news when Mikey McCoy called her and collapsed in a parking lot. We don't really know what happens thereafter. Well, I'm kind of starting to put together the pieces. I figured out who Erika was with at the holistic clinic, and it surely further complicates matters for me. And foremost, just to address the minority of people who are still out there trying to psyop the public into believing that Erika has done absolutely nothing wrong and is unworthy of the public.
Psyop what? Candace, you speak just like a Scientologist cult member. You understand in Scientology, though, they're not going to let you be dictator. They're going to make sure they audit the crap out of you. You got to pay for that. So make sure you have some money aside for all those auditing measures. Those tattletale reports are going to be something else. Just for the laughter of it all. Candace should definitely become a Scientologist. Gotta join that cult, girl. You enjoy yourself.
Reaction that she's receiving to those people. I would like to gently remind you that she is at the helm of an organization that raised $250 million in just a couple of months from basically a sympathizing public. The sympathy was rightfully garnered after the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now she has been the CEO that is caught lying, outright lying, and has also delivered some severe misrepresentations and put together this list of them so that you recognize that something is not right. Okay. One, Superman neck. That was the beginning of this entire thing when the entire world snapped into the recognition that something was very wrong. Andrew Colbert, she heard the story and she said that Andrew Colbert and the surgeon went rogue. That's not true. The reality is her and Andrew called the doctor together, three-way call, on the day of Charlie's funeral. And the Superman quote came from Erika. Okay, he didn't violate HIPAA, nor did I ever for a moment believe that he did. I could have maybe believed that Andrew Colbert went.
Candace, you trolling all of humanity right now. You're trolling us, girl. Y'all, she having that sugar booger moment. It's kicking in, man. Y'all look at this list. She just type this crap up and think that it's supposed to be facts. No, it's not. You haven't proven that she lied. Just because you don't know the difference between a telegram and an instant message does not mean she lied. Y'all, AOL is something else. It's mighty funny how she is wearing the Windows background. Windows 95. Candace, this is so stupid what you're doing. It's so stupid. None of this is telling us who pulled the trigger on the gun in your alternate reality. None of this is getting us any closer to that at all. Not at all. We get further and further away from it. I hope John Mappin is watching. You got somebody that'll be a great candidate to be in your dumb cult. Scientology. Can't make this up. To the candy ass cult members, don't be surprised or upset if she tells you all she's Scientologist now. Don't be surprised. You should have seen this coming. The moment she started talking about something with a machine trying to resurrect some other dead person, you should have seen it coming.
Rogue tweeting something. I definitely did not believe that the surgeon just spoke to a PR agent without Erika's permission.
Yeah, bye.
Number two, she told us that Charlie did not text anyone the night before in fear for his life. That's what she told Glenn Beck. The reality, I have his phone. That never happened. The reality is that Charlie texted both Andrew Colbert and Dan Flood the night before, saying that he feared he was going to be killed after he was engaged in a discussion about him removing his support from Israel, and after he then had to have this call with the rabbi, dead in the middle of the night while the rabbi was in Israel, and Josh Hammer, and they're telling us he just wanted tips on how to debate, and then of course he got tips on how to debate and was super happy, but then said they're going to kill me. That all feels wrong and weird. Number three, we didn't build upon that lie because then we were told, well, the reason for that is because Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert messaged him on a third-party app, and that's why I didn't know that was set for deletion. Well, the reality, as I broke to you all the other day, is that Dan Flood actually messaged him on iMessage.
iMessage, Telegram, who cares? Text message, email, who cares? Send it through the cloud. Who cares? Whatever the method is, got the message. You're sitting here trying to put Charlie Kirk in a facility where they have cameras, and you can't give us camera footage to prove it. None of this will fly in court. Go to court with this defense if you want to. Please show the judge this when they sue you. When Erika Kirk and TPUSA sues the hell out of you, Candace, take this to court. Take this Erika's lies and or misrepresentations to court. Take this BS to court. I want to see y'all. I have to be in that hearing to see how hard the judge is going to laugh at this crap. He's going to look at this and be like, what the hell is this? Candace, please take this to court. Try to use this evidence against you. Use it. I dare you. Take this to court and say, Your Honor, this is my entire defense. Erika Kirk lied to me, to my face, in Tennessee. Here are the lies. Yeah, Candace. The judge and the jury are going to burst out laughing. They're going to laugh at you for many, many minutes, like we do here in the LLC. Y'all see why I can't take Candace seriously. I can't take her seriously. This is diabolical. Candace, just because you claim somebody lied doesn't mean that they lied. Then you have to prove they lied intentionally. Good luck to that. Just because you said, oh, this is a falsehood, it's a misrepresentation. You have to prove that it's a misrepresentation and that it was intentionally designed to be a misrepresentation. Just because you said so is not evidence. You understand that? You will have to also make sure that you prove malice intent. Yeah, because believe it or not, Erika Kirk is also a public figure. So good luck to you trying to debunk anything she says. If this is Candace's evidence to try to support her defense, her attorneys are going to be so pissed. Didn't we tell your crackhead ass to get off that platform?
For Tyler Robinson's defense, you may want to get that text message. Anybody, we should be subpoenaing those text messages. I really would love to see all of Charlie's text messages before, see how friendly these conversations really were and how he was actually feeling about certain things. We go on. Mikey called me within seconds. The reality is Mikey called Elizabeth first. For some reason, she was completely rinsed out of the story with McCoy. And then they conference called Erika over 3 minutes later. She said he called me within seconds. Okay, maybe she thought that. We can give her a little bit of an inch there. Very strange. Erika did not know that Andrew's wife was aboard the plane to Utah with Andrew, because Andrew said that when he landed in Provo, he and Erika collapsed into one another's arms. And when I asked the question whether or not he flew with his wife, Erika was unable or unwilling to answer. And they said they would get back to me. And then they got back to me after our meeting and said, yes, Andrew's wife was on the plane with him. And I just thought, well, that's interesting, because I didn't tell them. I held that card that Andrew told me that Erika.
She didn't have no cards.
And him collapsed into his arms on the tarmac. Also strange is that she waited an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's Corvette's plane to land. That feels very wrong to me. Now, this...
none of this means anything in a court of law. Her cult members, boy, they're gonna be so mad because it's like she lost like hell. Oh, you're gonna lose that lawsuit so bad, girl. Candace, you're gonna lose bigly. In the words of Trump, you're gonna lose bigly. Bigly is the way you shall lose. Oh, Candace, you crackhead. You can't make this up. Oh, that sugar booger, y'all, is something else. Look at her. Look at this snapshot, y'all. This freeze frame is epic. I kid you not. Candace, that's how evil you are. No matter where I pause this video, the freeze frame is always epic. This is her looking at her list like, nah, this ain't gonna fly. No judge is gonna buy this. It's no evidence. Can Scientology finally adopt Candace Owens by now? Can y'all go ahead and take this alien in to your coat? Like, just we'll give her over for free. You got to take George with her. Can't make this up.
I might call this splitting hairs. I don't, as somebody who's written a book. Charlie told Megyn Kelly that he was writing a book currently. He said, I am currently writing a book about the Jewish Sabbath, right?
We're going to be at this all day.
Erika, then when she went on her tour, kind of illuminated to the public how he had finished the book in July.
What book?
Okay, now that's a month difference, but I don't think that if you had finished your book in July, that you would say the exact sentence to Megyn Kelly, I am currently writing a book about the Sabbath.
You sit here trying to break down words like an idiot. Candace, they don't care about what you... None of this is going to fly in court. None of it. And you go in there with semantics if you want to, you're going to piss that judge off. The last thing they want you to do is sit here and play on semantics. They don't care about that. Where's your evidence? Not some BS you typed up. Get the video camera footage. Get a photo. Prove it. You can't make this up. Erika Kirk is going to sue the ever-living Xenu out of you. Y'all like how I did that? Yeah, Erika Kirk is going to sue the Xenu out of Candace. You know, that's what she truly worships. Xenu, the boy, girl, warrior princess. You can't make this up. That Scientology is just blowing up this alien's head like never before. So Candace learns one thing new, and all of a sudden, now she thinks she can litigate something. Get out of here.
Again, it's a minor detail. Kind of want to harp on that minor detail because there's something that felt very strange to me about that being kind of the first PR push. Charlie was a Christian, but we're going to talk about this. And I promise he finished this book. This was all him. He wrote the last chapter. Why did you say to Megyn Kelly, I just finished a book. I just finished writing a book about the Sabbath. I feel like that's what he would say. But no, he was saying that as he was angrily referring to people that were calling him anti-Semitic and how they were pushing him away. And Erika has never spoken about that, ever, about what he was going through. In fact, in many ways, she's partnered with the very people that were pressuring him. There's been no flack toward them, but flack toward people who are investigating her husband's murder. So now I'm locked in. I'm focused on the alibi. And I have now made a crazy big discovery. I will say allegedly, because you're supposed to say allegedly. This is a pretty series of tips that I received that Erika was with a woman named Tracy Martin. Now, she might be familiar to some of you guys who are in Arizona because she is regularly at Dream City Church. You guys might remember Dream City Church when Charlie was doing a series of speeches. He would do that weekly at Dream City Church. This began with COVID. This gets back to the TPUSA faith origin, the church in the coming days. But Tracy Martin, it's actually bigger than that. Tracy Martin has known Erika for years. Now, allegedly, she was with Erika when Mikey and Elizabeth called. My question is why? If you're with your mother, with you for 15 years. And I'm going to show you a clip of Tracy.
Aren't they friends? She's mad because she has a friend. Yes, because I refuse to listen to her at normal speed. Can't make this up. I wish people would stop responding to Candace, the dumb alien crackhead baby from outer space. Can y'all just stop responding to her? You're giving her content. You don't owe her shit. Like you be like, who? Candace who? The White Walker? No, we don't respond to aliens here on Earth. Let that be your response to keep living. Her code are gonna be mad. We don't care. They don't pay our bills. They won't even leave me a super. They think I'm supposed to get $7,000. It's not even cheap. It's not even enough. I deserve like $777,000. You can't make this stuff up. Stop responding to Candace. Who cares what an alien thinks? This crackhead baby is not producing any evidence at all. Nor can she define the term. You can't make this up. Ugh. You can't hear? What the heck? All right, hold on. Let me refresh. Why y'all can't hear? All right. Okay, can you all hear me? You can hear me? Okay, what's going on with this? Yeah, Candace must be playing around with the video. She don't want me to play it. Keep laughing at her. Candace, leave the video alone. You already look like a clown. Look at this. Look at this freeze frame. It's called the pouty face. This is the alien pouty face because she's not getting what she really wants. Now she has to go fishing for things that don't add up. What does it have to do with you telling us who the other shooter is, Candace? Because, you said you would tell us that. The cult won't even tell us that anymore. They have no idea what you're talking about. We ask them questions. They talk about something you said. Well, she's supposed to be telling us who's the shooter. Because right now we're just going to say it's George Farmer until you can admit it's Tyler Robinson. I mean, we can, like I said, this can go both ways. Candace, you want to throw out wild hair accusations? You dumb alien. We'll sit here and say George Farmer did it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You want to talk about Erika Kirk's mom? Candace, we'll talk about your crackhead mama. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. This is absolutely nuts. Why are we watching this person? I have no idea who this woman is, and I don't care.
The video that Erika would send back to us once the distribution and they were delivered, and we could see the children opening these beautiful gifts, and we knew that we were making an impact all the way around the world. And that's what type of person Erika is. Starting a nonprofit at 17, instead of looking at that as like, how do you do that? Exactly. How do you do that? Unless you're someone like Erika. That's how you do that.
Yeah, she's an Erika stan. She's known her for a very long time. She's known her family for a very long time. She knows Erika's mother for sure. Yeah. There's a picture of him at least.
She hates her.
Definitely someone that's been in her life since Erika's pageant days. She has been following her to Romania. This woman grew up wealthy, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Really prodding into her. And she's from Missouri, which has been one of those regular stops on the Egyptian plains. And she grew up wealthy, riding horses. And I would like to know more about her. I would like to know more about Tracy Martin, because I'm also unable to determine what exactly it is that her husband does. I'm interested in knowing.
Tracy Martin, she wants to dox you and your husband. So, Candace, you're going to keep getting sued. I mean, if they got to sue your ass into oblivion, they'll do it. It is what it is. Humanity is not scared of you or your dumb coat. Not scared of you at all. Keep setting yourself up to get lawsuits. It is what it is. Don't get mad when you get sued. Take it like a champion. You said you wanted this. She said, sue me. I want subpoena power, because she uses terms she can't define. Good. Come on, you crackhead, baby.
More about Tracy Martin. So I will leave that there. I will have a lot more for you on that and where the story is going and what else I know. And I believe in other chats, he's talking on that tomorrow. Just want to give a shout out to Emmanuel on that tomorrow. Just want to give a shout out to Emmanuel Macron for being in the Epstein files. You know how the elites get down. Anyways, it's very funny. And then this text chain that is happening, they are discussing Emmanuel.
If I find out George Farmer or his daddy is in those Epstein files, Candace, you got to come in. Your coat will not be able to shield you from that. Don't let us find George Farmer's dad in that. Because he's an elite. So is George. The Bullying Don Club. Yeah. If we find them in the Epstein files, it's on the popping. Just so you know. You'll be the biggest hypocrite sliming the earth. I mean, seriously. George Farmer knows exactly what happened with Charlie Kirk. He won't give us an alibi. We'll continue to accuse him. Candace, isn't that what you're doing? Accuse until they're forced to respond. He'll respond. George, where were you on September 10th? You know how to use a weapon? Your little skinny ass look like you could slide through some cracks. You could definitely blend in the crowd at UVU. Why should we not look into where he was? Candace, you're not giving us a reason not to. Candace had the most to gain out of this. And she hated Charlie Kirk because he didn't pick her. It's like evil on steroids right now. And she's still trying to dox people. She put out Erika Kirk's mother's diagnosis, invading her medical privacy. And for what? Her coat's eating that shit up. Let us find out George Farmer's dad, or he is on that Epstein's list. It's going to be on and popping. And no, Candace, you will not be able to distance yourself. But that has nothing to do with me. That was my father-in-law. Nope. You married into this. You knew exactly what you were doing when you told George yes. She doesn't want to talk about the allegations against George Farmer, though. Him essaying another grown man, allegedly. She won't even speak on that. But the cult doesn't care. They don't care about the possibility that George Farmer could have essayed another grown-ass man. Make this make sense.
Macron's boyfriend. It is Epstein. And I believe in other chats, he's talking with Steve Bannon. And this says, along with some other tidbits, I was shown a photo of Macron's boyfriend. Hypocrisy. There are more emails referencing the fact that Emmanuel Macron is gay. And I think the biggest clue is that he married a dude. But apparently now people are willing to accept that Emmanuel Macron is not a straight Catholic man by any stretch of an imagination. No, in fact, I know his trigger. His trigger is MK Ultra. And his trigger is anybody that discusses his wife. And there's something there. Okay. Now that we are kind of graduating into the Epstein files as a society, you can start to separate that all of these facts from fiction and recognize that the media is out there to consistently lie and to protect the elites. They have money, they have power, they do not have the truth on their side. And many of these things that you may have thought were conspiracies, things that I grew up in were conspiracies, are obviously not conspiracies at all. Yeah, a lot more that is coming out, and it's getting interesting. But we can put that as another thing that I was right about. Unfortunately.
Candace, why don't you explain this photo of you grabbing this woman's butt? Yeah. It's like a chunk of ass in her hand. Why doesn't she explain that? You're not going to explain that, Candace? I mean, because, we can do this all day. Yo, this is something else. She's not going to explain at all why she is taking a photo leaned up against another woman grabbing her ass. I don't care. Listen. I don't care how drunk or high you are. You crackhead. If you don't go that way, listen, you're not going to sit here and just grab another woman's butt. Candace, you got some things to tell us. You going to come out that closet as well? You and George. Y'all can come out hand in hand. Make this make sense. Like she's here grabbing another woman's butt. Talk about gay. Yeah, let me show you. Because she keep putting up that photo of Macron in a wig as ET. Okay. Candace, please explain this photo. You want to call somebody gay? What is this? Straight women don't do this. I'm serious. Who has grabbed another woman's butt and you're straight? Any women in here in the chat? All straight women in the chat. Have you all ever taken a photo and you're a straight woman? Have you ever taken a photo with another woman and grabbed her ass like this? I have never done this. At all. People don't take photos like this, Candace. She want to talk about somebody being gay. Candace, this is a real picture of you. Have you all the straight women in the chat, have you ever taken a photo with another woman and grabbed her ass and was like, yeah? Come on, make this make sense, Candace. Help us understand this photo. Why are you grabbing her butt with your whole hand? Candace, this is so nasty, you dumb alien. Being a crackhead, like, yeah. Candace, straight women don't do this. Lesbians and gay women do this because they like women, right? But straight women don't do this. You want to talk about somebody being gay? Candace, you're gay. You kidding me? That's right, I'm saying it. Candace, you can kiss my ass. Explain this picture. No, never, Candace. No one is agreeing to this. And she talk about Christ is king. Where's Christ at in this photo? Where's Christ in this photo, Candace? Ain't no God in this photo at all. Make this make sense. Yeah. Oh, and Monica said, no, ma'am. Cece said, nope. Mama said no. Angie said, that is weird. Daisy said, oh, heck no. Candace, you seriously want someone to believe that you're not gay and you are taking photos like this with other women who just got through swimming, I guess. Her clothes are wet, just stuck on her body. And she walks up behind her and takes a photo grabbing her butt. That's not normal, Candace. If you're straight, you want to point out somebody else being gay and you just gay yourself. Come on now. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Come on, Candace. Y'all crackheads, you just never understand how they move, why they make the moves that they make, why they say the things they say, why they do the things they do. You never understand what a crackhead is. It's like it's all based on how high they are in that moment. Can't make this out. No reply, said Jeffrey Epstein sent Friday, July 3rd, 2009. Was at 5:12:09 p.m. I will organize a trip to and then the House of Lords with Peter Mendelsohn for you guys. Epstein email here. Oh, House of Lords with Peter Mendelsohn. Is the House of Lords his dad? from Epstein. So the House of Lords is in the files. This is Lord Michael Farmer's friend. Candace. Michael Farmer's friend is in the Epstein files. Tell your father-in-law he's got some explaining to do. Oh, Lucy. Got some explaining to do. Candace. Michael Farmer has some explaining to do. Of course, he has friends in the Epstein file. It's so crazy. She actually thinks that her father-in-law would not show up in the Epstein file. They're elites as well, Candace. They're rich as hell and elites. George is in the Bullingdon Club. They smash restaurants for fun. This is so crazy. The fact that she thinks that her father-in-law, Michael Farmer, would not show up somewhere in the Epstein files is baffling to me. Candace, we're going to put this information out here. Don't sit here and separate yourself from your father-in-law either. Stand by it. If you love your father-in-law, you're going to stand by him. You dumb helper. He got this comic, y'all. This is crazy. Peter Mendelsohn, once minister, then peer in the House of Lords, is in the Epstein files. Y'all, Candace, your father-in-law is in the Epstein files. Oh, this is priceless. Candace is not going to ever read that part. Candace, stop being a hypocrite. Stop being a hypocrite. Oh, my God. Angie said, I'd be embarrassed to take a photo with my husband like that. That is weirder than a woman. Exactly. Y'all, Michael Farmer is in the Epstein files. Ooh, child. Candace, I'm about to Google it. Oh, my God. She said she right about something, but she wanted to explain this photo, though. Everything is fake and gay still, Candace. Because, you're looking a lot fake and gay right now. You're looking a lot fake and gay, you crackhead. You can't make this up. Ooh, child. I told her every time she pulled this up, I'm pulling that up. Y'all, Michael Farmer is in the Epstein files, Candace's father-in-law. And she is just as nasty as she can be. Candace, you're no saint. You got a cult having you think that you're intelligent. All you're doing is opening yourself up to be exposed even the more. Because see, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why is your father-in-law in the Epstein files? I thought you married into a wholesome family. Funny how that didn't happen. She got the audacity to talk about this. You can't make this stuff up. The House of Lords. I get you. To be fair, his name never shows up, but a member of the House of the Lords is in the files. Everyone in the House of Lords is connected, no matter the public party. Exactly. He got some explaining to do. Or Lucy. Oh my God. Candace taking pictures like this with other women, grabbing their butts, talking about everything is fake and gay. Because you're fake and gay, Candace. You can't make this up. Oh my God. She is the man. Oh boy, Candace. Oh, you dumb alien crackhead. You are so screwed. You have to sit here and explain this. Oh God, come on, crackhead, get down.
I don't want to be right about these things sometimes, but when it came to Emmanuel Macron, that's been pretty obvious. Any woman looks at Brigitte and just goes, nah, nope, something not right there. We'll be right back after a brief break to get to your comments. All right.
Yeah, well, we look at Candace and like, nah. It's giving Jermaine Stewart. You can't make this up.
All right.
All right, y'all, this is the last one, an open letter to Erika Kirk. Candace, I heard you went real nasty with this one. So you all just, brace yourselves for my response. Candace, every single time you bring up that photo, it's going to be either you grabbing this woman's ass or Jermaine Stewart. And we're still going to have a good giggle. Because what we're not going to do is be hypocritical to this. Not at all. I owe Candace Owens nothing. And I'm still waiting on evidence to prove somebody got paid $7,000 because I haven't. Where's my money? The same cult members coming here talking about a $7,000 check and won't even drop a $2 super. It's so crazy. Can't make this up. Now, this is the last episode, and then we got Ami after this. And that'll be the end of our Candace marathon. This has been fun for me. I laugh, honey. They think I get the Candace, the candy asses, the cult members, bless their heart. They think they actually get tricked. No, I'm just laughing at her clown ass. It's all you can do. You can't take her seriously. Can't take her serious at all. The disgusting part of her sitting here doxing Erika Kirk's mother and her health information is not a laughing matter. Hopefully, Erika Kirk asks that in a lawsuit and sues the crap out of her. But see, Candace, just like you want to see him go after somebody's mother, people can go after yours. You want to see him keep all your relatives under wraps because you don't want people to come for your genetic relatives. But you going for everybody else. You want to know who somebody's mother is, somebody's dad, their husband, their wife, their blah, blah, blah. All this stuff for what? You still can't tell us who you believe to be the shooter. Because right now we're saying George Farmer. If you want to sit here and have an alternate theory. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We can all do this. We can do this all day, Candace. You want to have an alternate shooter and say it's not Tyler Robinson? Because in reality it is. But okay. In alternate reality, it's George Farmer. And prove us wrong. Give us your alibi. Perhaps George Farmer pulled the trigger on the gun. We don't know what the hell he was. We don't know what his alibi is. Maybe you were with him. Who knows? Don't care. We're gonna say it because that's exactly what you're doing. George Farmer, come out the closet. Bring your ass out. You can keep supporting this BS. Or hopefully Erika Kirk names you because you're sitting here allowing this to happen. Until then, he pulled the trigger on the gun. George Farmer did it. The end. Good grief. All right, y'all, let's get to this last episode.
You guys, happy Thursday. So Erika Kirk went on Fox News last night and she made a plea for transparency. I have to say I'm totally with her on that one. And I would like to join her in the pursuit of it with an open letter to her. In the same vein, one of the fired TPUSA employees has now posted a public video informing the public of exactly what's been going on behind the scenes and the real reason that they believe that a lot of people were fired. Now, after watching their boss get assassinated and after working 20-hour days, this young employee was subjected to a rather bizarre loyalty test. We're going to tell you all about that. So welcome back to Candace.
While Candace runs Blexit in the ground by negative 1.7 million.
Let there be light. I mean, at least that was in a nutshell what Erika Kirk told the reporter Trace Gallagher in a one-on-one interview regarding what she is hoping to get out of these court proceedings. She wants transparency. Take a listen.
Summary. I want there to be no hesitation in understanding of what happened to my husband that day. I want there to always be full transparency because what I don't want to have happen is for there not to be. And then I am relying then on social media and other news outlets to explain the narrative rather than saying, hey, this is what happened. This is what here's all of the, it's just as hard, all of the facts on the table for you guys to see. And you guys can see on full display what happened to my husband. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts or confusion as to who did it and why.
I don't believe her at all. That wasn't convincing. I don't know what was hard about getting that sentence out. That seems remarkably rehearsed. It almost just seems like she forgot a line. Nothing in her eyes there makes you believe it. She's telling the truth. But beyond the eyes, just the actions, right? You can judge people by their actions. Erika, if she truly wanted more transparency, she could provide it because you don't need it in a courtroom. You actually do not need to turn to the courts to have the public understand what happened on that day, because before the courts even got involved, the first people that had access to exactly what happened in 4K, as Tyler Boyer said, was Turning Point USA. They seized the cameras. They could have said, here, I'm also going to have some private investigators take a look at everything and tell them what they think. I was one of the people that called and personally requested to view the tapes. I said, we don't have to release them. I just want to see the tapes. And they were immediately cagey. They've been cagey about information. They've been changing information for saying, oh, I didn't realize that we lied about this or we lied about that. So making this public plea to the courts, I don't know. I think that it stands in stark contrast to the actions that are available to Erika Kirk as the CEO and chairman of this massive organization. But exactly how massive? Anyway, I wanted to write this open letter to Erika because I know that Turning Point USA watches every episode of this podcast and that people then take what I say back to her and they give her notation. So I would appreciate it if the elves at Turning Point USA just let her see this in its entirety. Here we go. Because more information has become available to me. I'm feeling some type of way. Here we go. Ready? Dear Erika, I thought it best to do this publicly. I think public conversations keep everybody honest. And there are some things that certainly need to be clarified because sometimes the gap between the truth and the lie is what happens behind closed doors. You and Charlie began dating in earnest in 2019. And in retrospect, it was accompanied by a season of a lot of change. For one, I was getting married and virtually, therefore, joined at the hip with my fiance. He was sort of a new third wheel at all of our events. A few months later, on May 1st, the public was informed that I was resigning from my position as the communications director of Turning Point USA. Now, there has been a lot of public speculation as to what led to that decision. The media ran with it was anti-Semitism or some disagreement about Kanye West, but that wasn't true. None of that was true. The truth, and I think that you very well know what the truth is, because you were around for it, is that Charlie and I had a disagreement, which fractured my trust in him. He did something that he had never done before. He lied to my face about money. Now, in retrospect, I believe that the manner in which I discovered the lie might have been by design, but there's no need for us to delve into conspiracy when the facts are plain enough. Charlie had taken a meeting down in Florida with Ike Perlmutter at Mar-a-Lago. It was a fundraising meeting. For whatever reason, he did not want me to know about this meeting, and that was strange. It was meant to be kept a secret. Strange because we had always collaborated on and taken those sorts of meetings together. Anyway, I found out about it, and I decided to ask him casually as we were riding up an elevator at the Trump Hotel in DC. I said to him, have you heard from Ike recently? And he looked me right in the face, just as he was getting off on his floor. And he said, no, I haven't. I haven't heard from him in like 2 weeks. And I then said back to him, really, Charlie, because you had lunch with him yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. And I saw his stomach drop. His entire face looked, as if he was going down a roller coaster. He stuck his arm back in the elevator really quickly and tried to explain it away. He then pivoted toward an apology.
Candace, what? First of all, let me explain something to you, you dumb crackhead heifer alien of a monster. Erika Kirk does not care how you feel. Neither will the court. You're talking about she doesn't have to go to the court to be transparent. No, it's called evidence and preservation of a case. See, we have laws in the United States of America here on earth where laws say that evidence is to be protected and preserved to ensure a fair trial. We're talking about a murder trial, a homicide that has occurred. We don't care if you believe that Tyler Robinson is the shooter or not, because we can say it's George Farmer. The only thing we care about is the bad guy going to jail. Oh, and you losing that lawsuit, because you're going to lose. Erika Kirk does not have to entertain you. She's not here for your satisfaction and gratification. She owes you nothing. You are insignificant in the grand scheme of her life and the lives of her 2 children. You could literally cease to exist on this earth, fly back to your home planet, and Erika Kirk would sleep peacefully. That's it. It's not that complicated or difficult. Charlie Kirk was not even speaking to you or engaging with you for at least a year leading up to his death. He would not sit here and allow you to take over his company either, whether you worked there or not. After you ran Blexit in the ground and they acquired it as a favor to you, it was in the negative by over $1.72 million because you don't know how to hire proper security details, or because you wanted to shove over $553,000 to Optimize Consulting LLC, an LLC to which it is registered to one of your husband's buddies. Let's not forget the one that Olympic Media that is connected to Parler Inc. That was your husband's company. That is also doing horrible as well. Neither of you have the common sense God gave a billy goat. Math goes over your head. This is why Kanye West didn't buy Parler Inc. from George Farmer either. He knew it was shady. Why should he sit down and take that financial risk for you? That's how little he thinks of you. Even Ye apologized. Candace, this dumbass letter you've written to Erika Kirk, all it is going to be is Exhibit A for court as a part of her lawsuit. She doesn't have to give you evidence or any information related to an open investigation. She does not owe you shit. And I want to say that because Candace has no problem using profanity, and her cult members cheer that stuff on. She owes you nothing, Candace. Nothing at all. You fake wannabe Jermaine Stewart. An Ewok of an alien demanding things from a human being. Laughable. Candace, why should anyone take a crackhead seriously? So you did enough sugar booger to read a letter, and yet you still present zero evidence to support anything that you're saying. Such as you claiming that Erika Kirk was not at the hospital at her own mother's doctor's appointment, even though security camera footage in the hospitals would prove otherwise. I wouldn't say this if I did not know what I was talking about. And yet Candace produces zero evidence to debunk it. You can't lie against video evidence. You can't lie against the witnesses that laid eyes on both of them in the hospital, in the doctor's office, at the treatment facilities. Don't you think that she will be able to sign her mother in? Don't you think there's a camera in the doctor's office in the treatment facilities? Are you serious? We're not willing to tap into your alternate reality, Candace. Now you can take this as my letter to you. You can be the Wicked Witch of the West on your own time. But violating HIPAA privacy laws to put out Erika Kirk's mother's debilitating disease, what did that gain you? What satisfaction, you sick, evil fuck, did you get out of that? By putting that out there, as if we needed to know that. So when that is added to the lawsuit for you violating her own mother's privacy, the right that she has to keep her medical information private, take it like a champion, you dumb alien. I'll be laughing all the way and reporting on everything that happens in that courtroom when Erika Kirk finally sues the crap out of her. Erika Kirk, sue Candace Owens and be done with it. I told you last year, 4 months ago, do not respond to her unless you have an attorney. Now do you see why I said that? Both of them watching my videos. You see why, Erika, said this. Don't respond to Candace unless you have an attorney. Because this heifer is bold enough to think that you owe her information when you don't. So just be careful about where your ass is located near her hands, because Candace is one of those type of people where she's going to reach out and touch. Don't let her grab a handful. And if she gets close, knock her ass out. And make sure you're live streaming it so we can all see it. Candace, you will never be Erika Kirk on any good day of the week. I don't care how sober you are. Hell, you could be high as a kite. I believe that Erika Kirk will mollywop you and beat the shit out of your ass. Oh, man. If we had to see that fight, boy. I got my money is on Erika Kirk. I think Erika Kirk whooped the crap out of her. Candace, you scared no one. You clown. You can't make this out. This is the same person here that we're looking at that wants to be dictator of the United States of America. Y'all look at this freeze frame. It's so epic. She wants to be dictator of the United States of America. No. You can't take your cult and move to another country and buy your own land or go back to your home planet. You have to sit here and try to destroy the U.S. No, girl. No. We're all whooping your ass if you think you're going to do that. An open letter to somebody who could care less about how you feel. A whole episode went to this. Not her telling us who she thinks pulled the trigger on the gun. So right now we say George Farmer. That's it. We're solving the riddle for you, Candace, because you're taking too damn long. George Farmer pulled the trigger on the gun. Then I'm just gonna keep it at that. George, you can kiss my ass as well. You've allowed your wife to sit here and do this for 5 months. You coward. You don't have a spine at all. You're too busy playing with boys, ball sacks, and sitting here in the closet hiding, as opposed to taking charge of that house. You're a spineless coward. You standing behind the camera and you knew she was saying all of this. So F. George Farmer and the little midget horse he rode on. We can all say that.
But obviously the damage was done. And if I'm being honest, I was as hurt as I was shocked and confused by it because we were close. We did go back down to the lobby. We sat at a table and we talked. I don't even remember whether or not I was angry. I probably was. That does tend to be my choice emotion. But deep down, there was a part of me that knew that it was coming because of a lot of the new hires that were coming into Turning Point USA post Kanye tweet.
Go
Charlie
look at another
had
video,
people
you
in his
dummy.
ear that were hijacking his ambition,
on
making
my
him
own
believe
channel.
that money
This
was
can
the
be in
truest
one video to
measure
show my
of success.
face. When you can look at
Charlie was
any
a
other
brilliant
video
fundraiser,
where I
knows
show
that,
my
but he was
face.
also
Outta
young.
here.
He was naive to what the wrong
Crazy.
money could invite into his life, and I warned him.
I don't need to.
I warned him in that restaurant.
Show my face in other
I warned him
videos. Go
specifically
watch
about
other
Stacey
videos.
Sheridan. Everything about her made
Outta
my
here.
skin crawl. I suspected
They act like
she
I
and
owe them
Tyler had
something.
something to do with it.
The audacity.
I also warned him
Dumbass
about Shaper
trolls and
Security
bots.
and Dan Flood. You can check the text messages because you have them.
Oh, you nothing.
And now I am left wondering, obviously, if Charlie had heeded my advice, if he would still be alive. I've also come to another realization that I missed at that time. Maybe the newest and the biggest influence in his ear.
I don't drag her
was
children.
obviously.
I don't have
It
anything
was
to do
you.
with Candace's
You were
children.
the newest and biggest influence in Charlie's life. You kind of all arrived at the same time.
Candace is the one
And
sitting
you
here
too,
throwing
Erika,
out these
you
dumb
lied
allegations,
to my
lying like
face
hell.
as we sat down in that hotel and we spoke for 4 hours. But I want to
she
be clear, it was
couldn't
different.
face her in
So with Charlie, I
Phoenix.
could forgive him. We were always like brother and sister. We went on tours thereafter.
Can't make this
But
up.
you didn't do it when you lied. You didn't do it out of naivety. You didn't do it because you were young and being pulled into the wrong direction by bad faith actors. Andrew Colvett was
Where's
never
her
going
evidence
rogue.
on the
You knew
where's
that.
her evidence
Every
on
single
Erika Kirk not taking her own mother to the doctor? Where's the camera footage from the hospital? Where's the video camera footage? Where's surveillance camera footage to prove that Erika Kirk was not at the doctor's office? You gonna step up in here and want to see my face? F you. Show me the video camera footage. The surveillance camera footage. For once, the trolls can read something. Start with the letter A. Take your time. We understand that you cannot read complex terms. 2 and 3 syllable words is about the max that you can do. We get it. See, when you've been dumb for 5 months because somehow you think Candace Owens is your Lord and Savior and she's the only one that's intelligent, you have to be stupider than she is in order to believe what she says, because she has to be the smartest person in the room. That's called narcissism. So since she believes she's the smartest person in the room, you cannot be of equal intelligence to her. You have to be dumber than her. So I get it. 2 and 3 syllable words is about the best you can do. Cat, hog, hat, dog, fat, sit. We get it. But pull some video surveillance camera footage and prove it. Otherwise, who cares what you think? Who cares what a bot thinks? Or a cult member? Who cares? Who cares? Get out of here. This is ridiculous. She's talking about somebody lied to her face while she presents no evidence to prove that Erika Kirk was not with her mother at the doctor's office when hospitals have cameras. No evidence on that. I don't want to cult members shit. They don't pay my bills. Child, please.
You lied to my face as we sat down in that hotel and we spoke.
Child, boo.
Charlie had new people in his ear that were hijacking his ambition, making him believe that money was the truest measure
the trolls
of success.
got mad because I started reading her
Everybody
right.
knows that, but he was
She
also
gonna get sued.
young. He was naive to what the wrong money could invite into his life, and I warned him. I warned him in that restaurant.
Yeah, they
I
get
warned
mad.
him specifically about Stacey Sheridan. Everything about her made my skin crawl. And I suspected she and Tyler had something to do with it. I also warned him
Trolls
about
are
Shaper
already so
Security
mad.
and
Trolls are
Dan
so mad.
Flood. You can check the text messages because you have them. And now I am left wondering, obviously, if Charlie had heeded my advice,
thank
if
you,
he would still be
Francis.
alive. I've also come to another
That's a
realization
day.
that I missed at that time. Maybe the newest and the biggest influence in his ear. Who was that? Obviously, it was you. You were the newest and biggest influence in Charlie's life. You kind of all arrived at the same time. And you too, Erika, you lied to my face as we sat down in the
you
hotel
a
and we spoke
dumb
for 4
liar.
hours.
Are you kidding me?
But I want to be clear, it was different.
Oh,
But deep down, there was a part of me that knew that it was coming because of a lot of the new hires that were coming to Turning Point USA post Kanye tweet. Charlie had new people in his ear that were hijacking his ambition, making him believe that money was the truest measure of success. Charlie was a brilliant fundraiser, everybody knows that, but he was also young. He was naive to what the wrong money could invite into his life. And I warned him. I warned him in that restaurant.
Candace married a man because of money. George Farmer was valued at over $200 million. Because why didn't Candace just go get her one of those dudes that's working every day, living check to check? You said yes to a man that proposed to you with no romance involved, no nothing. After 18 days of talking to him, mostly on the phone, he proposed to you over a video chat. You simpleton from another planet. And you, Candace, said yes to that. You said yes to somebody you barely knew, that you talked to primarily through video chat, text messages, and phone calls. No in-person romance, not even a first kiss or a date, a real date. She married George Farmer because he had money. She knew he had that SA allegation against him, levied by another grown man. And now she tries to brush it all away by saying everything is fake and gay. Because that's what her husband is. That's what George Farmer is, fake and gay. He's got an SA allegation being levied against him from another grown man, and they ignore it like it never happened, like it's never been brought up. Candace married a man for money. She makes all this money in her episodes. She's trying to bait Erika Kirk into the court of public opinion like it should matter. It doesn't. But they get mad about a cease and desist letter. She's going to sue the crap out of you. Yeah, you think you're mad at the cease and desist letter? No, wait till you get that lawsuit complaint. Make this make sense. But Candace marries a man for money. She knew damn well she didn't like George Farmer like that. Saw money, she was like, okay, cool. Used Charlie Kirk's credit card to buy 2 flight tickets out to the UK. Didn't even ask the man, just used the card, booked 2 flight tickets to go out there to the UK. And he was too nice to tell her ass no, kick rocks. Did she ever pay that money back? I wonder if she ever paid him back for those flights. Because that didn't seem like it was business related. It's something she wanted to do. But Charlie Kirk let her use his credit card to buy tickets, airline tickets, to go out to the UK so she can meet George Farmer. Because we all know she looked his ass up. She saw he had money. She heard that he was interested in her. And she flew out there and booked the flights on Charlie Kirk's credit card. She said this herself. It's no less disgusting coming from her mouth. You marry a man for money, you want to talk about money. All she does is talk about money. That's all Candace obsesses over. Money, 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 money. Making money from her book sales, her paywalls, her merchandise. From misusing the CIA logo. Because people are impersonating federal investigators over there in her dumbass book club. Like, you can't make this up. And she wants to see him pen an open letter to Erika Kirk for what? Aside from this being used as evidence in the court of law, this is not going to get you anywhere. Erika Kirk doesn't care either way. She already knows she's going to have to sue you. She already knows that. Candace, you're going to get sued. It doesn't matter. You would have to prove that she lied. As a matter of fact, take the lawsuit like a champion, and then you can go to court and get some exhibits. Get some evidence. Provide some evidence to them. Prove to her she was not with her own mother as she went to the doctor's office, where her mother is suffering from a debilitating disease. You prove that she was not there. Good luck to that. Can't make this up. Candace married for money, and she wants to sit here and talk about money. Funny how that works.
I warned him specifically about Stacey Sheridan. Everything about her made my skin crawl. I suspected she and Tyler had something to do with it. I also warned him about Schaefer Security and Dan Flood. You can check the text messages because you have them. And now I am left wondering, obviously, if Charlie had heeded my advice, if he would still be alive. I've also come to another realization that I missed at that time. Maybe the newest and the biggest influence in his ear. Who was that? Obviously, it was you. You were the newest and biggest influence in Charlie's life. You kind of all arrived at the same time. And you too, Erika, you lied to my face. As we sat down in that hotel, we spoke for 4 hours. But I want to be clear, it was different. You see, with Charlie, I could forgive him. We were always like brother and sister. We went on tours thereafter. But you didn't do it when you lied. You didn't do it out of naivety. You didn't do it because you were young and being pulled into the wrong direction by bad faith actors.
You're not proving how she lied.
Andrew Colvett was never going rogue. You knew that. Every single evil thing that was done to me was done with your blessing. And I consider the onslaught of attacks that I had to endure, they were evil.
So anytime you respond and clap back, oh, it's evil. No. Releasing her mother's medical information is evil. It's also a violation of HIPAA privacy laws. Posting up her deceased husband's information from an EMR is evil without her consent. You've done that. We didn't need to see that either. Doxing people is evil. Cyber harassment is evil. Having the dumbest cult members and bots is evil. And they try to spread this crap on everybody's chat and then get mad when no one believes them. Funny how they think they're entitled to things. Like their dumbass cult leader. Don't get mad at us because Candace is a crackhead. No one's forcing her to do sugar book. No one's forcing her to be a narcissist to believe that she actually is entitled to something when she won't read things for herself. Don't get mad at us. Get mad at your cult leader for not doing her due diligence and pulling up video camera footage to prove whether someone was at the hospital or not. If she can't do that, then she's absolutely useless. And so it's this stupid op-ed letter she wrote to Kirk. None of this means anything. She could say someone lied to her. She would have to prove that in court. Don't get mad because Erika Kirk wants to sue her. She has the right to do it. You don't like what's going on in our country with our laws and the rights that we have? Get the fuck out. No one's forcing you to abide by what our standards are here in the U.S. But Erika Kirk will be suing her. And that's not something you can stop. She will sue her. It's that simple. So Candace is going for gold. I say Erika Kirk can go for platinum. Besides, you look at this face here. You see nothing but a demon. I don't even see eyeballs right now. That's how dark this is. Where are the white parts of our eyes? I mean, Candace is just a flat out demon. You dumb alien. Hurry up, girl.
Because you knew I was telling the truth, and you authorized people with an incredible amount of money to attack one of the few people in politics who was actually grieving your husband. You knew we had a deep friendship. You knew I was telling the truth, the Catholic thing about everything. You allowed these people to lie and to say that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. I mean, it's crazy how much of a lie that was. You authorized it,
you didn't show anything else to prove otherwise.
Is why? It was so cruel, so mean, right? Why impart that on someone who
you're irrelevant. You're trying to make yourself more important than you should be. You're trying to put yourself on the same status as the wife. Candace, you're not his wife. You married George Farmer. You know, the closeted homo. You remember that? The closeted gay one. That's fake. You're not his wife. You're not Charlie Kirk's wife. You don't deserve to know where he's buried. Like, that's nothing you need to know. You putting out her mother's health information? She really gonna give you her ass a kiss for real. You can't make this up.
You know, within a sea of snakes, actually cared about Charlie and out of the organization. Maybe it's because I was like a loose end. One person.
No, you're just irrelevant, Candace. You're irrelevant.
That I'd rather lose everything to say something.
Loose end. You know you're irrelevant.
Maybe it's also because you have his phone. And when I revealed to the public that he had predicted his own death in remarkable detail, maybe you went back and you read the rest of those messages, the ones that I haven't yet revealed to the public, because in retrospect, those messages they're pretty terrifying because they're precise and it feels prophetic.
No,
Charlie's
it doesn't.
Gifted, you know that, I know that, and the government most
never showed us
knew
the
that
messages
as well, since he was a kid, which is why it was at least very interesting to me that you told the New York Times, something that most people didn't pay attention to, but you told the New York Times the night before his murder Charlie's, and I'm going to quote this, you said that Charlie's adrenal glands were just going off. He couldn't sleep. I know enough about Charlie to know what that means. That means that Charlie was being bothered. He was probably having visions like he was in 2018, probably a clearer vision than the one that I had that you guys.
You don't know him better than his own wife. As much as you want to be the wife, Candace, you're not. And George Farmer, the simp, is standing behind a camera listening to all of this. Can I remind you all, he admitted to being the guy behind the camera. He's listening to his so-called wife obsess over another man who's now deceased. This is disgusting, Candace, for you to be obsessing this much over someone else's husband that's deceased. He's not even here to defend himself or to debunk the crap coming out of your mouth. And George Farmer is standing behind a camera, recording and listening to it all. George, you are a simp. You're a coward. What real man in this chat? I want all the married men in the LLC in this chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you would allow your wife to go on and on like this for 5 months about another man. Put a 1 in the chat if you find this to be acceptable and you're married. All married men in the chat. 1 in the chat if you find this to be acceptable for your wife to sit here and obsess over a deceased man like this for 5 months straight. Put 2 in the chat if you would have already told her to go make you a sandwich. 1 in the chat if you say, nah, this is good. You know, her talking about this for 5 months straight and obsessing over this, putting up photos of these two alone when they were both single and not married. That's how she reminisces over him. All the photos she's posted up were prior to her getting married, prior to him getting married, and the time they spent together. Put a 1 in the chat if you find this acceptable. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, hell no, I would have told Candace to go make me a sandwich already 3 months ago, 4 months ago. This would not have gone on past 2 weeks. Let's see all the real men up in here. Somebody said 3, I would have taken her to therapy. All the real gentlemen that are married up in the LLC. Let's see the numbers. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. This is something else. All the real men in the chat. Come on, y'all. Erika said 1. Oh, he's cool with it. Okay. Blue Moon said maybe he saw that Candace is about to do to his friend TPUSA. Oh, and why? No wonder he was scared. C-Star said 2. Nope. 3 said I put her in therapy. Come on. Hey, 1 in the chat if you saying, yeah, no, this is cool. I'm gonna let my wife obsess over a deceased man for 5 months on her podcast. 2 in the chat if you're like, hell no, she would have had to make me a sandwich. 3 if you think that you just take her to therapy. You can't make this up. Oh man, you can't make this up. I don't know any real man that's married that would be okay with their wife doing this for 5 months. And she keeps saying, I'm obsessed. I'm so obsessed. I'm obsessed. Now I'm obsessed. Candace, you've been obsessed. Yeah. It's like that. She doesn't even, good grief, does she even think about her children when she's saying this stuff? It's like her kids doesn't even come to her mind. She's done a whole letter to Erika Kirk. And for what? For Erika Kirk to use this in court. Candace, Erika Kirk is going to sue the crap out of you. This is going to be Exhibit A. Oh, dear Lord.
Tried to mock that danger was coming. And I'm going to go ahead and say that it wasn't about a Jezebel article written by some leftist.
He's not doing an investigation.
It's not true.
Not an investigation.
The leftist article didn't upset him in this way. Didn't make him call a police.
She won't tell you who the shooter is.
He thought someone was going to kill him. Did express that in writing, and you did not lose those text messages. You knew that. But Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article.
Now he's
spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to. We spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have his phone.
Candace. Astral project. What the hell? And they claim that this is investigation. I don't know. Not as if she could tell you who she believes pulled the trigger on the gun, because that would be something else, right? Isn't that what she was supposed to be looking into? What you guys said she's doing investigations. How? This is not an investigation. This is her whining to somebody that could care less about how she feels. Candace decided to throw a whole tantrum for what? How long is this going on? For 48 minutes? This goes on for 23 minutes. She sat here and whined and cried to a grown woman who has not stunned her at all for 23 minutes and 45 seconds. Why? How is this an investigation? This is stupid. She's telling on herself to what she's going to end up doing is having to explain this to a judge in a court of law. Throwing a whole tantrum because Erika Kirk is not paying her any attention. Who cares? What the hell?
And how surprised we were when we learned that not everybody does that naturally. Sleep paralysis, you name it. We had conversations about it. And if Charlie's adrenal glands were going off, it was probably maybe for the very same reason that I pulled my kids out of school days before he was murdered.
Oh my God, because of the bees?
Because I sensed danger was coming. And since we are being open, I also want you to know that it struck me as odd when you said in that interview with Jesse Waters that you wanted Charlie to have a good night's sleep. He was so excited.
This is pathetic.
So you sent him to sleep in his daughter's room. It registers me as a little bit backwards. I wanted my husband to have a good night's sleep because of something he had the next day. I'd probably let him sleep in the room, and I would sleep in my daughter's room.
What?
Like that. I also thought what was interesting is that you said the next morning when he snuck in, he grabbed his wedding band.
You mentioned George.
And minor detail, but I asked myself, why was his wedding band off? But enough of speculation. Here are the facts. I now have verifiable proof in writing.
Show it.
Justin Strife, and you lied to me. You know exactly who Pierre is. Why did Justin Strife say that he had never heard of Pierre? It's crazy. Justin, why would you do that? Justin, you've met with him. You've personally met with Pierre. Erika, you've met with him in the wake of Charlie's death. I have, again, verifiable proof. So you can call your lawyers. You can spend another $1 billion on PR if you want to. Tell your lawyer to call my lawyer. I mean, you guys certainly have the money to do all of these things. It's not going to wipe away.
So do you. 244 million. Erika, don't forget that she drops $1,000 on shirts per shirt. Like it's not like a bundle here. No, she can spend $1,000 on a shirt. How much she spent on this shirt? It's got to be close to $1,000. Candace is not broke by the imagination at all. Now her dumbass cult members think she's broke, but because they believe anything she says. Candace is not broke. But they won't ask her, why did you run Blexit into the ground? Why was that negative 1.72 million in the hole when TPUSA acquired it? Funny how she didn't say anything about the contract she had with them either. She keeps so much stuff to herself. Candace, lying by omission is still lying. Withholding information because you don't want your cult members to have this perception of you is still lying. You're being deceptive. Why didn't you tell them about the contract with TPUSA that you had? People had to find out the hard way when she read about it. It came out in the news. You really think she was going to tell you all about this contract she had with TPUSA? Funny how she got this venom letter. Her throwing a tantrum for 23 minutes. Candace, you're saying this to another grown woman who could care less. She don't care about none of this you're talking about. Erika Kirk does not care about any of this crap that you're talking about. You're just whining for nothing. You just sit back like, okay, well, my attorney know what to do with this video. Your verifiable proof of her lying, you still haven't shown that. And what is that going to do in court for you? You'll learn the hard way how these defamation cases operate. Just because you claim it's a lie and you claim you have something to prove it's a lie does not excuse the defamation that you have rendered to her. It doesn't. The judge and jury will not give a damn about your evidence on you saying she lied to you. It will be moot. Perhaps you should ask your attorney about that word. None of this is going to be to your defense. You understand that?
The truth. Okay. The truth is that there was a deal on the table.
This is so
Pierre,
dumb.
Who, yes, is from France, born in France. And that deal was worth billions, not millions, billions, plural, billions of dollars.
She wants
just after Charlie was shot. And again, I have proof. Pierre had a phone call with Justin Strife. He also had a phone call with Mr. Don Erika of Turning Point USA down
Won't matter in court.
In Tampa. And you know what's really odd? Somehow this Frenchman, Pierre, he knew that Charlie was dead before the rest of the world did. How did he know that? How did he know before I knew? Especially because he wasn't yet a donor to Turning Point USA. Why was he given so much priority?
None of this will matter in court when she sues you for defamation.
I'm interested.
None of it.
I know that after Charlie died, that deal went through. Yeah. I mean, if I'm lying, this would definitely fall within the category of defamation.
Irrelevant.
So,
it's nothing to do with defamation. And malice intent.
I'm guessing, by the way, regarding this, Pierre, this might be the reason that the White House never got back to me regarding the French Foreign Legion being involved with Charlie's assassination. Because, I don't know, there could be a French angle here. Could this be a motive? Could billions of dollars be a motive? I mean, I'll just ask them immediate questions. My question would be, why would a devout Catholic Frenchman be looking to give billions of dollars to an evangelical?
None of this will matter in court when Erika Kirk sues you, Candace. None of this stuff. You will not be able to get any of this defense over to the jury. They will not. They will be like, this is irrelevant to the case. This is not a defense as to why you decided to continue to lie and to defame her and TPUSA on a public platform after they have corrected your ass twice already and issued you a cease and desist. Don't give her any more cease and desist. Just sue the crap out of her. Period. Let's play out in court of law. Public opinion means nothing. Go to the court of law and duke it out there. This is dumb. She's sitting here whining and throwing a tantrum to Erika Kirk. And for what? Candace, Erika Kirk doesn't care how you feel. Neither do we, and neither will the judge. This is so dumb. What are you doing this? You're a grown woman.
Evangelical organization. Is that not weird? Just objectively weird? Gosh, that's a pretty big investment. Just really care about regard to capitalism. What's France got to do with college campuses in America? Full stop. The answer, Erika, is nothing. Nothing.
What does the price of apples have to do with the price of oranges? Who knows? We can say he thought these whataboutisms all day. This is so stupid. Erika Kirk, please drop that lawsuit this week. It's unbearable. It's painful to see Candace sitting here just whining like this in a letter. Oh my God, Candace, this is the lowest thing ever. Oh my God, you telling people about Erika Kirk's mother's diagnosis. Low. That's a violation of HIPAA privacy laws. Candace can be held liable for that in court. That can't be added to a lawsuit. It was not her place to tell us somebody else's mother's diagnosis and medical information. We did not need to know that. That's her personal, identifiable information. Her diagnosis is hers. Nothing we needed to know. So she can be held liable for that, and Erika Kirk can sue over. This is so stupid. You want to say she was not at the hospital with her mother, and you can't produce any video evidence or a photo to prove it? You're being absolutely defamatory. You're trying to lie to say she was somewhere she was not, and you can't prove that she was not at that hospital. But I'm sure she can get that security camera footage to prove that she was. Treatment facilities, a hospital, doctor's office, you name it. They have cameras. Why lie about video evidence? That is defamatory. And you're doing it on purpose, Candace. It's so stupid what you're doing with this letter. Why should another grown woman care about none of this crap you're talking about?
Nothing. And one of the things that when I was
a third eye, astral projections, all this demonic nonsense.
They put you in these special classes. They test you frequencies, sound. They made us drink fluoride, all the weird stuff. But one of the things that they're especially interested in is how quickly you can put together puzzles. I want you to know that I excelled at that. I was really
Candace,
good
you're not
at
good
putting
at
together
anything. You're
puzzles.
not even good at reading.
I gotta tell you, I think a picture is starting to emerge here. I think I was right. My best guess is that it was Pierre Falcone all along.
What?
Angola Gate, we talked about it on the show. France, Israel, the United States. This time it would be Egypt, rather.
What the hell is you? Boy, she sounds like a mad woman. Y'all hearing this? Just naming countries. Candace, we're laughing at you, not with you. You're a clown. Oh, the judge is going to be so disturbed. They're going to make Candace do a psyche eval. Candace, when they order you to do a psyche eval, you're going to have to pay for it. Make sure you go to a psyche eval where that report and that psychiatrist can come in and testify. And it will be an order of the court. You will not be able to dodge it. It will not be an option for you. And if your attorneys know what's good for you, they'll agree for you to get a psyche eval. Maybe she'll be deemed unfit to stand trial. God, Candace she's gonna claim mental incompetency or something. Oh, insanity. It's the insanity plea. That's what she's going towards. Candace looks like she's trying to go towards that insanity plea. Your Honor, I'm insane and I've lost my mind. I was not thinking. I have no idea. It was the grief. I was so stricken with grief. I couldn't think. I could barely read. I couldn't do math. I had no idea what Microsoft Excel was. I neglected my own children because I cried so much. Your Honor, I just want you to know I was just grief-stricken. That's all this is. Your Honor, I was insane. I blacked out for like 5 months. I had no idea where I was. I had an astral projection. I went straight into space. I visited Uranus and then went to Jupiter because the Lady Luck Club keeps claiming that I'm from one of the moons. So I'm just going to go with that. And then, I came back to Earth. My astral projection lasted for 6 months. My astral projection lasted for 6 months, Your Honor. Actually, 5 months. It's the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. That's when I astral projected out of this planet. And then I came back, and it's like I'm trying to torture humanity, but not. I just want to know. I want you to know exactly what was going on with me, and I'm just being honest. I astral projected for 5 months out of my body. I lost my mind, and now I'm pleading insanity. Oh my God. Y'all, she astral projected the moment she found out that Charlie Kirk died. She's going to tell the judge this. I have no problem doing a psyche eval because I think in the psychiatric evaluation, it will be determined that, I'm not lying, that I'm telling the truth, that, I can walk past lampposts and make the lights flicker. I can do that, Your Honor. It's an astral projection superpower. Your Honor, Charlie Kirk told me he was an X-Men. He was a mutant from X-Men. And I went rogue with that. I understand. I went rogue with that. I believed him. When he said, I'm an X-Men, I'm a mutant from X-Men. I was like, oh, wow, me too. I was like the kitty that walked through walls. And, he was like the guy that wears Magneto. He could bend cabinets and handles and doorknobs. He was electromagnetic. So we shared an affinity because we were both in the Xavier School for the Gifted Young. Yeah. Candace. Candace, you're an idiot. You can't make this up. Yeah, this is what she's going to tell the judge all this stuff. Your Honor, I'm not crazy. I was just crazy in love with the man. He didn't want me. So he married Erika Kirk, and I just hated her guts ever since. Oh, my God. She's still it. But yes, I did say I would tell people who the shooter was. I did tell people that I can do an investigation. Clearly, I'm not fit for the job. Clearly, my insanity plea means that I am not in my right frame of mind, Your Honor. I get it. I'll take the psyche eval because I do not want to pay up $10 million to Erika Kirk. You can't make this up. Candace, I'm trying to give you an out. No, I'm not. No, I want you to lose like hell. You can't make this up. Candace, you're an idiot.
Organization. Is that not weird? Just objectively weird? Gosh, that's a pretty big investment. Just really care about free market capitalism? What's France got to do with college campuses in America? Full stop. The answer, Erika, is nothing. No. Nothing. And one of the things that when I was a kid, and other GATE kids, as we've been speaking about the GATE program, and they put you in these special classes, they test you frequencies, sounds, they made us drink fluoride, all the weird stuff. But one of the things that they're especially interested in is how quickly you can put together puzzles. I want you to know that I excelled at that. I was really good at putting together puzzles. I gotta tell you, I think the picture is starting to emerge here. I think I was right. My best guess is that it was Pierre Falcone all along. Of Angola Gate, we talked about it on the show. France, Israel, the United States. This time it would be Egypt rather than Angola, all working together. Maybe they were getting the band back together to traffic because, there's been a lot of trafficking that just keeps coming up in this investigation. These countries, these satellite of countries, you trying to pretend with your billions of dollars, got a PR, we can do all of this. It's so crazy. Oh, little joke about the Egyptian planes. What? Nothing to see here.
Yeah, we laugh like hell.
This is my theory. There's a lot to see here because you were lying to cover Bibi Netanyahu's tracks. That's very strange. You were there when Bibi Netanyahu called. Andrew told me that Bibi offered to take Turning Point USA to the next level and that Charlie turned him down in the Hamptons at the dinner that you were a part of, but you don't remember that part. You say he's just calling about a letter.
Who cares?
Charlie wrote 5 months earlier. The dinner
he said no.
That you thereafter allowed an army of influencers to claim never actually happened, but you were there. Oh, I was there every step of the way. None of this ever happened. Nobody wanted to address Bibi calling. Nobody made any statements about that.
Yeah, she going
full-blown psychological operation. Truly, everything that you guys did, not only was it cruel, but I think the real motivation was you just thought you could psychologically break me. That's what this whole thing has been. It's been one big psyop. Very well funded because there's a lot of money on the line. If nothing happened in the Hamptons that was out of the usual, why the panic? Because something did happen. Charlie told Bibi Netanyahu no. Bibi, also, Charlie had declined to have Bibi on his podcast. When Bibi went on a little PR tour, Charlie didn't want to have him on the podcast, according to Andrew. So Charlie seems pretty done with Israel, right? Don't want to have on the Prime Minister of Israel. But the obvious question here, the media is not interested in, but I certainly am, is in exchange for what, right? In exchange for what was Bibi Netanyahu going to take Turning Point USA to the next level? In exchange for what? And also, how was he planning to get that money into the company? Turning Point was already worth $100 million. Close to $100 million annually. What does the next level mean? It sounds like it would have to be billions. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erika. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also now have very strong evidence which suggests that you lied about your whereabouts on the morning of September 10th. Little details have been edited. You said that you were accompanying your mother as she was receiving a treatment. Like I said, I now have something which strongly disputes that narrative. So I'll ask you this question.
It better be strong enough to
what the hell
video
happened on
camera footage.
Why are you guys struggling to get your story straight?
Candace.
Why did you tell Jesse Waters this?
And you wanted to see Charlie immediately and came up. Take us through that.
We landed in Utah, went straight to the hospital.
Straight to the hospital? Andrew told me that when he deplaned, you guys embraced on the tarmac and he boohoo cried in your arms because he had so much pent up anxiety. So just given the planes, which you confirmed to me, which plane he was on.
So they're not supposed to cry on the tarmac. You know, crying is forbidden. No. Because the detail of her hugging someone who was a friend crying is not straight to the hospital because semantics. Candace, no investigator or detective would care. Oh, you hugged and then you guys went to the hospital. Oh, okay, cool. You really think that a judge and jury is going to care about that? You'll find out, Candace. No, we'll let you and your cult members find out the hard way. Whether or not you think that was a lie. That insanity plea, although she could present a very good case for it, they're not going to go for it. Because, Candace, you have other episodes where you've shown that you're at least able to understand 2- and 3-letter words. You can't go in there and just say, oh, I'm crazy. I'm insane. I don't know what I'm saying and doing. I had no idea that what I was doing was wrong. No. You knew you were violating HIPAA privacy laws because you understand that because you were trying to accuse someone else of doing the same thing. You understand what lying by omission means. You tried to accuse the Israeli prime minister of doing just that. These are concepts that you understand when it comes to anyone else. When it comes to you, Candace, somehow you think that those definitions change up when they don't. Go in there with willful stupidity or willful ignorance and tactical stupidity if you want to and think that's going to be a defense. That judge and jury is going to sit your ass down. Erika Kirk, you need to hurry up and sue her ass. Stop playing around with this. I think once she went there with the mother today, in one of the episodes we watched where she went there and released the mother's diagnosis, I would have been like, oh, hell no, that's it. That's enough. We're done with this. Come on, you dumb alien, get through.
In which when you were on, that would mean that you had to wait for Andrew to land for an hour. Waited for an hour.
Yeah, she put puzzles.
Don't do the thing where you tell me that Andrew went rogue. Don't do that, Erika. You're lying. You would be lying. Question is,
we don't care what he did.
Why did you wait? And how long did you wait? And who was on the Egyptian planes? Who took off?
Oh, not the Egyptian planes.
Who stayed behind to communicate on that second plane that was transponding for no reason? I think you know what I know.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to find out. This is not going to be a never-ending mystery. This is not going to be the JFK story. I'm going to figure out exactly what happened, and I'm getting very close against all odds. Against billions. You might have the billions, but
Candace, you're not broke. You have $244 million. And yes, Erika, I encourage you to take every penny from her. Teach her and George, the spineless coward, a lesson. Next time, control your wife, bro. Tell her to go make you a sandwich. Bring your ass out that closet, get from behind that camera, and let her know, nope, too much. We're not putting that out. It shouldn't just be you saying to her, don't speak about it when it makes him look bad. Because see, George, you're about to lose some money. Lots of it. You know, for better or for worse, rich or poor, your money is hers. So when they sue her, they factor in that income that's coming into that household. It's called combined income for that household. Yeah, they're going to factor in the money you have as well. You can't just say, no, you suing her for her money. No, they're going to factor in yours as well. George, you're an idiot. And you're faking gay. Come out of the closet. Look at what's happening here. And understand they're going to mollywop Candace in court. Erika Kirk is going to mollywop her in court. This does nothing. It just makes her look like she's even more batch crazy. Candace, you sound like a deranged woman. Yeah, don't she look like Carrie from that movie right after the pig's blood was dropped on her head? That's who she reminds me of right now. While she's sitting here talking about astral projections and the third eye and all this other demonic stuff, Candace, you might as well just go full-blown demon mode. Candace can start fires with her mind.
Have the truth. So that's what I want.
She's going to look sharp at somebody and the building's going to blow up.
All right, you guys, inflation has been skyrocketing and it doesn't seem like it will slow down.
Oh, no, you done.
Clear. I know he was meeting with Mikey the other day. Could you send him $30 off plus free shipping? That's twc.health/Candace.
Oh, no, we don't care, Candace.
By the way, I forgot to mention, Erika, if you could do me a favor. Doug DeGroot, that board member that announced you as the CEO, you made it really biblical. Could you send him my regards?
No. She doesn't have to shit you say. Erika, you gotta laugh at this. Make sure it's included as an exhibit in the lawsuit. But you gotta laugh at this. This is ridiculous. Like, Your Honor, this is pathetic. This woman was sitting here groveling to me for 23 minutes and 45 seconds. You can't make this up. Can we press play? We gotta all watch this. Let the jury see this. This is priceless. Candace, you sound deranged. They're gonna order her a psyche valve.
I know he was meeting with Mikey the other day. They were discussing how to invest money. That's so weird.
Oh,
Mikey,
the commercial voice.
Straight from high school. Was just Charlie's intern assistant, and now he's sitting down with board members and discussing how they should invest in the restaurants. Just send him my regards because we're everywhere and we're watching and we're listening. The whole world is invested in solving this, and so
Candace.
Hi, Doug. Anyway, I wanted to also play for you guys. We had been wondering what was going on behind the scenes at Turning Point USA. We told you about the firings that have been happening, people that were hardly given an excuse as to why they were fired. And I, in particular, told you a story about one young woman who had worked there for, I think, 4 or 5 years and got fired over or questioned over an Uber ride. Well, she has now dropped a video, and I'm going to play it, about 5 minutes of this video so you can listen to her describe what happened to her, because it gives us insight into how this company is running with Charlie gone and with Erika at the helm of it. Take a listen.
My name is Aubrey Leitch, and I am the former public relations manager for Turning Point USA. And I was a part of the recent kind of mass termination group at Turning Point, and was let go about 3 weeks ago. And at the time of my release, I was working for the ATK company, which is spokesman Andrew Colvet's private business that contracts out with the Turning Point kind of ecosystem. So encompassing of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. I was working directly for him. Prior to that, I did work for Turning Point USA. So I've been with the organization since 2021, September 10th, 2025. Obviously, it was an extremely traumatizing day for everyone. I think pretty much everyone in the world with any amount of sanity was slightly traumatized by what they saw. It was an extremely traumatizing day for me. And I worked nonstop. My phone received hundreds of phone calls on September 10th, thousands of text messages. In December, we obviously had America Fest here in Phoenix, Arizona, and that was nonstop work too. And so really, it's just been go, go, go for almost the past 6 months. During the memorial, for example, I literally did not sleep for over 48 hours. Despite all of that, I want to go ahead and fast forward to my termination, which took place about 3 weeks ago. And I was brought into an office to have a discussion just generally about my employment. It was myself, Andrew Colvet, and Marina Muniz, who is the CMO of Turning Point USA, who I used to work for when I was just full-time with Turning Point. They sat me down and told me that there were 2 instances they wanted to talk to me about, one of which is pretty irrelevant to this timeline. So I'm just going to talk about the one, which was an Uber ride. What was told to me was that a Turning Point executive got into an Uber one day and they randomly just kind of started talking about Turning Point. And the executive asked the driver, what do you think about Turning Point? And the driver proceeded to tell the Turning Point executive, well, it's just really sad. I've heard the organization's really going downhill. There's not really a direction and nobody likes Erika. And the Turning Point executive proceeded to ask this Uber driver, well, who told you that? And the Uber driver told the Turning Point executive that his daughter was good friends with a girl that worked at Turning Point way back when in high school. They had spoken about Turning Point since Charlie's assassination, and that, this was told to him by his daughter. And the Turning Point executive, of course, asked, well, what's the employee's name? And the Uber driver allegedly said, Aubrey who? Aubrey Leitch. And the story was presented to me as one of the reasons for my termination. Turning Point has not insinuated this. They never told me anything like this. However, I just have a gut feeling that I was terminated from Turning Point because I am questioning the narrative of what happened to my role model and CEO, Charlie Kirk, on the day of his assassination. It is from my own experience that you can't question the narrative and work at Turning Point. That is how I feel. That is how other people I've talked to feel. It goes against everything that Charlie ever stood for. I'm going to take action. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to talk to other people. And I refuse to apologize for having my own freedom of thought, which is something that Charlie ingrained in me and so many other young people.
First and foremost, just want to say the idea of being brought into an office and questioned by your boss about something an Uber driver said. What is this, Gossip Girl? I mean, what CW show are we watching here where you get pulled in and asked a question about what you said to an Uber driver? Maybe. I mean, maybe she said it, maybe she didn't say it, but isn't it kind of your right to go home and talk trash about work? Isn't that kind of what everybody does when they leave? I assume. I know I'm lovely, but I'm sure that people in the control room go and they vent about work in general because that's a normal thing to do. The idea of a CMO asking questions to an Uber.
Candace, you trash talk everybody. I'm surprised you're not trash talking your own team members by now. Maybe that's pillow talk for you and George. Whenever Boys Club decides to come out and procreate. Oh, George, I know you got to slam dunk into that yeast infection. It's like, oh God, she's in heat. Don't mind the smell of sourdough, boys. Don't mind the smell. Mommy and I have some duties to attend to. We're making sandwiches. You can make this
driver is bonkers. Okay, these are loyalty tests, and these people are completely and utterly deranged. Secondly, I want to say this: even if every employee was terrible, like actually deserved to be fired from their job, I would probably, after pulling in $250 million, say we got to hold for a year because they just literally watched Charlie Kirk be assassinated. There's like a degree of respectability there, like a grieving period for a year. We're going to make sure there's no other transitions in your life and keep things solid. No, they just were like, peace out.
Isn't Arizona right to hire, right to fire state? They're at will, right? At will state. Candace, unless you could prove something illegal occurred with the termination, once again, irrelevant. It's not going to be a defense for you to use in court. It's just not. Aren't they at will? Yes, it is. There you go. Candace, they're at will. Now, I hate to hear people lose their jobs because I've been laid off at least 3 times beyond my comfort. Couldn't stand it. It was the worst thing ever. Got laid off 3 times in 2 years. And then God blessed me with another job. Georgia's at will. I never want to hear about somebody just losing their job and being laid off. But for whatever reason, they were laid off. It wasn't a mass termination. It was a layoff. Whether they had to downsize, reduce employees, who knows? But it's so funny how these people are speaking out, but they're not filing EEO complaints. They're not suing them either for wrongful termination. You know, because why can't they just do that if they feel like something was done unlawfully? Why can't they just sue them for wrongful termination? That's a question. Candace is not asking questions at all. She's just making dumbass statements. Why not figure out why they were laid off? It's an at-will state. You can't force them to keep somebody on the payroll. Just like they didn't have to keep you on payroll or contracted with them. You wanted to be on their payroll for PR. You wanted to work for TPUSA. Did you tell your cult members that you wanted to work for TPUSA, Candace? That you wanted them to put you on the payroll for PR? Did you tell them that? Somehow they've forgotten that statement being made in 2 different videos. Somehow all the candy-ass cult members forgot that your cult leader said that she wanted to be on their payroll for PR. She wanted to work for them. Why? That's my whole thing. They're at will. This is crazy. And for what? For whatever reason, they downsized, they laid off some employees. And these employees are not fighting back through the court of law. They're not saying this was illegal and this is what we're going to sue them for. They're not saying that. They're not trying to get attorneys here. Because everything does not need to be debated in the court of public opinion over social media. If they truly felt they had a case, why don't they just sue them for wrongful termination? Maybe it's because they don't have a case. This is where you bring into the equation some facts. It sucks being laid off. But unless there was something that was done illegally, violation of any law, all they can do is be upset about it and then look for another job. Trying to make it seem as if they did something wrong when they laid them off. If you can't prove this crap in court, then what do you think you're doing all over social media other than garnering sympathy? Listen, I was sick last week. Lots of things happening in my job. I'm not sitting here trying to garner you all sympathy over it. All of you don't have a regular job. I don't want to see anybody lose their job. But if something happened where people get laid off and there's some evidence to prove that the company violated the law, they were being discriminatory. They violated the law. They violated, pregnancy law. If you were pregnant and then you terminated because of your pregnancy. Well, that's illegal. You can't do that. Unless they can pinpoint this down to some legal matter, they wouldn't even be able to file a lawsuit. But you're sitting here putting this out on the video as if something legally went wrong. That's not what happened, Candace. You're giving a false representation of this. It was a layoff. And it wasn't just one employee. What good is any of this going to do if none of these people decide to sue them? What is this? What is this supposed to be doing? This is so crazy. She just mad her moles got fired. Exactly. Candace, these are the people that were leaking stuff to you. These are inside leaks. See, this is what happens when Candace runs her mouth. She said she had leaks inside the FBI. She's got leaks inside of TPUSA. Maybe they found that out. Maybe they realized these were the people that were sending her information, and they were not supposed to be doing that. Because no company likes that. You kidding me? Let me send you inside information here. No, you better learn how to honor this agreement you signed. You shouldn't want to put things out there that can make the company look bad and then cause people to not donate and sponsors to pull away dollars, because that is paying your salary. So these idiots don't understand how business works, especially with a nonprofit organization. So if you bite the hand that feeds you, that's less money coming to the nonprofit organization, which means less money that can be put towards salaries, which is the biggest expense in any company. It's always labor. It's staffing. And since Candace doesn't understand how finance works, she can't tell any of these clowns that. You can't make this up. Candace just sitting here playing these videos trying to garner sympathy. Are you going to give her some money, Candace, to help her cover her bills until she gets another job? I mean, you could be giving her a boost. She can get her 15 minutes of fame, but she doesn't know how to maximize that. She's still going to have to go back to working. Because at some point, this story is going to die over. You're going to get sued. Then you're going to end up losing. And then you're not going to want to mention TPUSA or Erika Kirk at all. Then where does that leave these so-called people that were your moles? Are you going to help them pay their bills? I'm just saying, Candace is not trying to give them money or anything. So what's the purpose of this? Candace, get done, you dumb demon.
And I think she's right. I think in the end there, when she says that this was actually motivated by them going after people who they suspected were not loyal to Erika, or people that didn't seem to fully buy what happened on September 10th, which, by the way, is everyone. They're going to just have to get rid of everyone. And I think eventually they will and start anew. The entire world. I don't even know who they're going to bring in their place. I see they're advertising now. No one is buying what the feds are selling. No one is buying what Erika is selling. Nobody is buying what any person is trying to sell to us about what took place on September 10th. Okay. So I don't see what
just you and your coach.
I have no idea what the organization is going to become, but I'm getting closer. I'm getting real close.
Are you giving these people money?
What happened? I think just going through the questions, the who, the what, the when, the where, the why. I think lying.
She got that for me. How many times have I said that? We're going through the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Oh my God. Didn't I say that? I said that about journalism. Oh my God, Candace. Bring your ass out the bushes. Because you sit here taking my quips. And you won't even just say, got this from Lady Luck Club. She's smarter than me, you all. She wants me all to tell you all that. She's the queen of YouTube. Good grief. And I recognize my quips when I hear it. Are you kidding me? Candace, you're such a clown. Look at his face. Them alien eyes are just piercing through. Yeah, this girl has black eyes. Are you kidding me? Y'all seeing this? Candace, you have no white in your eyeballs. It's just pure black. I told y'all she's like Carrie. Right after that moment, Carrie got that pig's blood dumped on her. Do not use that for a title of your thumbnail, Candace. I'm not playing with you. Candace is like Carrie right after the pig's blood was dropped on her. It's like she's lighting a fire with her blink rate. Right here. She's lighting a fire in the kitchen. Candace, you talk about astral projections and a third eye and all this demonic nonsense. Why are you talking about that? And then you got your followers talking about Christ is King. Not when she talk about astral projections and third eyes. I get the bots are dumb and they don't compute. But to the cult members, none of you are correcting your cult leader about this. You're not correcting her and saying, listen, we walk around here talking about Christ is King. You're talking about a third eye and astral projections. You can't make this up. None of that is biblically aligned. And then when you do talk about the Bible, you're wrong. Candace, read the Bible about the Tower of Babel. You can't make this up.
About knowing Pierre, Justin, Strife, that signals to me that there's a fear. Why didn't you want us to know about Pierre? Because if he was just somebody who was going to give billions of dollars, said, hey, I spoke to him. Like, I've been in communication. He just happened to call me at that time. If I may issue you guys a report card, far be it for me to do this.
Oh, God.
This is where you guys messed up. Stupid lies, not behaving in the way. Forget everybody grieves differently. Nobody grieves in the manner of allowing people who were actually enemies of your husband to open up AmFest. Like that, if I'm being honest, the first moment that I went, oh, something is very wrong, was when Ben became the defender of Charlie Kirk. I just knew too much.
It's not going to matter in court.
Why is Ben pressing Megyn Kelly, pretending that he cares about Charlie Kirk? This is bizarre. This is literally upside down land. That's when I said, okay.
Candace, didn't Andrew Kovic come out and say that you dogged out Charlie Kirk for over an hour over chicken parmesan? Oh, no. Dave Rubin. There you go. Dave Rubin, you should have recorded that conversation. Stop being wimp. Stop simping. Come flat out and say exactly what she said word for word. Dave Rubin came out and said you hated Charlie Kirk. And you dogged him out for over an hour over chicken parmesan. That recipe did look good, though, didn't it? I mean, that food looks so good. You dogged him out over chicken parm. Candace, you're one to talk. You know you did not have a favorable relationship with Charlie Kirk, at least a year prior to his death. Faking text messages aren't going to get you anywhere. You still have not mastered the concept of a date and time stamp. What is any of this supposed to be proven? Girl, hurry up. Scientology is coming up next.
Israel's involved, because every time you see Ben, you just assume Israel's involved. He's also, by the way, randomly doing things about Korea right now, breaking down what's going on in Korea. There's also this Korean angle that's not making sense. You fumbled the ball there. If I was running the game, I'd say, hey, let's pretend we're
the United States of
only
America
going to allow Charlie's friends around because we're actually grieving. This is where the PR went sideways. It just seems like a pay to play is what AmFest looked like. And it looked like people that were paying Israel, right? It seemed like Israel was paying. Maybe I would have also waited to drop the Shabbat Shalom book. Maybe while people in the air were going, looks feel like he maybe did it because he's saying he didn't. And it's kind of weird to feel like you have to say you didn't. I would have said, maybe let's roll the book out Q1 2026. And maybe let's not do it with Barry Weiss. I feel like that's not like Charlie's buddy. You guys didn't do that. You kind of went right in there. So it seemed, I think you guys fumbled a bit there. Silly lies that didn't really make sense. And I don't know, thinking that we were going to accept that Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro were now the friends of Charlie Kirk, and the people that were actually his friends were his enemies, attacking Tucker Carlson, demanding he get canceled, me attacking me nonstop. You fumbled. I think you fumbled.
Attacking you
in the performance.
Fine,
I am not sold on it, and with what I know and what I'm getting close to, I don't think there will be a person in the world that's sold on it. So, other than the people you bought and purchased, who are going to become very obvious in the coming weeks, is what I will say. Anyway, I saw that Tim Dillon wrapped his show where he was lamenting how it's all just so fake. Everything is so fake, and that is how it has felt from start to finish here. Everything that it feels like, as he says, we are just kind of watching a really bad reality show, and you're wondering when they're going to stop, when they're going to admit that they lied about everything, but they just kind of keep going. Here's what Tim Dillon had to say.
The tech people that were very liberal are now very right-wing, and they'll be very liberal, and they don't care. They don't care. And then the people that came to power criticizing free speech, criticizing the lack of free speech on social media are now shutting down free speech on social media.
Why is this clown the go-to?
So it's obvious that a lot of this is fake. And it's performative. It's a show. It's a reality show. I mean, it's not necessarily the funniest episode we've done, but it is the truth. It is what's happening. It is what's happening.
Why is this clown the go-to person? Candace, you watch my episode, you steal my quips, and you don't even, girl, you have no idea. You realize none of this will be a valuable defense in court. Oh, the judge is going to order her to a psych eval. That rambling she just gave, it screams crazy. Crazy and insane. You'll still be fit to stand trial, but crazy and insane.
And in this time, you can really only trust one person.
Oh, hurry up,
Blubber Whale. In this time, there's only one person I trust.
Chicken.
And it's Erika Kirk. Good night.
Fried chicken.
The comedians. I trust that Erika Kirk with the $250 million at Turning Point.
He lied, y'all. The only thing he trusts is Popeyes.
Earned off of the back of their employees who are working 20-hour days and a sympathetic public. Well, sadly, those employees that were fired, not even given an excuse, at least Aubrey got an excuse on them, got nothing, as we showed you, are now starting a GoFundMe because they didn't get anything. They didn't get a bonus. They got nothing. And they have put this up on GoFundMe, the Purge Fallout Fund. I believe this is supporting 8 employees. And so I wanted to promote this. And I'm hopeful that Erika can donate to it. Maybe. I mean,
you donate. Why the hell you not donating? You put this up, you donate. Now she got her cult members donating their rent checks to it. And you know, it's still dumb enough to give up money to what you call it? The dude. Mitch Snow. Isn't that thing still going? Yeah, that fundraising still going, right? Mitch Snow has raised over 140 million. I mean 40,000, 140,000. Candace, are you putting money into this stuff? She's not putting money into her own scam. Of course not.
Could they get $100 for 20-hour days?
Can't make
$100 for so they can get a grieving counselor, maybe buy himself a dog.
Candy ass is just.
I think that would be great.
Like
I can't believe that they raised $250 million and these people are on GoFundMe. It's so far beyond the realm of okay. It's just so evil. It's also evil that we're gonna have to donate. It's us, everybody. If you got $1 to support these employees,
Candace, you aren't donating a dime. You're not philanthropic. You don't give people money. This clown doesn't even give out a super. Get out of here. But she doesn't care if her cult members give up their bill money to her. Or Mitch Snow, who raised over $140,000 with a goal of $250,000. How did she think that was justifiable? Why would you set a goal for somebody named Mitch Snow to get $250,000? Mathematically, what did he do to earn that? Gab, you don't heard the hell.
Who were traumatized at watching their employer die, got 0 days off, then had to work 20-hour days through to the end of the year, through to AmFest, and then got fired without a reason. If you would like to support these employees, and you should, I'm certainly going to. You can head to the Purge Fallout.
They got paid and a bonus.
Campaign.
Candace, you lying like hell.
Break. We'll be right back. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes or maybe a tax case that they have not re-up?
Oh, God. Yeah, okay, she's done. Whatever. Candace. Y'all, she look like she want to start a fire with her head. We got to end on the laughter.
All right, you guys.
Because Ami put up a new video. Candace, you are the worst. Unless these people are going to sue for wrongful termination with TPUSA, at this point, it's time for them to just get a new job. If you want to help them until they get a new job with some of their bills, you give them the money. Put your name on that. Give them some money and let us all see you donated. You give them the money. You know, you got them giving you tips and all this other stuff. And for what? What they really need to do is tell on your ways. Yes, she hired us to give her information. And she didn't even pay us. Candace won't even give refunds back for people who purchased tickets in Australia for a speaking tour. Girl, please. Bye, Felicia. Y'all, Bonquisha has cussed for the day. Crackhead Candace, you know, said a bunch of things. She whined for like 24 minutes to Erika Kirk. Is laughable. Erika Kirk still could give damn. Why are you sitting here expecting her to care about you when you sit here and put out her mother's diagnosis? Girl, please. So she'll see you in court. I'm sure she's going to sue the hell out of you. And she's going to win. Candace, defamation is not your strong suit. As a matter of fact, it's bringing all these lawsuits your way because you still don't understand why you can't lie on people or paint a perception of someone based on how you feel. No one cares about that. And neither does the court. All right, y'all. Shout out to Ami. We got to end this on a happier note. And we got another live stream scheduled for Jenna Miscabage's interview that she did with Anne Elise, who's another fantastic content creator. She does a lot of true crime stories. And so we're going to check that out. Talking about Scientology, another cult. It's not as bad as Candace. Except they bring in a lot of money and people come up missing. This is crazy. So y'all tune into the next live if you can. Because we do talk about more than, you know, crackhead Candace over here. We talk about more than crackhead Candace. So let's end this out on a funny note with Ami. Shout out to him, you all. Make sure you guys go show him some love. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Y'all hit that like button. Y'all, the candy ass cult members are going to be mad. Till Jesus comes. Who cares? I never care how they feel. I don't know why they don't get there by now. But, you know, we do laugh at them. We have a good giggle. Here is on the next episode of Candace Owens. This is short, y'all. Let's get to it.
All right, you guys, today on the show, we're going to be discussing more about Erika Kirk and her possible connection, her possible relation to Captain Kirk, who, as you all know, was the captain of Star Trek and the Star Trek space exploration, in which they were going deep into outer space to various planets. We want to know why they were going to these planets, because it's obvious, it's so obvious they were performing deep child trafficking rituals, okay? Child rituals where they're performing ritualistic sacrifice deep into outer space and going to various planets to perform these. We know this. We're going to be discussing this. Erika Kirk's connection to Captain Kirk, who was played by none other than William Shatner, okay? William Shatner was, of course, Jewish, okay? He was raised in Canada to two Jewish parents whose grandparents, William Shatner's grandparents, were from Ukraine and Lithuania, okay, which is just crazy because we all know that Ukraine and Lithuania, I mean, Ukraine is really interesting. I find that very interesting what's going on with Ukraine, and that his grandparents were from Ukraine. And these are, of course, the child trafficking capitals of the world today, okay? So we're going to be discussing William Shatner's connection to his Jewish ancestry, and this all makes perfect sense. Of course it makes sense. And the fact that he played Captain Kirk, okay, on Star Trek, and Captain Kirk's connection to Erika Kirk. I mean, it all aligns. It all makes sense. I've been telling you the truth, okay? It's going to make perfect sense, and I'm not crazy at all.
Oh, no. I nailed the music. Yeah. Oh, Lord have mercy. I was not expecting. What? Jeez, hold on. Wait a minute.
Kirk, I mean, it all aligns. It all makes sense. I'm telling you the truth, okay? It's going to make perfect sense, and I'm not crazy at all.
Candace, girl, you might as well kick rocks. Oh, Lord. Oh, Candace, you're being laughed at all over the world. Oh, y'all, I can guarantee you Space Force is cracking jokes on crackhead Candace. You can't make this up. Star Trek time. Y'all, she met Xena. Xena. Oh, boy, Candace, we just want to put you on a spaceship and skyrocket your ass off of our planet. Blex it out of here, okay? Blex it off of our planet. Get off Earth. You can't make this up. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This is fun. Y'all, this is why we got to end in some laughter here, because, you know, Ami always delivers the goods, okay? We love you, honey. He's so cute. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. Leave the comments and thoughts. Make sure we keep this video up in the algorithm. Let the candy ass cult members be mad. The bots are just sulking. Who cares? It's whatever. We had a good time, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys' support. Thank you guys for thinking of me while I was, you know, MIA for a week. I had to work and I was sick and all these other things. But, you know, this week we're going to be back at it with at least doing a live stream every day between Candace and Umar. Oh, God. I just content for days. I'm telling you all. Candace, you're going to be laughed at until Kingdom Come. We don't care. Thank you all so much. And I will see you all in the next one where we're talking about Jenna Miscavige's interview and Scientology. And until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.